Welcome back, everyone, to the Gamers League Battle of the Atlantic U.S. Quarterfinals pregame show. 4 teams have made it this far. USA, Proxy PKB, SX6, ABN, Hey QGob ABN, Team by Bamos, and the Average Joes. Joining me is our expert analysis desk here to break down all the games, starting with seeds 1 through 4.
So, guys, our first team is USA, Proxy, PKB, SX6, ABN. Talk to me, guys. Let's break them down.
Team Abney, man, there's a lot to say about Team ABN over here. They looked really strong all week on the live. They were doing amazing damage, really well coordinated. I think we're going to see a really great series out of them.
I'm excited to see their team fights. I mean, ABN's always known for running the unconventional comps, and I mean, he's known for running Arcane. I want to see all that damage come out and just absolutely crush the other team. DeBorgen, your views on that?
They got some of the biggest names in the game in RBGs. I mean, Smexen, Asper, Vo, Unseens. Keep your guys' eyes on Unseens. He's one of the rogues that could ninja almost anyone. I'm pretty sure he could ninja anyone, so make sure you guys keep your eyes on Unseen, definitely.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their roster here, actually. So let's actually go through that real quick. They've got ABN, Unseens, Slip, Asper, Smexen, Phil, Vo, Adam, Rukri, and Blake on their core team. Now, that is a really big power lineup. You've got Unseens, one of the top rogues out there. ABN, of course, the best arcane mage in the world, undisputed. And you've got Unseens, the god of ninja caps, co-leading this team. Asper, I mean, let's be honest here. Asper, he is an exceptionally good boomkin. Phil, DK, Vo, I mean, these guys, very strong lineup here. And they're going to be actually facing off against the Average Joes next. Now, we'll get into a little bit more about breaking down these teams, but I want to know from you guys, what kind of shot do you think that the Average Joes kind of has against this team? How do you think that they're going to fare?
The Average Joes, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle. I mean, it may work out in their favor that they haven't fought ABN much. They may have fought them a couple of times on live, but I think that they haven't fought them too much might end up working out in the Average Joe's favor. They may be able to take a game or two from them, but as for the whole thing, it'll be very hard for them to beat ABN.
Yeah, the Average Joes, they're a little unconventional at times, and so that might get them a game in the series, but ABN's team is not one of those teams that you can trick over and over. Even if they lose one game, you're not going to fool them twice. So I would say one game maybe out of the series. Again, if they're going to win the whole series, it's going to be a really long battle for them.
They got a Hunter. The Joes got a Hunter. That could be a game changer on Eye of the Storm or even at Ellen and Arathi Basin, so they could possibly win. I would have to say ABN, though, is definitely the overdog here.
I definitely personally think that the Average Joes do have the element of surprise on their team. Not many people practice against them, and they had all this time to actually get prepared, polish their strategies. So what I think is they're actually going to focus a lot on the tactics in this fight, and I want to see a really good tactical gameplay from this team, and I think they can actually bring it to the table.
On that point, I'm not necessarily sure if they're going to focus on attacks or not. For me, I think that they're going to focus on the comp. Now, it's obviously a very difficult thing to try and outstrat ABN, but to outcomp him is a whole nother story. I think that they have a shot to outcomp him, but that's going to take some kind of knowledge that I don't know if they have or not. The thing about it, a lot of these teams have been scrimmaging against the European teams, and the European teams, they bring a whole different meta. I've seen some teams actually change up their comp entirely around the European meta, so I'm not sure if ABN has actually gotten a chance to scrimmage off against them, but if the Average Joes have, they may have a comp advantage coming in here, but they're still going to have to win the strat game, and that's going to be quite a difficult thing here. Now, go ahead, Gigason.
The Average Joes, they don't have the same flexibility in their comp as Team ABN. I mean, you look at Team ABN's main roster, and it looks amazing, but just look at his sub roster, too. That in of itself is another top-tier team. Yeah, I mean, how is Team Average Joe's gonna out-comp them if they can pull from 10 other players and 10 other specs and classes, and everybody on Team ABN can all play multi-class. So yeah, it's gonna be really hard for them to out-comp them, I think.
Should be a good game.
All right.
I definitely expect that.
Well, hey, either way, let's get moving on here. I want to actually talk about their rivals for a moment, and this is the Average Joes. Now, these guys, they've been preparing, they've been trying, they've been on the PTR, and I don't really know too much about these guys. I'll be quite honest with you here. I haven't heard a lot about how their scrimmages have been going. I haven't heard a lot about what they've been up to, and I think that they got something planned. I've heard from a lot of teams, you're going to see surprises here. You're going to see things that you've never seen. Do you think that they're going to be able to pull out something that we just haven't seen before in this tournament and maybe even beat ABN one of the games?
I mean, I'm just excited, as pretty much anyone else is, to see this matchup because like you asked, I mean, I really want to see if that turns out to be something that happens.
Anything's possible, Anything's possible for sure.
The Average Joes definitely can win a game. Like, without a doubt in my mind, that's possible. I
But
don't know if they're going to be able to continue to do it. They've been queuing live this week, which is really, really awesome of them to queue straight on live all week long. And they have been beating teams on live. But again, we haven't seen any series actually going on in that bracket. So I think the series is what's going to hurt them, the overall tournament style.
Yeah, going against the same team isn't really, you know, because teams adapt and they learn each other's strategies, and ABN's pretty damn good at that. So,
yeah,
one of the best.
I honestly, when I go along with ABN by itself, every time I fought against him, he brings in really, really nice, well-played arena gameplay into the RBGs. When you want to see...
Yeah, exactly. Quick connection issue there. But he does bring in this huge gameplay style. It's very impressive every time he enters the RBGs.
Those need to be on their toes, literally the entire match. Because with the ABN's burst by itself, we can see somebody just melt. Either the entire team gets melted almost instantly, or just somebody gets from 100 to 0 in just a couple seconds. So I really, really hope and I really wish the best for Average Joes. And like you guys said, it might be a little bit of an up battle from them, uphill.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I actually want to move on here, and I want to talk... Actually, no, before we do that, I actually want to stay on Average Joes for just a moment longer here. And let's take a look through the roster here real quick. So we got Heltor, Lithane, Vampy, Datchi, Albo, Return, Relapse, Physics, Bullyx, and Sirius. Now, the thing about they do have Albo, and he has actually led some pretty damn good teams on live. And the thing about it, they are an underdog in the tournament, but I think that they do have a shot against ABN. But it's definitely an uphill battle, like you guys were saying. Now, Helter, of course, he's going to have to probably go for the ninja caps here. Unseens, he's going to be going off. He's going to be ninja capping bases 24/7. That's just what he does. If they want to outdo ABN, then what they're going to need to do here, they need to counterplay him. They need to do the ninja caps. They need to get to the bases. They need to run stuff that ABN is not going to expect.
You got to keep your eye on Heltor for that stuff. You know, I mean, the Rogues, it's their #1 job on a lot of maps, you know, to go for those SAP caps, CC caps. You may see Albo peel off maybe with him and Mage Rogue on some bases, and I'd like to see some of that happen. I think it could be really interesting and it's pretty damn intense.
Or even some PMRs going on some nodes, you know?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure we're going to see PK just ninja either. One of the great strengths of PK is that he can sit in the team fight and help coordinate the team and get those kills. And then he also can, of course, ninja. And like you said, he tracks DRs with the best of them. So it's really hard to defend your base against anything Team ABN will send at you. I think what's going to come down to the game's going to come down to the opening team fight, though. And that's if the Average Joe's healers are going to be able to keep up and hold their team alive while all of ABN is unloading their coordination and damage. If they can do that, they definitely can win one of the games. If they can't do that, though, you're going to see a quick sweep. Another thing I'd like to see out of Team ABN, which I think would be really cool, especially in this series, is maybe even like 2 healing a game. Like, I would love to see just 2 healing double miss.
Oh, the damage from that, holy.
Just put it all on the line and like fully commit.
He's known for doing it before, you know?
Yeah, he does it on live, and it's really great.
And it worked out for him really well. I mean,
Extremely
Mistweaver healing is really strong in RBGs, so it might happen.
Yeah, and actually, talking on that subject, it actually brings me back to an RBG that he ran probably, God, what, a year ago or so? And it was when the Destrolocks were very strong in Mr. Pandaria. It was the 10 Destrolock, 1 Archangel count. You guys remember that? It was absolutely insane. We actually queued into that. And I'll tell you, it was on a Silver Shard, 10 DPS. He was one of the only guys to do it. That was some of the best memories. We almost beat him. We didn't, though. But it was a close game. And I think that that's the really big thing here, is that there's a lot of teams that say I beat ABN, or I beat Bamos, or I beat Daticus. But the thing about it is that if you want to be a top-tier team, what separates the top-tier teams from like the lower-tier teams is that the top-tier teams consistently can beat you. And the lower-tier teams, they can say, I beat ABN, I beat Daticus, I beat Bamos once, but they can never do it consistently. And I think that's the big catch here.
Yeah, there's some great things about Team ABN, especially when it comes down to his locks, like you were saying. Oz, it shows him on the sub list. I think he's probably going to be on the main roster for most of the games. He can play absolutely any spec of lock to its full potential. Demo, Destro, Affliction. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some Destro games coming out of Oz, and he really just has some amazing explosive damage that you can't compare with as a healer.
I'm excited. Either way, hey, let's get moving on here. So Next team up that we want to really go through is Team Daticus. This is Hey Q God ABN. And I tell you, these guys are really a power lineup here. They've been practicing on the PTR. I've actually gotten to witness some of their scrimmage matches, and these guys are a very strong team. Now, if you guys, based on public opinion here, I think that a lot of people are thinking that Bamos is going to take the series. But the thing about it, I think that people are really underestimating Daticus, and I think that he really has a good shot coming into these games. I want to run through his roster real quick with us. It's Daticus, Maldiva, Kleidosaurus, Nicholas, Nesper, Slothlord X, The Godfather, Vamps, iMongo, and Bajan. That's his core roster there. And he also has Tyler as a sub and Q Info DK. So very strong team. And I think that the really big thing here, he is going to be a contender. He's going to be a big-time contender in this tournament. What do you guys think about his team?
I think, he has some pretty big names on his team, especially, everyone recognizes Maldiva. I'm really excited to see the damage coming from this team. They got 2 locks, so that's going to be insane damage going out. Pretty much, I think they'll be doing, they'll do pretty damn well on team fights with 2 locks. Between the UA dispels, even if one of them plays Demo or Destro, damage is just going to be so intense.
Yeah, definitely Data versus Bale is going to be the game to watch. It might actually decide a lot of the rest of the tournament. Data and Bale both know each other very well. They played together on the same team 2 seasons ago, and then how to split. And so they know each other. They know how each works, and they have played each other a lot too. So they can actually counter one another really well and respond to each other. Their lineups are really amazing. The one thing that worries me about Data's lineup though is Nicholas. Nicholas is one of the best DKs out there, but he's a little rusty right now. He hasn't played live as much as some of the other players in the tournament. Hopefully that won't be an issue, but it is something I'm keeping my eye on. And then Bale's team also looks really good, but he's got that shaman in there, and I'm just like, what? So
Yeah,
I don't know how that's gonna play out, man.
It's Koska. He's definitely gonna be one of the top train targets. I'm feeling, especially definitely out of all the healers, he's gonna be
Kill the blue.
Target. Train the blue.
That's it. When in doubt, train the blue. The mages are the shamans. I'm telling you, that has been a strategy. But coming into this, we got to remember it's 6.1. There's a lot of changes that went through, and Bamos was talking to me directly, and what he told me is that he really wants to run the rest of shaman. It's unpopular, but what he said is that he thinks it's going to be good in 6.1. He said that he's going to pull out things that he'd never seen before in this tournament. He said he might even pull out the Pharaoh Druid. So I don't know. But
yeah, our Shaman definitely got a buff in 6.1. They're one of the strongest arena healers before, and now they're going to probably be the strongest arena healer in 6.1. Will that carry over into RBGs? I don't know. It's a risky move. It'd be great if it works for him.
Definitely.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, honestly. But going back, I really want to focus on Daticus' team right now. So he has Maldiva, he has Nicholas, he has Nesper, he has Bajan. These are some of the strongest players in the world on this team. And Daticus, of course, an absolutely fantastic leader, definitely a top-tier team. They're going to be going up against Bamos, though. Now, Bamos, he's been prepping for this tournament. He's been getting ready. He's been trying his hardest to get his team ready. Daticus, he has been doing the same. I've seen him on the PTR consistently, practicing, scrimmaging, getting ready. There's a rivalry between these guys, and
Definitely.
They both want this bad.
Yeah, for sure. Data has a lot of confidence, though, his team in general. And his sub lineup is pretty good, too. I think we'll see Wild Magic Heart probably come out of the sub on Data's team, as well as Bully and Tyler and Big Moran probably to some extent, too.
Honestly, I think that Daticus team is awesome. I would personally name them Jack of all trades. If we look at the team by Lamas, I like his tactics. I watch his stream. He analyzes the tactics. He's kind of like a master tactician. And ABM is a great tactician as well, but his team fight, his coordination on that is like the team fight itself, the CC chains, the focus burst is absolutely out of control. What I like about Daticus is he kind of incorporates both of those in his team. I think his team is very, very well balanced. They have a really, really good tactics leader, General Daticus. And on top of it, they have a very, very good, strong power lineup for actual team fights as well. So I really want to see how the fights are going to go. If Bamos will be losing a team fight and he starts going more on the tactics and switching his tactics a little bit, will Daticus be able to adjust or vice versa? This is going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, exactly. And they both have a very smart lineup is the thing about it. They've really compensated to play for no matter what happens, no matter what situation that they have a lot of variation in there. They even have a hunter. I mean, talk about crazy. I mean, they are ready, no matter what. Both teams actually are bringing a hunter for this patch, which is surprising, but I mean, like we said, there were a lot of changes that went through with 6.1, and Hunters may well be a big choice this patch. We never know.
Definitely.
Well, as a leader, Hunters also give you a lot of versatility in your strat and a lot of flexibility. So no matter what the map is, a Hunter offers more than some other classes offer, even if they do maybe less damage or, certain CC problems with Hunters. They'll offer more just overall utility. You can put them in different spots. You can bring them to the team fight. You can lead them at the node. You can even have them go off on ninjas. So they represent a lot more than simply the class and how they're going to play in 6-1, I think.
Hunters are probably not the easiest things to use in RBGs as a leader also. I mean, but if you can figure out how to use them, they may work out very well. So,
And
you have to have a good Hunter.
yeah, the Hunter has to be obviously good.
Well, the thing about Hunters is damage over time is kind of a bane in the Hunter's existence because it goes through deterrence. And right now, in the beginning of the expansion, dots are not as strong, and they will scale much better later on. We see it every single expansion. Cataclysm, at the end, we're running like double Boomkin or double Lock, or Fire Mage was a must because you have a lot of dot spread pressure. Mr. Pandaria, I haven't played much, but from what I'm understanding, double Lock and Unholy Decay was a must because, again, the rotting pressure. Right now, dots don't do as much damage as they would do later in expansion, so I think Hunters would be actually a perfect choice for that because they won't be countered as much in that.
Yeah, and we saw the Rot comp coming out when EU actually came over to US about a season ago, and they played on the US servers and just completely dominated. We saw the Rot comp come out from them. They brought the Affliction Lots, they brought the Survival Hunters, they brought these crazy classes that you really wouldn't expect, the Ellie Shamans. They brought them in, and they combined them into one big comp, and that is what really took over the meta. Now, we're going to move on to Bylamos here, and I actually want to talk about his team because I know that he is pretty aware. He's pretty in tune with a lot of the different metas, and I'm sure that he's in tune with the European meta right now. What I think is that Bylamos is really ready to bring a new comp to the table. I think he's going to bring something that we've never seen before. What do you guys think about that?
The double rogue. I think the double rogue's going to be a huge part of this series.
Rogues are really good to have, especially on like flat flag maps. I mean, you can get one running the flag, you can get another one going in for the kill on the FCs, and I don't see it being bad. I could see it being actually really, really strong.
If there is something new in the meta on EU or NA in the change to 6.1, Bylamos is definitely one of those leaders who has found the changes. And, if one of them is maybe more overpowered than the other, he's definitely going to go for something that's stronger than something that's weaker. So, yeah, absolutely, we can see something new coming up Bylamos' team.
Bylamos, love him or hate him, I would call him as a mad scientist, to be honest, because the stuff sometimes he pulls in RBGs, it's absolutely, like, you're looking at, like, how the heck are they going to pull it off? And they pull it off. When they were actually fighting against Team Collective, Bylamos was a flag carry. And he actually went back to the horde, to the opposing team flag carrier, and he was there participating in a team fight while he had a flag on him. Why? Because he didn't want to separate his team, he wanted all his offense on that, and it worked for him. And everybody could be watching like, what is this guy doing? Like, he's thinking of bringing Resto Shamans into the match in 6.1. He's thinking of bringing Pharaohs. So I think in terms of thinking outside the box and strategies, and how they're gonna work out, I definitely want to see Bylamos bringing his unconventional, unorthodox way of thinking.
Yeah, exactly. That's really his A game there. And I want to run down through his team here real quick for Team Bylamos. It's Bylamos Vaso, J Noblock, Reeds Zev, Casca, Jordan's Born Good, Majordan, and Generics. Now, this is a real power lineup. And Barry, another notable player, Barry and Black Jeff, those guys are on the sub list, along with Laciro. I mean, I could read out all the subs, but geez, he has a power lineup just as much as ABN here. And the thing about it, he really does think outside the box. I've watched this guy since Season 9. I've seen a lot of his strats that he's ran. And I'm telling you, he is ready. What Bylamos succeeds in, he may not have the best team fight overall in the tournament, but he has the best strategies. He is a master tactician, as you were saying. And this guy, he's ready to go. What kind of strats do you think he's going to be pulling out here, guys?
Well, I think when it comes down to Bylamos, and he'll probably admit this himself, he doesn't play the team fight. He plays the absolute resources of the game. He's playing to win. He doesn't care, if you necessarily do the top damage or the most CCs. It's great if you do, but if you don't, as long as we get that win, as long as we're actually playing that way, that's what he wants out of his team. So that's what I expect to see out of him, and how I expect him to lead his troops too.
Yeah, I I've seen Bamos' stream. I've, creeped around in his stream a little bit, and I really do like how he plays the game. He plays the game how it's meant to be played. He leads, and he may yell at you, he may scream, he may cuss, but I mean, he's doing it for the victory, and he gets his victories. I mean, you've seen him yell at some of his teammates like, hey, I don't care about mid, I care about the flag. That's what wins the game, so.
Yeah, he definitely plays for the win. If he doesn't win the team fight, I'm sure he'd like to, but if he don't, he'll change his strat around and send 2 people to a no to go ninja, and he plays for the win. He plays for the points, not damage or kills.
Another notable thing to bring up is actually morale of the teams. If you lose the first game, your morale kind of goes down. Whereas if you win the game, you're just pumped out, you're ready to take the next challenge out there. What I think about the Bamos is the morale is definitely take a part of it. Every time I see Bamos losing, he's thinking of new strategies, but he also kind of starts shouting at his teammates like, hey, do this, what the heck are you doing? And starts cussing. So I want to see how Bamos is going to do under pressure. And will he be able to find a really great strategies to win the game? Or will he kind of suicide his own team at the same time?
Yeah,
Bamos is very adaptive. He can feel out a team, and he may lose a cap early on in the game. A team may get 1 cap on him in Twin Peaks or Warsong, but once he feels out the enemy team, I mean, he can come back in 3 and 1 them.
Look, you got to remember this is all Bale's A guys, okay? No one's going to be deflated by him screaming at them. If anything, he's going to pump them up. He's going to be the amazing leader that we've all know and come to love watching his stream.
I don't motivated.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, exactly. He'll pump them up, maybe with not the best words, but he'll definitely pump them up. He will rally. He will rally them from behind. Should they fall behind? I don't think they will, but he'll definitely rally them.
And to think about it, it is tilt, but at the same time, I think Bamos has really discovered a strategy that works for him. We have ABN here, right? He has a very free reign kind of leadership style. He lets his team do what he wants. And I remember one of my friends telling me that when he got in the group with ABN, it was mainly, he really didn't care who he was running with as long as you're a good player. He didn't care about the comp. He didn't care about, he would shout out Strat, of course, but he really just cared about the comp and the players. Very free reign. Whereas Bamos, very aristocratic, very demanding. He says, here's what I'm going to say. It's my way or the highway. You do it or you're not playing with me. And I'm not bashing either leadership style. Both work, and both have landed both of these teams in the tournament. It's just going to be really interesting to see which one is going to carry which team further. I think that Tilt could play a factor by Bamos, but I think that his team is very used to him. I think that they're very used to his personality, and I think that they'll probably be fun with it.
It's like night and day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's probably why they have such a big rivalry too, But yeah, so I think that pretty much wraps it up for us right now, guys. So
yeah.
I want to
hold on. One more.
Go ahead.
Before we go on Bale's team, is we haven't even mentioned Jordan's real quick, which is the best priest in North America right now. So, Data, at least on his A roster, I don't know if he's actually going to queue with that, but he doesn't have a priest on his opening roster, and he may change that. Bamos and Jordan's do have amazing synergy together, and I think that's going to be another thing you might want to keep an eye on during those games is what are they doing, and how is he actually kiting around the other team, and how is Jordan topping the heels in the team fight while also helping Bamos kite in like an FC map or Ninja or something like that. So
yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
So, it'll be really interesting to see. I'm excited for it. So, all right, guys. Well, before we get into the first game here, we have a few Heroes of the Storm beta keys to give away, which will work on US servers only, along with a copy of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Game of the Year edition, courtesy of Green Man Gaming. And along with this, we will also be giving away a proxy from proxy.net and, like I said, 5 Heroes of the Storm beta keys. So, to enter in this giveaway, simply type giveaway, all lowercase letters, in the stream chat. And while we go on break, go ahead and type that in, and you'll have a chance to win one of those games. And come back. And also, for Proxy.net, just to have a quick thing to shout them out here. And the thing about Proxy.net, we want to thank them for assisting our players in the tournament, giving them the option to use their proxy service. If you're looking for an affordable Skype proxy, check out Proxy.net. So guys, go ahead, type giveaway in the stream chat, and your codes will, if you do win the tournament, the contest, excuse me, my goodness, they will be delivered to you direct mail. So right now we're going to go to break, guys.
Tournament, you get a free proxy.
Once we get back, guys, we're going to cut the break here. But once we come back, it's going to be USA Proxy PKB SX6 ABN versus the Average Joes in the first matchup of the tournament. Let's get right into it, guys. Best of luck, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay, guys, we're going to do a quick roll. See which team wins. Heads is 1, tails is 2. I rolled a 1, so that's heads. That should be ABN's team.
Hello, everyone. We are back once again. We will be live with Game 1 in just a moment here. We're waiting for Lethane and his team to get right in there. ABN is ready, but we're just waiting on their team to get ready. They have an issue with their hunter real quick. So once that's resolved, we'll be getting in there. But we actually want to break down the first game here. As you may have seen in stream, it was announced that ABN actually won the coin toss, and he chose to pick Gilneas as his first map. So let's actually take a moment here, guys. Let's break this down real quick. So what do you guys think about Gilneas on the first map?
I think Unseens and Asper will be trying to ninja a lot.
I really want to see. I want to see maybe them go not for Waterworks. I would love to see a instead of going in, both teams going to Waterworks, going for the conventional team fight. I really hope to see some of them maybe go for Mines and Lighthouse rather than the team fight, because team fights are, well, they're really they're interesting to watch, but I really like the intensity of getting CC caps and things along those lines.
Yeah, I was hoping ABN was going to do something flash in the pan, like I was saying, maybe the double Mistweaver or something. Gilneas seems to be kind of a safe map choice for ABN. He's basically saying, hey, my team fight is better than yours. We're going to go toe-to-toe against you, and we're going to put you in the graveyard while we take your 3 nodes. That being said, he could still do the double Mistweaver thing and, kind of surprise me with something special, or like a double or triple on the Ninja, him and PK, or he maybe even goes to base. I don't think he will, because he chose Gilneas. I think he's gonna send everybody to Waterworks. I think he's gonna sit at LH. I just got this in though. Apparently we are no longer waiting for the hunter now. I guess Albo is gonna come in and take that hunter spot for us, just so we can get these games going. So big shout out to Lethane and all those guys over at Average Joe's for keeping these games live. That was really cool of them.
Awesome. Yeah, good to hear. Good to hear. So we should be able to queue into Game 1 just in a moment here. But before we do, I just want to talk a little bit more here while we're waiting for them to all get ready. Now, the thing about it, I think that what ABN wants to do here, I think he planned this map strategically. Gilneas, of course. One of the I would describe it as an easy map if you have a good team fight. And that's what ABN brings to the table. He really needs to do this map, he needs to push the Waterworks immediately. He's probably going to push the Waterworks, and he's probably just going to try and force a team fight. I think that that's probably the best thing that he can do. If he can force the team fight, if he can do that against the Average Joes and not let them set up any ninja caps or stuff like that, then it's just going to be a whitewash with ABN. However, what Average Joes I think they really need to do here is that they shouldn't take ABN head on. I think that they maybe should hit Mines or some kind of other base first. I don't know if it's the best idea to take ABN on in a team fight from head on. What do you guys think about that?
That's kind of more what I was saying. I'm hoping to see, some CC caps and not exactly a head-on team fight. And Gilneas is like the perfect map to allow for that kind of stuff, because I like to kind of call it like the Nagrand of RBGs. I feel like it's one of the more balanced maps, and it allows for all those different styles of play.
If you do see them go toe to toe, you're gonna have them stay in the back. I think Heltor and Albo and all them, they might actually go toe to toe with ABN's team, and if they do, they're gonna just keep cutting back. They're gonna secure that spin on the node, but I think you're going to see them pull really far back and just keep cutting back and resetting as much as they can. Try to wear the team down, try to stop that opening burst as much as they can, because the worst thing that could possibly happen is either team just instantly gets wiped, and that's definitely possible. So they won't allow that, I don't think.
I think Gilneas is a team fighting map, and by ABN picking that, like you said, Giga, that it is, they are going to try team fighting. They probably hold 2 to be a safe game, and then because I think they got the better team fight, and I guess ABN does too, and that's why I picked Gilneas. So
yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, that's the thing here. Do you think that they're going to go for 2, or are they going to go for 3? If they go for 2, they're playing it safe, Sit 2 at each base, 2 to 3 at each base, float in between. Once you win that initial team fight, I mean, unless something crazy happens, you're pretty much all locked up and good to go. But at that point, it's really about, is he going to play the safe, or is he going to go for absolute domination to get the 3 cap?
No in
Comp to
ABN.
comp.
3 cap.
No one ABN? You think he's going for the 3 cap tomorrow?
He's going for the 3 cap.
Yeah.
I would love to
Possibly.
see a 3 cap in the tournament.
I think Heltor's team, comp to comp, has to actually push more ninjas than ABN's team does. But ABN's mind is an enigma wrapped in a puzzle. You have no idea what is going to come out of there next. So he definitely could be choosing this map to make it appear like he's looking for the safe game, or the straight team fight. And maybe he will, like I said, do the heavy ninja. He'll run 3 to mines or LH and or vice versa, and keep his sustained game at Waterworks while he waits.
Alright, so first of all, dear viewers, I want to say thanks for your patience. Sorry, it happens. Team 1 is pop up, Team 1 and P figure out the best strategy going, and once they get the map and they choose the map and we showed it, they need a bit of a time to preparation. So we read your comments and we really appreciate your patience. Now back to the strategy. I think Gilneas is one of the probably definition of a double-edged sword. No matter what kind of decision you make, the outcome will be different. If you sit 2 on mines to prevent the cap, you're missing 1 person in a team fight. Thus, you kind of a little bit weaker. If you send somebody on a ninja cap, again, you might have a potential risk of losing a team fight. Biggest thing about Battle of Gilneas I found is you have to have a strong healers, because when you have a strong healers in a team fight that can hold its own, then your rogue can go for ninja caps, then the enemy healer breaks off to actually help defending, and then you team basically fighting against 2 healers, which is basically very easy to see 1 healer and go rampage on the other one. Also, picking Battle of Gilneas, in my opinion, it's a perfect tester map for ABN. It's a really good guinea pig. What I mean by that is very simple. ABN can test out the capability level of Team Albo or Team Helter and how exactly strong are they in a team fight. Because Gilneas is the definition of a team fight. So if the Team Albo actually gonna pose a really good threat in a team fight, then ABN can adjust his strategies down the road in the different matches as well, where he will be focusing more on tactics and less on team fights, and vice versa. What do you guys think?
I think that you're right in a sense where Gilneas is a really good, I guess like a guinea pig map. Like I said, I consider it the Nagrand of RBGs. It's perfect for feeling out the other team. Perfect for it.
Yeah. Exactly. So what we're going to do here, guys, we're actually going to take it to a quick commercial break here real quick. I believe that they're having some problems queuing on the map right now. We're going to go ahead and get that all resolved out. But while we're doing that, we're just going to go to a quick break here. So sign up if you want to go ahead and take that over. But thanks for your patience, guys, and we should be back in just a moment. All right, it looks like we are queued in and we are ready to go here. Sign-ups if you want. If we could just get a screen of the game up real quick, and we will begin showcasting. We'll cut over to the game right now. Sorry about technical difficulties, guys, but it happens. It is a very unstable queuing system right now that we're using, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we're doing our best to make it reliable and make it enjoyable to watch, but mishaps happen, guys, and we appreciate your patience.
All right, and it looks like we are queued in here for Game 1. It's going to be USA Proxy PKB SX6 ABN versus the Average Joes. Now let's take a look at their lineup here. It looks like they've got Elbow, Arcane Allen. Okay, so they got their Arcane Mages, Exaru. He's actually going to be taking, so double Mage running on the first map. And it looks like a Mistweaver, and they're going to be 3 healing here as well.
This is definitely interesting. Double Mage. This is going to be tons of burst. And look at him. He's not running a rogue. So they're going to be will be more focused on the team fights over here, like we discussed. So ABN doesn't want to give any chance to Team Average Joes in the first team fight.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this is all about, really. They're going to try and focus on the team fights. They're going to do what they can to keep pressure out on this game. I'm really excited to see it. Like, as we were saying before, I think that ABN is going to try and go for the 3 cap here. I think that he just wants to assert his dominance right out the bat, get it going, and not give the Average Joes even a chance to react here. we're going to see here in the game. And here we go for Game 1 of the Gamers League Battle of the Atlantic. We're hyped up here, and it looks like we are cutting over the waterworks right now. They're both heading over the waterworks. Looks like no real crazy strats here coming out yet. Both teams are going to play it safe, and I'm very surprised here that Albo is going to choose to take the team fight. Very interesting strategy here. Was not surprised. I'm very surprised at that. But we'll have to see.
I'm actually very surprised that Team Albo is not slowing Team ABN, and they actually approached the flag earlier. As we know, Alliance actually on this map gets a little bit earlier to the actual Battle of Gilneas, and looks like they're actually sitting Albo as a defender as well, which could potentially be a weak point. What do you think,
but look
AJ?
at that Homicide. He's already popping an AMS. Pillar Frost coming out here. They're trying to get the big burst down here. Monaris, the warrior, he's dropping dangerously low as well. He's going to get Life Cocoon. They're swapping on to the Monk. He's going to have to pop his defensive cooldowns, and Bubba's going to come out from the Paladin. The offensive pressure from ABN is so intense right now. Another AMS coming out from Relapse here. The clone does go out on the rogue, and he's going to pop his Cloak of Shadows. ABN, it's just complete dominance here at Waterworks. They're trying to push in the average Joes. They're trying to put out the pressure. But what I'm really surprised that they were able to survive this initial burst, and now it's going to probably sway over to the average Joe's favor. What do you think that they really need to do here, Vlad?
Well, to be honest, as a fact, I see the actual Team Alba is still being under good amount of pressure. And look at their Paladin. He actually dropping to a 30% HP. If they can... Okay, Polymorph on the Monk. Looks like they bopped the Paladin. And right now, I think there will be another perfect opportunity during Forbiddens to keep training that Paladin because they have to cast to heal. But look at the Relapse. He's dropping dangerously low and at the same time as Warrior.
He's going to get cloned! He's gonna get cloned! This could possibly be a kill out of here. It's the DK and the Warrior. They're both taking big damage here. It's a full team stun out of both of them. Homicide X, he's dropping 10%. He's gonna go down. The Paladin's gonna go down as well. And that's 2 team members down. The average Joe is starting to wipe here. They're gonna swap off them in the Monk. And it looks like Relapse is gonna drop as well as Helter. And Mattias is gonna go down there. And that is just the offensive pressure. And ABN is gonna take the first team fight here in the Battle of the Atlantic. And wow, what pressure. If they want to keep this base here, they gotta keep spinning. But I don't know if they're gonna be able to hang on. That's going to just be a full team wipe for them. And Albo, of course, he's still sitting what it looks to be Lighthouse, but ABN's going to take this base pretty easily here. Now, the real question here is, are they going to really push for that 3 cap?
I honestly think they will. ABN is a maniac, insane maniac, and I want to see some insane gameplays from him as well. But look at what we discussed. ABN team just was barely touching Albo in the beginning, and then all of a sudden just a massive damage came up front. So right now Albo knows that he's losing a team fight, so they're probably gonna go on the mines in terms of the ninja cap, and they're assembling right now for the team fight.
Yeah, exactly. ABN as well, they're grouping up and they're trying to get ready. They may actually be pushing over to Lighthouse here, it may look like. Possibly back to Waterworks. Yeah, it's gonna be back to Waterworks. But Albo, I think that what he really needs to do here, obviously you're in a very bad place right now. You get wiped at Waterworks, you don't really have much of an option left. You either have 2 options, basically. You either push for the Waterworks fight, you try and get the flag back, but it's very difficult. Or you push the mines, you fight them on their own territory. Or you can split. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but you're limited on this map because it's only 3 nodes, and that's what ABN was planning. I don't think it was a wise decision for them to take it on to the team fight, but you never know. Albo may have something planned up his sleeve here as his team moves on to the second fight here. Now, we're taking a look at...
Yeah.
They're both starting to group up here, and they're actually possibly looking to engage on the road. What is this?
Oh, that's actually one of my favorite things. If there's any stranglers, they're looking around, just kill them before the main team fight, and then you have a pure number advantage and the buff advantage as well when you actually engage in the team fight of those missing players. Also, I want to emphasize here that the Albo is running with a rogue here, with a Halter, and Halter is really good at ninja capping. So I want to see potential ninja cap from Albo and Halter combined on the mines as well. If they're not going to even succeed, at least they can take out the healer from the ABN into the team fight, and they can potentially actually score a team fight as well, because it's much easier to score kills against 2 healers versus 3.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it, and look at this fight on the road here. Albo is actually engaging. They don't want them to get into this pace. They're trying to form a turtle. They're trying to get them pushed out as much as possible, and they're trying to get them split. You see the fight in the road. They're not even on the flag right now. They're just fighting right here on the road. It's just complete domination from ABN. But I'm very surprised, though, that he's not going for the 3 cap. That's very unlike ABN. But he may want to play this game safe, and I think that's what he wants to do. But look at that. It looks like... I believe that's Albo. He's actually looking for the ninja cap here. He's heading over to the Lighthouse right now. Wow. So
yeah, let's take a look at him.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. So he's actually taking back way here to Lighthouse. This could be big for him. If he's able to get this cap here at Lighthouse, this could turn the game around for the average Joes. But I want to take it back to Waterworks real quick. If we look at Malthius, Matrace, excuse me, he is dropping dangerously low here, along with Homicide X. These guys are just starting to take on the team fight again. I think that what they're doing this time, though, it's a distraction. They wanted to test if they can team fight, and now we're back in it. And as you can see, Mateus, he's dropping low, along with Homicide X and Lithane and Rek. They're just trying to do what they can. The revival comes out, but they have very little cooldowns left. ABN's team fully top. They have some of the best healers in the game. Like Cocoon on the redirect, he's at 5%. He's gonna go down, along with Lithane. He has no more Bobo left, and these guys are just starting to wipe again. Now the question is, though, will Albo have enough time to take this base at Lighthouse? If he's able to get it, they may be able to turn this game back around. But for right now, they're going to be wiping at Waterworks, and they're possibly not going to have enough time to stall out.
Honestly, I think the IBM kind of actually already predicted that the Ninja Cap could potentially happen on the mines. So at this point in time, we watched IBM wiped Heltor twice here. And like I said, they're definitely coming as the underdogs here, and I definitely want to see more of a coordinated team play here. When you watched, there are a lot of CCs that were coming out on the Team Albo or Team Helter. They were constantly CC'd. There was a Shadow Fury, there was a Fear Bombs. There was basically ABM, like I remember I said, were master tacticians of arena play. They were able to CC Team Albos relatively easy. So now I want to see is a really good coordinated CC chains coming out of Team Albo. And I believe that their offensive pressure is actually very, very good. They just need to coordinate a little bit more CCs, and we can potentially see a good team fight.
Yeah, and look at that there. Albo, he's trying to cap Lighthouse, but as we saw there, he was forced to back off, and he's actually, it looks like he's going to get away here. He did force the block, so that was a good part on ABN. And they're just running away. They're trying to get the freedom. They're trying to top him off. It looks like he's going to be safe, but in this point, Vlad, what do you really do?
Yeah, I definitely I like how they're actually also keeping Albo in the center. Basically, they're not letting him to come back and defend the mines, meaning they're stalling more times and racking up those points as well. But we still didn't see the 3 Ninja Cap. Come on, ABM, we believe in you. Go for it.
It could very well happen. You never know. He may like to save these things to the end. But I think that the thing about it, he wants to play it safe. He wants to test them out. He hasn't really scrimmaged against the average Joes too much. I know the average Joes haven't faced ABN. So he wants to, I think that what ABN wants to do here, he wants to feel them out. The average Joes as well. They're going to use this first game, feel out each other, find out, okay, what is his strengths, what is his weaknesses, how can we counter this team? It was on, I'll tell you, I watched Bamos' stream a few years ago, and he said it's the common problem. What do? You're going up against players that have better experience than you, they have better titles than you, better gear than you sometimes. Not on here, but the problem is, what do you do? And your only option is that you gotta outstrat them. And that's what they have to do here. At this point, it's very unlikely that they're gonna win, but for the next map, they're gonna have to pull out a bigger strat here. And as you can see, they're trying to push into that Waterworks again. It looks like they're gonna split. Alvo's just gonna drop there immediately, though.
Yeah, definitely, and I definitely actually want to see towards the mines and see how it's going on. Maybe there's potential Ninja Cap going as well.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. Obviously, though, a very huge dominance out from ABN. And as you saw in the beginning team fight, ABN, he just pushed right in there, asserted his
Helter is going for a Ninja Cap.
Oh, yeah, what is going on here? He's heading over to Lighthouse. If they're able to get this 2-cap, they may still just barely have enough time. They're going to have to get it quick, though. It looks like we're at 1,027 points right now. So they're going to have to get that Ninja Cap quick if they want to get back in this game. I think that they can do it, though. If they do that, then it's going to be big for them. And keep in mind, that's ABN sitting Lighthouse. That's an Arcane Mage. So talk about easy to cap on. It can be. But you never know. It's ABN. He's mastered that class. I want to cut back over to Waterworks here at Lithano. You see he's dropping to 50% health here. The Life Cocoon comes out and a pain suppression, but it's not going to do anything. They're going to swap over to Rex. He's got nothing, and he's going to pop a shield on himself for the priest, but it's not going to be enough. Dark Soul pop for Sirius, and he's dropping down to 25%. He's going to drop down immediately. And Lithano now, he's going to be the force of the pressure. He's going to bop himself, but that's going to be dispelled instantly, and that's just complete dominance from ABN. He's dropping low, and he's done immediately. Swapping over here, you see Homicide X. He's going to pop his first AMS of the team fight, and he's over to 50%. Mateus also going to drop down very quickly, so not much they can really do here in this fight.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that at this point in time, we need a strategical revision here as well. You know what I think could have possibly worked? If they would have sent more than one person to mines to actually Ninja Cap there. Maybe set up like a small burst team to the mines. And I know it's a little bit unreliable split going into the mines, but that could potentially actually work in the Team Albo's favor.
It looks like he's actually pushing in there right now. He's trying to defend it at least. But I mean, they're just going for a 3-cap right now. They want complete dominance on this map, and as we said, this is probably what's to be expected from ABN. They just want to push in the mines now, try and get the 3-cap, try and wrap the game up before they can. They know that they have the dominance here. They know they've basically wrapped this game up. So it's just a matter of getting in there, pushing in, and ending it.
Yeah.
So at this point, it looks like they're 1,300. So they're actually going to need a 3-cap if they want to come back from this. So unfortunately, very tough road for ABN, the Average Joes here. But we'll have to see if they can come back in the next fight. And what I really want to talk about here for a moment is what can they really do on this next map? What pick do you think is really going to come out from them?
Well, to be honest, from here, I think definitely the strategical revision here. More team focus, more team fights going, less focus on the team fights and more focus on basically the strats. So I actually won't be surprised if Albo, as a loser, we have a losing team, actually picks another map. So I'm pretty sure that the Albo will possibly pick a flag carry map where you don't need as much of a teamfight presence and as much of a good coordinated burst going on. And also I want to see possibly them fighting on the Eye of the Storms and utilize those grip knocks, because they're running 2 decays here, and I want to see them utilize those 2 decays to the biggest potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like ABN will take victory as expected over the Average Joes here in Game 1, which means that the map pick will head over to the Average Joes here for Game 2. We're going to go to a quick break here real quick, but when we come back, we'll have the next map loaded up and ready to go. Since we resolved all the issues, we're going to skip analysis for this point around, and we're going to get right into the next game. Thanks, guys. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, and welcome back. We are about ready to get queued in here to Game 2, and it's going to be Warsong Gulch this time around. Now, we do know that there are some issues on the PTR right now with some disconnection issues on Warsong Gulch, so we want to make sure that that's very clear first off. Both teams are aware of that, but it can result when a team member does die. So we just want to make sure that is clear. Either way, we're good to go, and we're about ready to get queued in here.
Okay, so let's go over their setup really quickly here. If you can see, actually Team Albo is bringing their Hunter for some extra burst damage and CC as well. Hunters are, and in the beginning, they're gonna slow down their FC. They're gonna slow down on Siski as much as possible. So we could potentially see that the Team Albo here is gonna be a little bit ahead on the flag cap, and they might actually have more time for the team fights here as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it, they could either use him to slow him down, or what they might just do entirely, they might just keep Hautor and return back in the flag room, and oh, no, they can't do that. You see that right there? They're putting the battle standards down to try and stop the flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's against certain rules, so that could, if that does infract the flag, then that could possibly be a disqualification for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You will take a look into it, though. But either way, though, let's take a look here back at the team. So it looks like it's Hautor and Return. And I think that what they're really going to do here, they're going to keep Return back, they're going to keep Hautor back, and they're going to try and put out as much pressure as they can. They're going to try and stop whoever the FC is going to be, keep him back. Now, think about... Go ahead.
Yeah, but look at the walk of Shane here, really quickly. He's actually running Demolak, and we see Demolak in the previous fight. So right now, on the PTR, the burst of Demolak is absolutely insane. So they're actually going to utilize that in the team fights as well. So I want to see some really, really heavy burst setup from Team ABN onto the Helter, and I think it's going to be quite painful to watch.
I do as well. All right, and as we get queued into Game 2 here, it is Team ABN versus Team Hautor, the Average Joes, and we're going to get queued right in here, and here we go! So, we got USA Phil, DK, and Homicide X and Relapse. Now, I'm not sure, we can't actually see specs here from our point of view, but I believe that they're probably going to be running with a Blood DK. Yeah, USA Phil, he is Blood, as you can see there from his house, so that's a very interesting pick, and as you know, it's really become popular in the meta so far. And I think, it's a very strong pick here.
I definitely think so. That means that Ansinski is probably going to be actually holding on to the flag. If we can actually go to the Ansinski really quickly and see what is going on there as well, because this map is all about basically watching those 2 flag carriers, how they try to outsmart the enemy teams. And we see Field Decay is actually going for the cap here, and I want to see how Return is actually going to peel off. And we know that the Blood Decay is actually Kings of 1v1, so that means that Return is going to have a very, very hard time actually killing or slowing down Field DK, because he potentially can kill him.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at this here, Asper, he's dropping dangerously low here. It's actually the favor is very much in the Average Joes here. And it's a little confusing at the top. You see, it's actually the Average Joes on the left and ABN is on the right. Just a quick correction there. But as you can see, they're putting a lot of pressure on Asper, and their plan actually got foiled at the beginning, as you saw. They were going to try and stealth in, but ABN was actually able to get them all out. So right now, Phil DK, he has the flag, but Helter's actually going to be able to pick it up for the Average Joes now. Their big thing, but he gets sapped right away.
Yeah, and actually, Walk of Shame is popping his Demon Soul, so they're trying to set up the burst on Helter over here. And the double DK, so that means he's actually going to have a very, very hard time moving to the base, moving to his flag cap. He's actually sitting right now in the base itself or the hoarding. He's trying to desperately kite, but kiting against the two DKs with a double grip plus double Girlfriend's grab is something that is extremely, extremely hard to do.
Exactly, and keep in mind, this is on patch 6.1, right? So that burst of speed, that's going to suffer a nerf here, right? So Helter, it's a very dangerous scenario. But he's going to get bombed here. He's dropping 20%. They're going to be able to barely keep up. And they're going to get the first cap here. And they're going to be able to return that. And it's just going to be a question. Is USA Phil DK, is he going to be able to return that flag back? And he will. And it looks like the Average, and it looks like, excuse me, they're going to take the first cap for the game, ABN's team. Very confusing with the frames at the top, but that's all right. Wow, very well the way they set that up. I believe it was Unseen. He just bombed right on them, and they were just completely screwed from the beginning there.
Yeah, like a dynamite, man. Honestly, this is what I like about ABM. Here's all of a sudden comes this unhealable damage and a well-coordinated kill, and I never get bored of actually watching the setup kills actually made. But look, Antinski is actually going to grab the flag prior to Phil for one big reason, is because he's much faster than Phil DK. And it was a very smart move to actually have Antinski in the first team fight because of the smoke bomb. That actually alone got them really strong kill on the Helter.
Yeah, exactly. That smoke bomb there, that was huge. That was one of the big plays that you're going to see lined up during this tournament. The smoke bomb kill on the flag cap. I mean, you really can't do anything about that. You got to send your healers in directly into that bomb if you want to try and out-heal that. But it's a very difficult thing to do. I mean, they have wrecked, so they may be able to cocoon him next time, but I don't even believe he was in that team fight there. So, have to see. They have to get better together, though. As we see here, they're pushing into the flag room here. USA Phil DK, he's going to pick up the flag first, and it looks like Helter here is going to grab it for the other team as well, and he's going to start sprinting the back. He's actually not going to be confronted here yet. He's actually has a pretty clear route coming out of the base, so we'll have to see how far he can get it across the field. Phil DK, of course, I mean, the thing about it, I've played Blood myself for a very long time, and the thing about a Blood DK, they're good if you can get them across the field, but, I mean, they're very little nobility. And the thing about it is that the Average Joes really haven't capitalized on that. You got to slow them. You got to silence them. You got to stop them. And as we see here, we have a little duel with him in the tunnel as well. It's between him and, I believe, Relapse. So they're going to be going up against each other here. Relapse forced to pop the AMS here. And Blood DK damage, of course, is ridiculously high. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, love him or hate him, but Blood DKs are actually one of the best 1v1 classes at the moment. And if we saw a lot of matches. We actually played a lot of matches in 2v2 where Blood DKs would just not die against 2 DPS by themselves. So that will actually give Team ABN a lot more offensive pressure in the team fights, because they...
Wow, Hunter drops again! Look at that lineup! Oh my gosh, another bomb cap! And my god, ABN is just pulling ahead here. They're going to take the second flag cap here. And wow, they just lined that up very well. My gosh, I mean, that's just the promise of ABN. You know, it's very subtle. He lines it up and he gets it rolling very quickly. And keep in mind, the Rogues, they can't use subterfuge because of the talent is bugged. But even through that, they're still able to push through. And he's running that double Rogue. Very surprising. I wouldn't expect that with the talent bug, but this is ABN we're talking about here. You can't know what to expect from this guy.
Absolutely. The master of unconventional strategies, and it works for him. We saw it multiple times out here as well. So what do you think the team Albo right now needs to do to actually bring it back in?
Look, Albo, they're down 2 caps. They could have recovered the last time, but now they're in big pressure here. What they really need to do, they got to get their team fight together. They got to get Albo up. They got to get Sirius up. They got to get everyone together. Excuse me. Phil DK, he's taking the flag right now and he's walking out of the base. They're letting him go all alone. This is a major mistake on them. They got to get somebody on him. They got to get their Hunter back. They got to get their Rogue back. Helter's got to get to this guy, or I mean, they're still having Hauter run the flag. In my opinion, at this point, just get your DK on it. Even if he's Frost, I mean, put him in Blood Presence. But I guess that they're trying to go for that quick cap, and unfortunately, they just haven't adjusted to this new meta. Now, FilDK, he's actually going to get confronted here in mid, and they're going to try and slow him. But, I mean, it's just the Monk buffs are coming out. They're able to just speed him across the field, and, you know, they can't really do much about it to slow him. And Unholy Presence as well, that's a big plus for him.
Definitely. I think it's actually great. To be honest, what I think about Team Albo, I think they possibly trying to prove themselves a little bit too much in the team fight at the moment. I've seen Team Albo is being constantly in the team fight, and I don't see a lot of people on the field DK, so I definitely think they need to utilize it a whole lot more. Like, they need to peel a couple DPS and go for on the field. I think ABN is a little bit arrogant at this point because he's just leaving his flag carrier by himself in the flag while they're fighting in the middle of the map by alone. And Team Albo needs to foresee that, and they need to capitalize on that.
Well, keep in mind, though, it is a Blood DK. Let's be honest here. He can keep a good Blood DK, can a lot of times keep himself up against the team for temporary purposes. He can't do it forever, but he can do it for sometimes. I remember back in, I think it was season, I want to say last season, actually, when the conversion was still very good for Blood. I was actually played it in a few RBGs myself, and you're just able to keep yourself up. You'll do as much healing as a healer, and it's still like that this season as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they can actually keep him back alone. But what Elbow should be doing right now, he should be grabbing his team and trying to capitalize on that against ABN.
Yeah.
And as you see, Hauter, he's just facing his massive pressure. They can't even get him across the field. FilDK, he's going to pick up the flag again, and they're just running it through. It's still at one stack, so Hauter's actually going to be able to escape now. Now, this is big for them. That was big, because that was the first time that Hauter's been able to get across the field. If they can keep him back, if they can keep some healers back with him and send a group on offense and try and get down FilDK, they may have something here. I think they need to peel out Return, Elbow, and probably one of the healers, Physics, maybe a DK. Get him on offense and get them on there. But Hauter, he's facing pressure again. It's going to be a full Kidney here. He's dropped to 50%. He has barely anybody with him right now. And it looks like Rekt, he's going to get sapped as well. Hey, Life Cocoon comes out at the last second. He's got 25% health left. Oh my god, it's 3 stacks already in the game. The stacks are just ticking on fast. It's 1 minute per stack now, and they're just going boom, boom, boom. Hauter, of course, he's dropping down, but he's going to be able to kind of wait. He's going up top, and the Team ABN, they're just tunneling in right now, and they're trying to get the last cap here and wrap this game up. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left here. Team ABN just needs 1 cap to take the second game in the series. FilDK, of course, he's in the Ring of Frost. He's going to be in the enemy base right now. He's trying to...
Oh, that's actually very smart of him. He actually DRs Ring of Frost on purpose against the other CCs. That's actually very well played.
Yeah, that was a good play. Now, at this point, you know, he's going to pop his AMS, but keep in mind, he doesn't really have too many people near him. So, this can be big. Oh! And it looks like they're going to get the last cap there. So, it looks like USA Proxy PKB SX6 ABN will take Game 2 over the Average Joes.
Okay, dude, very, very exciting match to watch. Very exciting the kills line up by ABN. I definitely want to see some... I don't want to call it a gimmick strategies, but I want to see something where underdogs can truly shine. Eye of the Storm has been historically known with the teams actually that have less coordination, less ranked, anything else, can actually win Eye of the Storm. So I want to see Eye of the Storm from Team Albo here, because they can utilize those grip knocks, and I think at this point, ABN is very confident in his team play. So if they're actually going to play Out of the Storm, maybe ABN will be focusing a little bit too much on the team fights, where Team Albo can sneak some of those grip knocks. What do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, the grip knocks are going to be really big on Eye of the Storm here. If they do choose that map, which is very likely of them, they're going to only be able to bring 2 DKs, but they're going to bring a Boomy setup. They're going to go to mid, and it's all going to be about the grip knocks. I think that the thing that they need to do really is stall it out. Send a group to mid. Send your healers there. Send your... Even bring in a Blood DK or something. Bring in some kind of a take. Bring it to mid. Stall out the fight. Right now, you're not winning team fights against ABN. So you got to stop team fighting. That's the main thing. Take it on Eye of the Storm or whatever map they choose to. They may even throw out a Katmogu for... Who knows? But
Absolutely.
they got to stop team fighting. That's the problem.
Oh, I would not want to face ABN on Temple of Kagmogo, man, to be honest.
It would be
Talking about the burst, that's where he's going to truly shine.
Yeah, the reason why I bring that up, though, is because Katmogu, it can work for you or it can work against you. The thing about Katmogu, it's a very team fight-oriented map, but at the same time, you can twist it in your favor. If a team is not organized, if a team is not ready to go, you can capitalize that on Katmogu. Do I think we're going to see it? Probably not. It's probably going to be an Eye of the Storm for their last pick, but we can never know. I actually want to bring in our... analysis desk here. And guys, I want to get your opinion on this. What do you guys think about this last map? And what do you think Albo really needs to do here to lock up possibly any kind of win in this tournament.
Well, I really, really liked seeing that the Blood DK was being brought in. I think Albo needs to be honest, I'm not sure what Albo needs to do. Based off of that game, I mean, they had the double rogue on ABN's team, and that double rogue, I thought that one of them was going to carry the flag and the other one was going to go, bomb the FC.
Yeah.
But they turned out taking both rogues there, and the Blood DK was FCing, so that threw me off completely. But I mean, it worked, and that also gave them 2 smoke bombs rather than 1. So that advantage over Albo's team was just too stupid.
Yeah,
I definitely can see actually ABN practicing relentlessly those maps. Look at him, he has all the strategies for multiple maps already in his pocket, but I think he might be giving away a little bit too much. If it was this easy for him to win, to be honest, the first 2 matches, I think he should have actually utilized the standard strategies, because we know that the enemy teams are watching his strats at the moment and they are kind of taking note of that. So I wonder if he's gonna come up with a different strategies later on down the tournament.
He's definitely not out of tricks. He has a big bag. He'll definitely pull out of it more and more. I think what we saw in the second game compared to the first game is really where a good leader shines. In the first game, we saw a straight team fight more or less, and they dominated it. In the second game, if you actually break down the damage numbers, they weren't even on the scoreboard really. There was Smexon and Walk of Shane, obviously a warrior and a lock, doing that coordinated damage just to secure the team fight, make sure they didn't wipe. But overall, it was Homicide and Serious and Physics and Relapse and Return even. That's almost the entire Health War team that was then on the top of the actual damage charts. What does that mean? That means basically he was playing the objective. So we already know Avian is willing to switch game to game and map to map, which we would expect from an amazing RBG leader like this. There were some DCs on both sides. I don't think it affected anybody in the game overall, but it definitely adds to the frustration. And I was listening to some of the comms from both teams, and as the game grew longer, ABN's comm grew more excited, more happy. Just they were crushing it, having a good time, and Albo's team was just slowly and quickly degrading. And you were talking about that earlier too, with morale. How does that affect your team? And I think it affected them. I really do.
I'll tell you here, it's the end of Tilt, It's a great book. I've actually gotten a chance to read it, and it's mainly built for League of Legends players, but the thing about it is that I read through it, and it's all about the mental game. It's applied to World of Warcraft, it's applied to any game that you play. And if you let your team get mad, if you let them lose their morale, you're going to start playing worse. It's just the mentality of it. So what Albo really needs to do here, he's got 1 game to stay in the series. If he loses this next game, ABN's advanced into the semifinals. What he's really got to do here, he's got to pick a map like Eye of the Storm. That's the first thing he's got to do. Second thing, he's got to boost his team's morale. Good leaders can do this, and I think that Albo can do it as well. We're going to have to see, though, will he be able to do it? Now, I actually want to go back to this game once again. We saw the Blood Death Knight come out there, and I believe a Demo Lock was on ABN's team as well, if I'm not mistaken. Now, this is really part of the new meta that's really coming into the game. You saw the Blood DK, of course. He didn't take any damage virtually the entire game, mainly because they weren't able to get on him a lot, but still, given, he didn't take any damage, whereas they're still running that old meta, they're still running the Rogue, and he's just getting destroyed. The burst of speed is out. They're not able to kite around that much, and the stacks, they increase pretty quickly. So you gotta have the group.
No,
Yeah,
honestly,
talking about the
we're
Blood
looking,
DK, and it was really cool actually that the Blood DK pulled the flag right away. You guys were even saying you were expecting the Rogue to pull it and then bring it to the Blood DK, and that might be a more standard strat. But the confidence again in ABN's team, he said, no, we'll leave the Rogue back. The Blood DK can pull it on his own. That was pretty impressive that he made that call.
And then scenes with the smoke bombs were just on point, 100% game-changing bombs right there. He landed 2 of them, just got the cap, secured the cap, just truly well played by Unseen's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the
Nice.
two arms
to top
were-
it off, actually, like, honestly, look at the BM. He's running some kind of a zoom, man. This is just awesome to watch. Like, we don't see Demo Locks. We see Destro Locks a little bit. Affliction for the most part. We don't see Arcane Mages. And what I like about ABN is he brings those classes and he prefers basically skill over meta. And this shows here game in and game out, because essentially he gets those like underrated specs and he makes them work. And I personally admire him for that. Great job, man.
He did a very good job with that. I mean, he brought in the Arcane Mage, he brought in the Demo Lock, he brought in the Blood DK. It's a crazy comp. You don't see it ever. And the thing about it is that this is where the meta is going. These guys are willing to try new things. They're willing to change up their comp. And I think that if Alba wants to compete, he's got to change it as well. He's got to counter this. That's the meta game. You got to counter the meta. How do you think he can do this?
And to be honest, I don't know about you guys. I think we all play RBGs here. I cannot wait to see this meta on live, and I think it's going to happen.
Okay. Here's the big one. Guys, guess what the next map is?
What is it? Lay it on me.
Deepwind Gorge.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be interesting.
Wasn't expecting that.
I was not expecting that at all.
I was not expecting at all.
That's
honestly,
crazy.
dude, honestly, two rogues
Yeah.
on that map, it's going to be tough.
I don't know what he's got planned. I really don't. I think that, you know, he's got something up his sleeve. He's got a trick up his sleeve or something like that. So we'll have to see what happens here. I'm really excited to see this game, though. Now, the thing about it, Deepwind Gorge, very big potential on this map. If he brings the double DK, the triple, I doubt a triple DK, but he'll probably bring a double DK here and just try and get the grip slows. But the thing about Deepwind here, it's the comeback map. You know what I'm talking about? You can get comebacks on that map no matter what happens. There's always a way to do it. The carts are just absolutely insane for it.
Also, keep in mind that Alba runs 2 DKs, and 2 DKs gripping and actually controlling the flag carrier, it's huge on this map. So I think that we can actually see Alba running cards faster than Team ABN, just because they're bringing 2 DKs into the fight.
Yep.
I don't know. I think what we're seeing here is we're seeing a team that know they've lost the team fight. They know that they were doing okay in the FC map. They just need to kind of secure that a little bit more. And so what are they going to go to? They're going to go to an FC map more or less with more flexibility. It's an FC map with added nodes, so it's going to allow them to move around and do those side maneuvers like we were seeing in the original Gilneas game. You know, they were trying to shroud from hill to go to LH, or shroud from hill and go to Waterworks and kind of juke the team. It's not going to work against ABN. Maybe it'll work on a flex map like Deepwind Gorge, hopefully, to get the win.
Absolutely. And the thing about it, you know, it is, like I was saying before, the comeback map. You can come back on this map. Even if you're down 1,300 to 0, you can still come back with that cart. It's a really strategic map choice. I don't know why he necessarily chose it, but I think that he chose it because he believes that he can come back on this.
There's still a team fight in mid.
There is a team fight, but he can avoid it, is the thing. He doesn't necessarily have to contest mid. He can contest the Pandarin mines and he can contest the Goblin mines. He doesn't necessarily have to contest mid, which I think is really favorable for them right now. They don't really want to team fight them head on, so that would be very good.
Oh, there's a lot of ways to win that map. You could 3 node and no cap. You could 2 node and cap. You could 1 node and cap the 1 and run and just spin third. Like there's plenty of flexibility in this map. So
and mid is the shortest route to cap the cart too, guys. You gotta remember that. So
right, yeah.
Advantage.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, we're going to go to a quick break here, guys, and when we come back, we will have Game 3 on Deepwind Gorge. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're about ready to get queued in here to Deepwind Gorge. This is going to be the third map here, and it will determine who the semifinalists will be. ABN needs 1 game to go to the semifinals. The average Joes need a game to stay in it. Who is going to win this match? Guys, let's get right into it here. And it looks like...
actually, let's give a quick call out to Team ABN. Everybody, do a hashtag ABN if you're rooting for Team ABN. And everybody who's rooting for the average Joes. Average Joes just like us. Do a hashtag average Joes. Come on, guys, get hyped. This could be potentially last matchup for average Joes.
And as you saw there, we had the Giga Desecration cam on the stream, but it's all good. It's all good. All right, let's take a look at their lineup here. Signups, I think you're going to want to reload UI here because the nameplates aren't displaying properly. That can happen, but we should be all good to go here as we get into the next game. Now, the average Joes versus ABN. This is the final matchup here. It truly is. And they're going to be on Deepwind Gorge. Now, the thing about it, we're just going to reload into the game here real quick. They need to get the bases. They need to get the cards, and they need to run it as much as they can. If they want to come back on this map, what the average Joes really needs to do is capitalize on the comeback potential of this. ABN, he simply needs to force team fights. If he can force team fights, he's going to win this game. If they can avoid team fights, the average Joes, they can win this game. It's all going to come down to this, though. Lad, what do you
I
think?
definitely want to see utilizing double decay, double grip, man. Every single time, your flag carrier just cries when there's 2 decays because they immobilizing and demoralizing like flag carriers, and especially right now because the flag carriers usually like rogues cannot just burst of speed out of the snares. It's on a mini cooldown of 3 seconds. 2 decays can line up their chains really well and not let Ansinski, if he's a flag carrier, move freely and get that card. So I definitely think the card advantage, based on the comp, goes to the average Joes.
Absolutely. And here we go. We are game 3 here on Deepwind Gorge. We're going to be looking at the map movements here real quickly. Looks like Exaro, who's going to go ahead and he's going to try and contest the Goblin Mine here at the bottom. We're going to see who he's going to get met with. Looks like they're actually going to meet him here. Actually, yeah, they've got about 5 players there. And we're going to have our first team fight of the game. Exaro dropping the Ring of Frost onto the flag. And it's going to be Homicide X. He's just trying to push in and see what he can do. They're going to try and get as much pressure out here as possible and try and get the space. But Wrecked, he's already dropping dangerously low here. And he may possibly go down here. Not forced to pop the cocoon just yet, but he may be right now. Yeah, it comes out just at the very end there. And you see that Blake actually drops down as well on ABN's team with cocoon. Or excuse me, that's just a glitch frame.
Yeah. So I think at this point, actually, props to Team Albo. Keep going, guys. There's 1 healer's down. They need to get more on the healers. They need to see one of the healers and get the score on the second one. Then Team Albo can actually win the team fights. But look at actually Vampy is going low. He's going down at the moment. So much damage coming out of the Team ABN.
So much damage, tons of damage, and you look over here, it's Return. I mean, he's dropping dangerously low as well. He's probably going to go down here. I mean, he doesn't really have many deters left. Homicide X, of course, forced to pop the AMS just at the last second here. And, yeah, it's just really big pressure from both of these teams. ABN, of course, pushing it out, trying to push the team fights best he can and do exactly what he does best. And we have
those team fights going. So, at this point in time, I kind of want to see, actually, on the camera, I want to see Team Albo running the cards. I want to see if actually anybody of them running the cards. They should not be focusing on the team fights because main strength of Team IBN right now is team fights. It's like well-coordinated kills and games. So I want to see some card action here as well and some more tactical gameplay.
I feel like they're going to wait on it, though. I think that they're going to wait for the 200 points. And then they're going to start running it. Because the thing about it, you're not going to get as many points. You're not going to put the other team as big of a disadvantage if you just start running that card out from the beginning. And you look at your Return here. He's coming down to the mines, and he's actually going to probably try and Ninja Cap this on the Warlock there. See what he can do, but they're going to contest top right now. And, of course, the points begin to flow in for ABN at the beginning of the game. And frames, of course, are a little mixed up here, but it's all good.
All right. So at this point in time, I want to see the Return versus Demolock. I want to see who actually gonna win because Demolock looks like he's dropping dangerously low. He's down to 30% HP. Will the team actually be able to somebody to peel, or will the
Walk of Shame dropping as well? He's at 4% here. Was he? I think he was sitting the base down to the bottom. They actually maybe get a cap here. Wow. Lethane as well. He's dangerously low too. Bubble came out, and he's gonna get stomped here. And it looks like the Hunter as well. He's also taking major pressure. They may have killed somebody out there to try and get the base. Yes, they did. And right now, Walk of Shame, he is sitting in that graveyard right now, and they're just trying to hit the space for what they can. They're going to have to be forced to run cards here and try and hang on to this series. As you can see, Blake also dropping dangerously low here on Team ABN. And Walk of Shame, he's going to be coming back.
I definitely, I love those. I want to see more strategical gameplay. Return played extremely well, because Demolocks are probably one of the best 1v1 classes right now in the PTR because of the mastery buff. And I saw Walk of Shame palming that Demon Soul, and Return did an outstanding job of actually blocking some of that damage. But look at the Homicide. Homicide is dropping damage low. He's popping AMS, and Return is actually down to half HP. Will we see some kind of play by ABN? I really want to see some of the ninja caps going on here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what they really need to do. Albo needs to focus on the ninja caps here, and ABN as well. If Unseen, you see, now he's going off on a solo mission here. That actually may be what he's looking to do. And the points here, they're flowing in for ABN. They're trying to lock this game up very early, already up to 200 points. I think that they're going to start running cards soon, the average shows. I mean, they have to if they want to stay in this game. They don't have a base right now. They're trying to contest mid for what it's worth, but, excuse me, top for what it's worth. But, I mean, they're just trying to hang on at this point. Full poly out on the Blake. And it looks like
look at the monks.
That drops down very quickly here. And Smexon also facing major pressure along with that. But Homicide X at 20% as well. And he looks like he's going to drop down. And Lethane just trying to hang his team on. He's going to pop wings. He may be able to pick them up. Relap's going to pop an AMS as well. And they're focusing pressure into that pally for as much as they can.
But look at the Blake is down. Team IBN is down on 2 healers. They're actually losing a team fight. Albo is actually pulling it out. Look at this. Maxing is down to half HP. They're actually focusing on Asperus as well. I like this pressure coming out of Team Albo. He did a really good job motivating his team. Let's keep going. Let's see where it actually brings in. I want to see that team fight at the moment.
They're back in this right now. They are back in this right now. Xarus, they're forcing blocks on Xarus. They're getting the fears out. They're forcing it on Spexen, and they're trying to split these reses up. Xarus, look, he drops Dangerous. Look, he's dead right now. These guys are winning the team fight. This is huge for them. I did not expect that on this map. Look at this. They're actually trying to pressure Asper as well, the Boom Kid. Specs, I mean, this is just major pressure for them right now. If they can keep this up, they may be able to come back, but they gotta run the cart because ABN right now, he's got a 600 lead advantage, and they're not going anywhere with that. They gotta run the carts. So, unless they start that soon, they have no points right now. And that's the
yeah, definitely. And I look at this, wow. ABN is actually running the cart. ABN, that crazy maniac. I love him. It's awesome.
The Arcane Dream, ABN. He's actually going to be blinking through the map with that card, so very smart move there. But I think that what they're going to do, Albo here. Now, we talked about the 2 DKs, right? And he actually did choose to run that, which is very surprising. But they got to make use of it. Otherwise, it's not worth much. Double Pillar of Frost, they're trying to put out pressure, but it looks like nothing much is happening. The only pressure that's coming out is onto them. ABN running the flag through middle here. He wants to put out pressure as well. He wants a piece of this team fight, he's saying, as he gets right in. They're not able to stop them. The DKs, they got to grip ABN back. And they got to stop these blinks. They have 2 DKs, so they can stop one of the blinks, but they got to compensate for the other. And he's just running this card away. He's saying, no, you're not getting 1 point this match. It's all for me. And it looks like Albo, he's actually going to take his first base here, so this could potentially be very good for them.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And I see Homicide actually running the flag. But if FrostDK running a flag, oh my god, he's going to be very locked down very shortly by Team ABN.
That's a major nightmare, honestly. If I was them, I would be running Albo on the flag right now, but you never know what they want to do with this. They might be keeping their DK with the flag. They want to get the tankiness, We talked about it earlier. DKs are really good with carrying the flags if you can get them across the field. Otherwise, they're not so good. And as you can see, they're actually trying to focus ABN here. They're trying to get some pressure on. They may be able to get a Typhoon. Cyclone actually does come out, so they may be able to stop him here, but it looks like he just needs a blink onto that cap and he'll be able to get it. So major pressure here coming out, and they are just taking all of the points of the average Joes. What do you think they got here right now?
Honestly, they gotta regroup. They actually need to focus less on team fights, and Albo have been going too stubborn on those team fights for the 3 matches, and at this point in time, I want to see more tactics coming out of Team Albo.
Exactly. Yeah, they just gotta avoid the team fights at all costs. I mean, they gotta go for the Ninja Cats here. Homicide gonna get dropped with the car. ABN's gonna be saying, take my points back today, please. And he's dropped back up to 1280. So these guys, of course, Albo, he's gonna grab the flag. He's gonna drop them back down to 1096 and see what he can do here. But at this point, unless they can really stop this flag carrier, there's not much
I really want to see actually more.
Looks like we had a quick connection issue with there, but the thing about this here, they're running the carts. They're trying to do what they can. They're trying to put out the pressure. Albo, he's running it through mid here, and he's going to get shielded by his priest. He's going to take it through mid and possibly look to get in the team fight. The average shows, though, I mean, the thing about it, ABN is so far ahead right now, they just got to focus on these carts. If they can focus on the carts, they may have a shot coming back here, but I'm not sure if I see it. Blood, are you back yet? That's all right. So I'll walk you guys through this here. So average shows, of course, very disadvantaged here. Albo's trying to run it back. If he can get some points here, he may be able to put out some pressure, but we'll have to see what can happen. ABN, he's jumping up to 1,300 points. Let's see what he can do. But you never know. So Albo, of course, taking the card up. He's running it up to the base. And this will actually be a decent points advantage for him, but ABN, he's saying not today. He's going to be taking that card as well. He's dropping down to 25% here. He's 10%. He actually might go down here. ABN does with the flag. They're able to return it. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Albo may cap this card here, but they got to have somebody ready immediately if they want to get this card back. It's going to be tough. Will they be able to do it? If I was them, I would probably be putting Helter there. I would be getting somebody who can pick up that card immediately. He's going to get Clone there, and they're going to try and stop the cap immediately. The beam does come out. But the Horde is very near victory at this point. Still have a lot of points. They still have time to come back, but it's very unlikely at this point. All they really got to do, I mean, they're utilizing Phil. They're utilizing their DK. They're trying to get the flag across the field. but it's not going to be enough. And it looks like USA Proxy, PKB, SX6, ABN is moving on to the semifinals. And unfortunately, the Average Joes will be going home today. It's been a great ride for them, but unfortunately, all roads end here. So guys, break it down for me. I want to talk about this match. I want to get a little analysis here. What do you think that Albo could have done better? And of course, ABN moving on to the finals. Let's talk about their match and the one coming up here, the next series. It's going to be by Bamos versus Daticus. I mean, I think that this is one that everyone's really looking forward to.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot that can happen in these upcoming matches. That last match was really good. I think what was most interesting, at least to me, on the opening of the last match was that neither team really committed to the standard strat. You know, we were talking about maybe ABN as a player, or as a leader, excuse me, could come up with, you know, like a double mistweaver strat or something that would really knock our socks off. And maybe Heltor could do something like the jukes that we saw in the early match, or the early game. But both teams basically juked each other. They're like, well, I know he's thinking about me thinking about that node. I know he's thinking about me thinking about me thinking about that node. So I'm going to go to this node. And they both ended up with the same team fight in the same node on that south cap. And I think, honestly, it kind of hurt Heltor. It helped AVN. The first kill was actually on AVN's team, but it wasn't enough. You know, they kind of just traded healer kills there, and they recovered pretty quickly from that.
Smexon's damage was just incredible that game. I mean, he was keeping up with the locks, Affliction War locks, which is just great for Arms Warrior, you know?
Unfortunately,
as an Arms Warrior.
Unfortunately, due to a connection issue, I missed a little bit of that game, but I did see the second half, and one thing I really loved was how they had ABN running the cart. Those blinks, I mean, you can't use any movement speed increases with the cart. So blinking is like one really awesome way that you can just shoot ahead with the cart and, you know, get it across a little bit faster.
I think he's got the glyph for it too.
Yeah, which helped I'm sure it helped a lot. One thing I did really like is how kind of the Average Joes kind of gave us a little bit of a scare every now and then. They gave ABN's team a little bit of a scare every now and then. You know, he was killing their healers and he was doing pretty well in team fights. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but made for some really awesome team fights.
Yeah, Team Average Joe's definitely could have had, you know, some more counter strats and kind of gone around Team ABN in different ways, and that could have resulted in a higher point difference. But ABN again was going for the nodes early and the flags late, and it paid off in the long run.
Yeah, they contested all three nodes right off the bat, and you know they can't too, and then the top was just.
I mean, normally the standard strat is go right from your base, and then, you know, team fight middle. Neither team actually. Truthfully did that. They kind of all collapsed on the same Pandaren and just went.
I mean, no one really likes to see the same thing, you know. I mean, if someone expects it, they like to see, you know, sometimes a curveball thrown on in there and stuff like that. So I really like how that was played.
Yeah, it was great. At one point, I believe it was Zero actually was the Zaru, excuse me, was the one that capped south, and then Phil ended up capping middle. But for a while there, with all three bases contested, Phil and Heltor were actually just kind of sitting in middle together in that little one-on-one they had going on.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, welcome back.
Awesome. Yeah, sorry, my sound went off and I had to restart it real quickly. That was an interesting match. I think at some point Team Alba was coming back, and I see a really good amount of cross-TC chain by Team Alba. If they focus a little bit more on that, they could have potentially won a team fight. My opinion, I think they focused a little bit too much on the team fights. ABN was forcing them to team fight, and they were kind of playing into his hand as well by allowing ABN to actually get into those team fights all the time. We saw in the Battle of Gilneas where ABN was they had outskirts fights outside the objectives, and that was playing into ABN's hand. We saw on Warsong Gulch, again, there was too much team fighting where the Blood Decay, if anybody, Blood Decay should be walking like a freaking cripple across the entire Warsong Gulch, and no, he was running freely. So that's, I think, one of those things that I kind of wish we could have seen a little bit more of a focus on objectives by Team Alba. But overall, very well played, very exciting to watch, actually.
Good series.
Yeah, actually, they even got that node too. Average Joe's got the node, and like I said, there is definitely a strat of
and
one
the card
and
return.
If they, yeah, they could have started running at 200 points with the one node, and then eventually, you know, got the second node and turned it over. Maybe had to come back and kill one card and do the return, like you were saying. Definitely could have played that a little bit better in some of their responses. I think they might have been stretched a little thin, just on the distance of having a team fight in a node that I don't think they were expecting to actually have to team fight in.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I loved how ABN just forced on the team fight there, and that worked for him. So, Kudos to Team ABN. I am very excited about the next matchup as well.
We all
guys.
Yes. This is going to be a really intense matchup. It is by Bamos versus Daticus. Two of the top tier teams in the world, and they're about to face off. The rivalry between them, it is so intense. I am excited to see this. Guys, break this game down for me. What do you guys think?
I think that
this is the game to watch, man.
Yeah.
This is it. This is gonna affect the rest of the
This
tournament.
is what we've all been waiting for right here, I think. I mean, Maldiva on one side, Bamos, the top 1 RBG leader, on the other side. I'm pumped. I hope you guys are pumped.
Yeah, basically, I mean, Data obviously didn't start in Bamos, but at one point he was playing with Bamos, and they were very synergetic together. So they know each other's ins and outs. And so you have the rank 1 RBG leader against Daticus, but Daticus knows all of his tricks, or at least he did last season. Is he going to be able to keep up with them this season? I don't know, man.
I am pretty sure Balaam is gonna have as many tricks. He'll match the trick set of ABN easily here as well.
Well, especially on 6.1.
Yeah,
you know,
6.1.
The bag
to
is
run
endless.
unconventional comp as well here, so that's gonna be interesting to watch. But honestly, I see like just a 2 master tacticians working, because Balamus, unlike ABN, he doesn't like to force team fights. He likes to play more on objective base, so we probably gonna see more objective team play here as well out of this series at the moment.
I think so as well. You know, Bylamos, he's all about the strategy. He's a master tactician. He knows every single strat on every single map. He's ready to go. Now, I really want to break down the map stuff. So let's talk about the coin toss here. They're about to go into that, and we'll see who wins that. But I think if Bylamos wins the coin toss, let's talk about his best maps. So Temple of Katmogu and Silver Shard Mines. I mean, those are his bread and butter. If he wins that coin toss, that's what he's going to be choosing. That is going to honestly give him just such a big advantage if he can get that maps, because that's what he's prepared for. That's what he's trained for, and that's what he's ready for. I mean, have you guys seen?
I mean, Bamos actually at one point, more or less, came up with a new meta for Katmogu. A lot of the kiting strats that we now see on Katmogu grew out of his knowledge of how the point system on that map actually works. And it's a really difficult point system, and they've manipulated it a few times without giving us the full knowledge. He went in, he did his math, and so we have complete outside strats all the way to start zone and start zone. We have drop middle, which you see in most random BGs, or to some extent even to 2K RBGs, where you need the healers get lined and the team doesn't have the coordination. Then there's also the middle kite strat, aka the racer strat, where you just you run around and you go to the next orb that's available, and you make sure you move as a group.
I think Bylamos.
I'm really excited to see Bylamos' team play on Temple of Katmogu. I really hope that they pick Katmogu, because Katmogu, like, I really love that kiting strategy, and I hope that he chooses to go with that strategy over the middle strategy, because I feel like that strategy is a lot more fun to watch, and it's a lot more intense, I guess you could say. Slowing the other team, kiting around pillars, and it can also make for some really sticky situations with healers, because as a healer myself, those boxes on Temple of Katmogu are a real pain in the ass to heal when people just run around them. And
I don't think line of sight's going to be a big issue for this particular team, but I would like you said, I would like to see some outside kite strats or some inside kite strats. It's just going to depend on when they pull orbs, how long have they held the orbs, and how well are they doing in the team fight.
I think Bylamos' team fight's underestimated. I think if you do underestimate it while you're playing against him, he's quickly going to wipe your team. And then again, Data does got Maldiva. Maldiva's, I'm pretty sure he'll be top damage every game. He's one of the best locks in the whole world, guys. Not just NA or EU, but the whole world. Maldiva, I think, is unmatched. And he's definitely something to lock down in these upcoming matches.
Plus that Maldiva, he's been practicing that PvE rotation.
Yeah,
man. He's got that 1-3 on lockdown right now.
I think it's definitely going to be scary having Maldiva on the team. It's tons of damage coming out. Honestly, if I was Bylamos, I would probably not play Temple of Kogmo as much as possible. It's his ace in the hole. It's his winning card, winning play, winning trick. It's the one that he kind of very familiar and the strongest on. And I honestly, if I was him, if he had a good amount of dominance going on, I would not pick Temple of Kogmo for a sheer purpose that I don't want to. His contenders, his top EU teams see that map going on and then kind of readjust during the till Sunday, readjust their strats to actually match his and win against it.
That's a good point. I mean, he could save Katmogu. He could save Katmogu for when he needs it the most. Say he's down 0-2, and either he plays Komogu and wins and saves himself, or he gets kicked out. I mean, unless he's put in that position, I don't think he will try and use Komogu because, like you said, Reinhardt, other teams may observe it.
All right, guys. Well, hey, I'm excited to get into the matchup here, and we're actually going to go to the roll real quick. But before we do that, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll update you guys on the map as we go into it. But we're about ready to get queued up here for Game 1 of Team by Lamos versus Hey QGab ABN.
Let's do it.
Moment.
Right.
Okay, really quick, guys. Let's do the roll. Bamos picked Tails, which is 2. Daticus is 1. Here's the roll. The roll is 1. That's heads. That's Daticus. Daticus gets to choose the first map.
And we are back and ready to get queued in here for Game 1 of Team by Lamos versus Hey QGab ABN. This is one of the most anticipated series of the Battle of the Atlantic. And the first match, of course, Daticus did win the role, and he chose Gilneas.
I love this. They both gonna feel each other in terms of the team fights. They're both gonna adjust their strategies later on down the match, or at least I would hope so they would. This is gonna be very interesting because it's a big two powerhouses fighting and duking it out on each other, and I wanna see some team fights here. The team fight is gonna be very exciting, guys.
I'm excited for it. The thing about this is all about the team fight, but I think that what Bylamos is going to do that Albo really didn't do is that he's going to be all about the strategy. You're going to see the ninja caps. You're going to see the crazy peels. You're going to see some stuff that you've never seen before here. And I'm really excited for it, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that. And Balam is on his rogue, meaning that he will go potentially ninja caps as well.
Oh, he's ready. I'm telling you, he is ready to go. And I want to take a look at their teams right now. So, Nicholas Maldiva, Slothlord X, Nesper, Daticus, Imongo, Vamps, The Godfather. That's a very strong lineup, but they're going up against Bylamos, Rin, Jaja, Joshua Jan, I'm Jeff, 80s Fan, Jordan's, Jenny, Born Human, and Whiskey. This is a very unique lineup. Both of the teams running the double druid, both running a rogue. No hunter for both of them, but they're both choosing to run a monk. Very similar setup, but as we get into Game 1 here of Team Bylamos versus Hey QGab ABN, it's going to be quite interesting to see what they're going to do with that.
Alright guys, tell me which team are you rooting for? Do a hashtag Team Bylamos or hashtag Hey QGab ABN in our chat, and let's see which one's going to be the winning team. Let's do it. This is going to be exciting.
Alright, and we're about ready to get queued into the game here, and here we go for Gilneas, Hey QGab ABN versus Team Bylamos. Now, it looks like Bylamos is actually going to cap mines right off the bat here. He's going to let his team go out. It's going to be surprising, though, if he's going to leave that ghosted or if he's just going to sit it. It looks like he's choosing to sit it right now, so very interesting there. So, smart move. He's going to play it safe. And he's going to send I'm Jeff and the rest of his team here into the Waterworks fight as we get into it. And they're going to not get Berserker here off the bat. Slothlord's actually going to get that. And they're pushing in right now. And the pressure begins to roll out. They're going to start on I'm Jeff and Slothlord, of course, both dropping down. Rogue onto the Pally, Derivative, and Vamps, of course, in the team fight. They're taking a bit of pressure as well. Wings are going to get
look actually at the Team Daticus. He is dropping dangerous low. Nicholas is dropping low. Slothlord is dropping low, and the healer at the same time. There's a lot of pressure going from the Team Bylamos. But then again, I'm Jeff is actually getting focused.
It's getting countered right back to them. They're sending it right back to them. They've got the reflex. They've got the trash. The wings are coming out. The deter is there. They've got the Dark Soul. It is back and forth with this team. It is dead even so far. I can't believe this, but Imongo, he's dropping dangerously low as well. And that's for Hey QGab ABN. I mean, they don't want him to drop. He's at 25% health, and they really need
to take a look at the Bylamos. He is dropping low. They're actually going for a ninja cap out here. So the healer's gonna peel out of the team fight from a Team Bylamos, and then that means that there are gonna be only 2 healers in the team fight for the Gilneas from Bylamos' team. Daticus better actually utilize that advantage as well.
Mongo's down. They gotta send people back here to secure these bases right now, otherwise they're gonna be in big trouble. I'm Jeff, of course. I mean, they're fighting them off the flag right now. They're trying to push them out of here as best they can. I'm Jeff. And, we take a look over here to Born Human, and Lighthouse, and it's just incredible pressure. Both teams looks like they're going to hang on to their bases so far. But Daticus, of course, trying to do what he can.
Yeah, at this point, I really like that sneaky ninja cap from Team Daticus, because that actually peeled the healer from Team Balamus, and the Team Balamus actually got 2 losses, two deaths there so far. So that was actually very well played. I want to see more of those gameplays. And Team Balamus is actually dropping, all of them are dropping down to 30% HP. Talking about the spread pressure, it takes their toll.
How about that? Life Cocoon comes out as well as Inner Will. And you look at that, and it's a big Warlock stunt on the entire team. But yeah, we have only seen a few people drop here. iMongo so far is one of the only people to drop. These teams are dead even going into this fight, and neither one of them wants to give up. This is crazy. It's absolutely insane. They're both trying to stall out the fight, both trying to keep pressure going. But Daticus, I mean, he's dropping low as well, but I don't know if they're going to be able to kill him right now. He's going to go into bear form, and they're swapping the Vamps as well.
Yeah, as well. And to be honest, I see here a little bit of pattern where Team Balamus is actually focusing more on the healers, where Team actually QGABBM is focusing more on the damage dealers as well. Here, what do you think is actually more effective strategy? Focusing on the healers or the DPS?
I think it just comes down to the leadership style. What's the more effective leadership style? Free main or, just authoritative? It's different, You can go on the DPS, you can go on the healers. It's working for both these teams so far, as barely anyone has died. I mean, you see Bylamos, they're popping their pressure right now. They're trying to get the trinkets. They're trying to get the big pressure rolling. Team Daticus, they're going to drop to 25% health here. 50% actually picked up a little bit, but they're still feeling major pressure. The rock comp comes out, and the beam goes on a derivative here out of the clone. He's going to be in major trouble. He might have to pop Aura Mastery, but he's going to try and pick his team up best they can. Big defensive cooldowns coming up, and if you look right now, Jordan's is actually out of mana, so this is looking very bad for Team Bylamos all of a sudden. Derivative, he's going to actually be able to bubble here and possibly get his team back up. They're starting to recover, but that was a major period of rot pressure for them, and they're swapping on to I'm Jeff.
As well, dude, honestly, it looks like they're playing a match of ping pong, man. It goes back and forth all the time, every single time, every single. Not a second to rest here. Constant pressure going on here at this as well. At this point in time, I think the team actually is yes, he's bopping. He's going danger slope, and their healers are right now. This is where Team Balamus need to utilize their pressure. This is where they need to show who they are. This is where they can actually easily wipe the Daticus because their healers are danger slow in mana.
That's the AMS is coming out. Cloak of Shadows, Wings. These are the very last cooldowns, and these healers are running oop. Daticus is out of mana. Derivative's about to run out of mana. Vamps is almost out of mana. They can't keep this team up for much longer unless the DPS can turn something around here. Bylamos actually may be able to wipe them here. They're going to have to peel one of their heroes out. They got to get some mana back here. Daticus, completely They got to get something rolling here. They're trying to turn it over onto Jenny here. They're trying to turn it over onto I'm Jeff. They're trying to turn it over on this Bylamos team, but the pressure is still real. They're going to do what they can, but still, both teams just barely hanging on by a thread. This is absolutely incredible. Cooldowns are being popped. Folks, this is no dampening match anymore. They're running out of mana, and I don't know what's going to happen. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is absolutely. Actually, Demon Soul also popped by Balamus's Rogue. It is fan. So there's a lot of spread pressure going on, and they need to recover from it. And I don't think at the point they have a pressure. So I think at this point, Daticus need to use his card again. He needs to send somebody over for a Ninja Cap, and he needs to have the healer peel off of the team fight. So that will again, and this is what we're actually seeing: the team fight, the peel off. So one of the healers from Balamus, if it's gonna actually peel off, then they're gonna have an easier time in the team fight. And look at the Balamus; he's down to 10% HP.
He peels back iMongo with him to sit that base, but I mean, he needs a healer right now, otherwise he's going to lose mines. He's very low, along with, iMongo's there, and they're going to try and put out what pressure that they can, but Rin, of course, major damage, and I don't know if they're going to be able to save the space or not. They're still contesting Waterworks, they're still trying to stall, but at this point in the game, they're doing what they need to do, and that's going for the Ninja Caps. Cocoon
Absolutely. Every single Ninja Cap from Team Daticus brought the results, brought the death, brought multiple actually small victories, but still victories. Like a healer is dead on the Team Balamus, and also the Rogue died here as well. So we need to see more of that, like I said, and I think that the Daticus actually can potentially turn it around and win this match.
That was a big turnaround, but Jenny's going to go down here. It looks like he's getting some pain suppression. They actually may be able to pick him up. Wow, what a play! They're picking him up last moment, but they're able to actually put out the pressure. Both these teams, they're putting out the pressure. They're trying to do what they can. it's like a ping pong match, back and forth. Derivative getting some mana back, Daticus getting some mana back, and Bams all at half mana. Jordan's now along with Born Human. These guys, they're starting to feel the pressure here on Team by Lamos. It's just back and forth though. What they really need to do now, they got to peel off. They got to get the ninja caps. They got to set something else up, because right now it's just a spin fest here at Waterworks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Ninja Cap's strategy definitely will. But Whiskers actually went down, and I think at this point in time, Team Balamus's healers are also running out of mana, while Team Daticus actually did drink some of that and gain some of that mana back. So I think actually at this point, Team Daticus in at a small advantage in the team fight. They need to keep utilizing that, and I think I want to see some swaps onto the healers as well, and some cross-CC chains.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're putting out a lot of pressure right now. They're pressuring these healers, but of course they're rezzing pretty instantly. They're able to get back into the fight, and they're able to stall it out just a little bit longer. This, folks, I think this is going to be a very long game. We're already many minutes in, and we haven't seen anybody cap Waterworks yet. Both teams are still keeping their mines. I think that what's going to happen now, you're going to see Bailamos maybe ghost mines and maybe peel out. Probably not. I mean, he wants to keep it safe at this point, but you're going to see somebody, probably actually Jenny would be the best one. So either he'll have Jenny peel back and sit mines, or he may peel out himself. We'll have to see. But as you saw there, Slothor does go down, and Nicholas forced to pop an AMS. Back in the team fight here, Rind at half health along with Jordans and Jenny. They're both taking a lot of pressure here. Bailamos is going to have to do what he can here to recover from this fight. Both teams, though, it's a ping-pong match back and forth, and we're going to have to see what happens as the Hodge goes out on the Jordans.
Yeah, also keep in mind that Team Balamus used a lot of their offensive pressure right now. They're actually down to the bomb, they're down to those Demon Souls, so there's not a lot of spread pressure going on at this point. And actually, this is a perfect opportunity for Team Daticus to actually get backed up on mana, get actually filled up for a next row of cooldown that's going to be coming out of the Team Balamus. And Javage actually dropping Dangerous Load down to 20% HP, and he got, I think I said a mess.
Yeah, he's going to get picked up here by Jordans. I mean, they're trying to do what they can. Born Human, he's picking up the team. It looks like, I mean, they're already back up to full, and now their healers, they're going to try and drink. It looks like Jordan's trying to go off, get some line of sight, and get some mana back. But Jenny, he's going to drop down along with Black Jeff. Wow.
That execute, man. Gotta love that execute.
Crazy. Rind as well, taking major pressure here. Jordan's just trying to bubble them, do what he can. Joshua Jan, he's going to actually bubble himself here, and he's actually going to get a bop. So that was a big overlay mistake there in Team by Lamos. The pain suppression does go out in the Born Human, but it isn't going to be enough. He's completely Jordan's at 38k mana, along with Joshua Jan, who's at 69%. So they're going to see what they can do. They're going to try and pick up this team fight, and the Foe Fury does go out on a Nesper.
At the moment, if you look at it, actually all the healers on the Team Balamus are This is the perfect opportunity for Team Daticus to actually take a lead in this team fight. They need to put out more spread pressure than anybody else. Malzima popping Demon Soul, there is a good amount of pressure coming out of Team Daticus, and we will see that damage actually gonna sink in very, very shortly, and that's gonna give Sloth Lord Heaven match made in heaven, because he's going to execute the enemy team, and I want to see some of those gameplays happening as well. 80's fan is dropping Dangerous Low down to 15%, Rind and Yaya is going Dangerous Low as well.
Yeah, exactly. And Born Human, he gets the full kitty. He's going to be forced to bubble here. That's one of his very last defensive cooldowns. He's still got some mana, but he doesn't have much left. I'm Jaja, going to get bubbled in. If you look, they're swapping on the Joshua Jan. He's got that 1 minute cocoon, and he's going to pop that on himself. The full stun come out in the team, and they're taking major pressure here, but I want to swap it over to Team Daticus real quick. He's also going to get cocooned. Massive Jam is going to go down very low, and Nicholas, he's going to be forced to pop an AMS. These guys are both putting out the pressure. They're both putting out the damage. It's the Ping Pong match. You can title the stream that Ping Pong Match 2014. This is absolutely insane. No team wants to give up, and they're saying, I'm not going down easily. Now, you
honestly, AJ, at this point, I think I'm watching a Rocky, and not a Rocky series, man.
Can we play
the way they took it out in the ring. Yeah, this is. Oh, Daticus actually dropping them, so he got Bamos.
Wow, look at that. He drops down immediately, but he's going to get that res quickly. Wow, these res times are just coming back up. Very opportune points. Nesper also dropping down very low. He's going to get in the bomb here. He's at 8k health. He's going to pop the Cloak of Shadows. Will he be able to advantage off of this? That is the option. He's trying to get some line of sight, and he may well escape this, but the full kidney comes out, and it looks like he may be dropping. And look, Jenny jumps down as well on the team by Llama. She dropped. God, she got destroyed. And I want to talk here. 80's fan also pops Dark Soul, but Wix drops down as well. Now Team Bailamas is starting to feel the pressure. Two of them are on a res. 80's fan also dropped to 25% here. The AMS comes out from I Am Jeff. He's going to drop down though. He's going to get a light cocoon though. The Holy Pally is basically the only healer up with the Monk. He doesn't have a bubble right now, and they're just trying their best to keep their healers alive. If Daticus can split this team here, this could be really big turnaround for them as they move into the match. Mashalamo on Team Daticus also taking big pressure, 12%, and he's going to get picked up at the very last moment.
Absolutely. You know what I actually see? I see a really great strategy executed. I was wondering why Team Daticus did not focus the healers. Why? Because they don't want them dead. They wanted them to run so that the Daticus team can actually spread a lot of pressure from 2 lags, and that's what we're seeing happening right now. Both of the healers on the team by Bamos are and right now there's a lot of spread pressure and a lot of CCs coming onto the healers, and they have nothing.
85 just dropped. Bamos goes down as well. Now can we go over to mines real quick? This could actually be major pressure. They may be looking to possibly take this base. He's going to get a res instantly here, and he may be able to save it, but I mean, I want to take a look over there right now, and let's just see if these teams are going for Ninja Caps. I wasn't sure. I don't believe Bamos was in that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Imongo, he's going to sit Lighthouse. We're going to take it over Lighthouse real quick. Imongo sitting Lighthouse, still no pressure. Let's take it back to the team fight here real quick with Jaja. Now, Jaja, he's at 50% here, and they got Joshua Jan, still The thing about this map, they're on the full res timers. They got to play the meta. They got to play the maps, and they got to play the comp. What they have to do here, and I think it's very smart that they're focusing the DPS. Rot the healers, because if you kill the healer, they're going to res very quickly, and they're going to be right back in that mid-fight with pretty much full mana. So at this point, you got to rot the healers. You got to do what you can. Jaja, he's dropping dangerously low here, and I believe that Bamos just has barely a slight score advantage here. But I'm not sure if that's going to count as a win or a tie. We'll have to see if they can get a base here, but they're just barely holding on. Wiz K going to go down, and the bubble's going to come out from Born Human. Shio's going
Team Daticus actually went down as well, so the Team Daticus is actually down to 2 healers. So now this is actually going to be another ping-pong match where the Team Balaams need to put out their offensive pressure as much as possible to force defensive play from a Team Daticus, and we're not seeing this happening.
Jaja goes down right there. 80's fed, he's popping the Dark Soul, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to go down as well. He had no defenses left. The Cloak of Shadows coming out from Jenny, but they're swapping on the I'm Jeff. They have to Hodge out. Daticus is saying, I want this base, and you're not going to get it today. He's pushing into them, and they're trying to wipe what they can. But Bailamo's still hanging on. He says, I'm not giving up yet. They're on the person with Joshua John. He's dropped to 50% here. Jenny also at 50, and they got to have Born Human on there. The AMS comes out for Black Shot. They're trying to put on the pressure that they can. And then we have the big shields coming out on the Joshua John. They're trying to wipe them. They're trying to put the pressure out, but it may not be enough here. Reinhardt, I'm going to take it back to you. What do you think that they can do?
Absolutely, I'm seeing a great place. But I see that Balamas healers actually went back up. At this point in time, Balamas does have a small score advantage. So, alright, Rin is actually going dangerous low. I'm Jeff is dropping down, and Jordan is actually dropping low as well.
He has
we will see the execute.
Yeah, wow, he pops his last name as Life Cocoon does come out as well. He's running the Glyph of Regenerative Magic, but it's not going to be enough. Jordan's popping the shields, and they're trying to keep the team up. And it looks like Joshua John, he's also dropping down very low as well. So I am Jeff here, Jenny, very low. The pressure is out on Team Bailamos as both players continue to die. It is well fought from both these teams so far, but they're going to need to get a base if they want to wrap up this game. The full Asphyxiate comes on to Born Human, and Jordan is also dropping dangerously low. He's going to get caught up in a shockwave here, but he's going to get picked up by his Mistweaver. Jenny also dropping dangerously low as well. The bop comes out on the Born Human, but should he shave for the Rogue? Apparently not, because he's going to pop his Cloak of Shadows. And now I want to turn it over here to 80's fan as well. He's dropping dangerously low. And Bailaps, of course, Daticus, his team is fully topped out. They're rotting. They are rotting Bailamos right now, and they're going to keep this up. Talk to me here. I mean, look at this. The whole team is going down here. Bailamos is starting to drop. Daticus could may well get this base here if they're able to put on a big split res.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a great gameplay. You know what I actually want to see right now the most, man? I want to see Imongo go on Ninja Cap on Bailamos at this point in time, because Bailamos is going to focus to play defensive as...
They got Waterworks!
Vance got it!
Vance is going to take Waterworks! Oh my gosh, and Hey QGAP ABN is going to get the base at the very last moment after a very well-fought team fight from both the teams. It's going over the alliance right now, and Bailamos has very little time to recover here. It's still at 800 points. They could still possibly come back from this, but what they need to do right now, they got to go for the Ninja Caps, and I think that what you're about to see here is an absolute shit show. Pardon my French. But these guys are about to go cap bases. They're about to peel off. You're about to see some crazy strats come out. That's what I think. I highly doubt that Bailamos will contest this base at this point. He knows better than that. And as you can see here, it looks like they're actually pushing over to... they're pushing out of Waterworks right now, so... I'll have to see what can happen here, but Bailamos knows better than to contest this. He may well send somebody from the Lighthouse. We'll have to see.
I honestly think right now, at this point in time, Bamos is a little bit desperate in his way of thinking, and from desperation comes a creativity, in my opinion. And I think I'm gonna see Bamos changing his meta completely, changing his positioning, and try to go for as much split pressure and the ninja caps as possible as well.
Exactly. They're going to try and get the ninja caps. They're going to try and get the split pressure. That's all they can do right now. HQ got BBN. They got the base. I mean, this is the Battle of the Atlantic. They're not going to get a stealth cap on this base at Waterworks. They have to get a full team wipe. And as you saw how long that lasted, but I may be misspoken here because Danicus drops down quickly. They're saying, AJ, you're definitely wrong about me. I can put this team fight out. I can put out the pressure, and I can drop 2 of their healers right off the bat. The DPS are going to sit a full fear. And by Bamos, he's saying, look, I'm going back into this mid fight here, and I'm not taking any shit from this Danicus guy. Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, Danicus actually need to do their best right now to protect derivatives. Their DPS need to protect their only healer left in the team fight until Danicus and Vam's gonna reinforce it, because they're down to 1 healer and they don't want to see him dying at the moment right now. Danicus again is dropping dangerous low. He just came in the fight. He's like, hey, I want to take a piece of that action, and Bamos rejects it. He's like, no, go back to the graveyard. Derivative is dropping dangerous low, but Danicus actually down to 15%. Will we see him going down? Will we see some of that crazy damage and burst coming out of the Bamos' team?
Derivative's going to drop down as well here, but I mean, he's going to get a res. He's come back into the fight. All they got really right now is to keep them up. They've got Danicus, they've got their Monk, but they got to put out as much pressure as they can. Marmicella, he's dropping down very low. He's going to drop as well. And the pressure swaps over to Team Bamos here as they start to wipe them in the mid-fight. They're focusing Danicus. They're trying to focus the healers. They're trying to do what they can. He's going to set a full life cocoon here, and Bamos still trying to contest his space. It's becoming now or never, and it's coming down to the wire. They're going to need to send a rogue off here. They're going to have to capture a base. They're going to have to do something new. I don't know. Yeah. Danicus is just resting right now. He's coming back in. They're wiping them, but it's not going to be enough. They don't have enough time. They got to focus another base right now. And I think that you're really going to see that in a moment here.
Yeah. At this point in time, I think that Bamos is like saying, okay, you can my healers, but I'm going to kill your healers because Danicus is going down as well through a coordinated burst.
Oh my god, wow. It's just the most insane pressure for both these teams. Neither one of them want to give up. Danicus' team, he's dropping dangerously low now. Maybe they got a little too cocky when they got this base, but they just got to hang on right now. They're going to be telling Danicus is probably telling his team right now, look guys, you got to battle res. You got to get to this flag. We have to hang on to this base. Hang it on for me for maybe, 10 more points, and we can get this recap, make it a very close game. But the thing about it is that it's not going to be the 1,300 points like usual. By Bamos, he has to get 2 bases, and he can get that at a very extended period in the game right now. It's not like it's 1,300 in general. It can go to 1,400, maybe even 1,450 for the point difference right now.
Yeah, at this point in time, honestly, they need to peel as much as possible. They need to possibly even bring Mango, sit somebody else at the lighthouse, because Bamos is absolutely crushing Team Danicus in the team fights right now. This is what we're talking about. Bamos got the pressure going. He lost the first initial flag, and he turned around and he actually duking it out on Team Danicus at this point.
Check this out, Jenny, he's peeled off right now. It looks like, oh my god, are they actually going to get Waterworks here? Can we take a shot back to Waterworks real quick? Oh my gosh, they get it! They get Waterworks! Oh my god, and Bamos is coming back! I cannot believe this! The score is very close right now. It's 14-62. They gotta get another base here, or else they're not gonna lose this. The one base is just not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough time for them to catch up. It's a very close game, but it's just a little too late. It's 14-70. But Danicus right now, he's just saying, I gotta hold this base. I'm peeling everyone back to Lighthouse here, and I'm just gonna sit this for now. Very incredible effort here, out from Bamos. But the points are just ticking in here, and right now, unless Danicus can't hold on to this, it's going to go in favor of HQ God ABN. Wow.
Very well played. This was highlight of this tournament. This was a great matchup. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed watching it. Tons of action, non-stop damage, non-stop kills. One person kills the other on one team, then the team turns it around. I do like the strategy from Danicus in the beginning. They were not focusing the healers. They ran them they ran the entire team with a double lock. This was a very forward thinking by Danicus. But Bamos took that strategy and he's like, alright, you wanna play this game? I'm gonna kill your healers and over and over healers. I think their healers spend more time running back to their corpses or running back to the team fight than they were actually healing in the second team fight.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it there, I mean, that Waterworks cap, while it was impressive, it was just a little too late. It wasn't going to be enough for them to take that back. And, it was a good effort by both the teams to try and do what they can. but unfortunately, just was not enough this time around. And what we're going to do right now, we're having a few technical difficulties in Skype here, but we will take it right back over after we fix this out here in just a moment. So we're going to cut to a quick commercial here, and we will be back in just a moment to analyze these games. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are back after a few technical difficulties in Skype there, but we have them all resolved. And we are getting back into Game 2 of HeyQ-GOB-ABN versus Team by Bamos. Now, this map is going to be on Temple of Katmogu, as picked by Bamos. This is, of course, one of his favorite maps. Probably his best map overall. It's going to be really surprising to see the strategies coming out from him. I want to go back to the last game very quickly there. It was very, very intense. I could not believe that what just happened there. It was just swaps back and forth, absolutely insane. And I think going into this game, it's going to be really interesting to see how Bamos can bounce back from that.
Honestly, to be honest, man, in that match, I think I spoke more English than 18 years living back in Russia when I was trying to learn the language. That was really, really intense. It was awesome.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I mean, the last game was exactly what I expected. It was Data versus Bamos. It was the long team fight that we all thought was coming. Bale doing his typical ballsy strats. He goes to that base multiple times. It didn't pay off. There was too many people, pushing it every time. Especially the Boomy on Data's team, always seeing that ghost and instantly moving, and them having to lock it in and reset the whole thing.
Yeah,
just incredible.
I think definitely two teams showed the capability of wiping each other in team fights. I think Datakus took him by surprise when he went along the road of ooming Balamas' healers.
Yeah.
So, and I'm pretty sure he used
Can we
up
all
the
talk
Scout
about the
of
fact that Jordan's was also Priest that game? Topping heals as Priest for most of the game.
I agree. I seen
it was
that.
an odd talent choice.
Yeah, exactly.
That was crazy coming out of Jordan.
It's insane the amount of pressure that these guys were out healing on Team Bamos. I mean, you saw their mana all the time, just at 0.
Yeah. Well, the game's
And
coming
I
up
think they
live.
underestimated them after they've capped the node, and then Bamos just surprised them with the team fight and just took it. But it was a little too
that
late.
Bam's cap was impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at
All right, the teams are clashing in Katmogu now.
Yeah, exactly. And we are going to get hit here live for the very first match of the game here. Just want to make sure to change that real quick. And we begin in the Temple of Katmogu. Now, this is obviously one of Bamos' very big maps here. Definitely going to be very strong pick for him coming out here for the first game.
I definitely think so as well. Yeah. I want to see some offensive pressure. I want to see some bursts coming out of Team Datakus. And Jimmy's already going to...
Wow! Was that not on point? Jimmy drops down immediately here for HeyQ-GOB-ABN, and that is just absolutely insane pressure here coming out from the first. Now, right now, I think that what Datakus wants to do, this is his map. He's going to push into them, and he's going to try and get the orbs down. You know what I mean? He's going to get the orbs down, but what he's going to do, he's not going to pick it up. He wants to have Datakus pick him up and fall right into his trap. When they pick him up, they take the extra damage, and Bamos believes so much in his team fight that he's actually going to allow them to keep doing that over and over and over again. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. Until they wipe and they're sitting in the graveyard doing nothing. At this point, Balamas usually tries to grab 4 flags and kite like there's no tomorrow and capitalize on those 4 cap points wrecking.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to have to see what they're going to do here. The Slothor does drop down as well. And it is actually very big dominance early game so far for Team Bamos here. They've got the orbs and they're just trying to kite around the map and do what they can. They want to get grouped here. And they want to try and put out this pressure big time.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, what I've seen so far from a team fight, Datakus is really great at riding and spread pressure, and Balamas is phenomenal. Balamas' team is phenomenal at the single target gimps, quick bursts of damage. And I think Balamas kind of have a little bit of an upper hand here because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we forgot to mention at the beginning, guys, there is a few disconnection issues here going on Temple of Katmogu. So if the other teams do receive, it looks like we're actually getting word here that there was a player who went offline. We'll take a look into that just a moment here. Yeah. That wasn't the first minute of the game, so that will be a full restart here. Daticus actually did receive the DDoS, so that will be a full restart of the game. So we'll get right back into it here, and they will be restarted. And signups, if you just take them out of the game and re-queue them real quick. We appreciate you working with us here, guys, but there are some issues that do happen occasionally.
Yeah. So let's get the show back on the road in just a few moments. We're really sorry for the technical difficulties, but I think I like it because it's gonna give us more time to nerd analyze the stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to check out this game now. We got to see some of the early strats coming out there from Bamos and Daticus early game. I mean, Bamos' strategy, obviously, get the orbs, do what they can. But it'll be really interesting to see here what happens coming into this game. I actually want to take a quick break here. I don't want to analyze too much because I don't want to ruin too much of the strats. I do want to take a quick break here while we get the teams back into the queue so that we can just reassess the situation. But we will be right back, guys, after this break.
I'll start talking here, by the way. Alright, guys. Hey, thank you, everybody, for coming in. Thank you for your patience. This is the first RBG tournament that we're trying to play legitimate. There are attacks. We all know what's going on. They know that there is a lot of cheating and there's a lot of hacking going on in general. Right? We actually try to make it as legitimate and as entertaining as possible, and stuff like this happens. So thank you for your patience, because this is something that needs to be addressed. This is something that I personally feel that we need to work around, and we need to use some of the common sense when it comes to actually judging those battles. Now, if we had an infrastructure of a BlizzCon where we could put two teams against each other and we can see every single action, I believe then we could have come up with a more educated, better decision. But as far as going on right now, we have to basically play on the fly. So the first thing is the ruling in the rule book was very following. Each team is responsible for protecting their communication system, to protecting their IPs, to protecting any disconnects. Now, Team Daticus stated that there were no legitimate player disconnects. Everybody was well protected, which is nice, but their TeamSpeak got crashed, and they're suspecting part of a possible attack. So, what's going on basically? First of all, TeamSpeak is communication, and in the rulebook we clearly stated that, hey, even though this happens, it's personal team's responsibility to make sure they're well protected. That's one base. On the second base, what we're saying is the match was actually very interesting. As soon as Balamas got 3 or 4 caps and started dominating the team fight, Daticus team DC'd and they supposedly went offline, and their team spec crashed as well. Now, I'm not going to get into speculations of what exactly going on or anything else like that. I'm here just like you are, who want to enjoy the games, who want to enjoy the team fights, who actually want to try to bring the community to a better place, to actually have something going on. So with that said, first of all, on the rule 1, that each team responsible for their communication and their protection, we will rule this towards the team Balamas. I think Balamas was overall a bit of a stronger team on Temple of Kog'Maw as well because of their coordinated bursts. In the beginning of the fights, we saw the dominance, we saw those team fights. Now, it could have been turned around. Granted, there were no team speaks going down or anything else like that, but with what information we get, we need to make a decision. So this decision was basically voted by our analysts, and us, me and AJ as a shoutcaster.
Along with our refs as well.
And our refs as well. So basically, at this point, we're ruling it towards the team Balamas. Again, thank you everybody for being professional. We're asking you for a bit of more professionalism in this matter as well. Like I said, this is the first RBG tournament that we're running, and we're doing our best to come up and make it as professional and as enjoyable for you guys to watch. And yes, there comes any breaks because one, we had to develop the new software to actually be able to spectate RBGs, and nobody ever done that. And we put a lot of preparation into this, and we do our best to actually come up and provide you with a really good quality, entertaining content for you guys to watch. So with that said, we're gonna move into a team 3. And we want to see what's next in fights going on. Now, if there's any more DC issues, again, we're going to take a rulebook and we're going to actually see what is going on in general, and we're going to try to make as an educated decision as possible. But from what I heard from a Team Daticus, they should have no problem getting their voice communication dropped again. So this is something that was foreseeable. This is something we let the team know 1 month prior to the tournament. And right now, I want to say congratulations to Team Balamas, because this was like a kind of a sketchy win in general, because it didn't go to the last moment. But at the same time, I saw the phenomenal play from Team Bamos at the beginning. Great burst, the crazy C chains, and we're ruling it towards the Team Bamos. It's not because we like him more or we like Datica's team more. No. Bamos stated that.
What is it?
Dropping the tournament.
Who is? He's done.
Why? Okay.
It's unfortunate, guys.
That's fine.
At this point, you know, it is what it is. Unfortunately, we try to keep the rulings as fair as possible. At this point, you know, we want to work with both teams. We want to make sure that it works out. But unfortunately, these issues do come up. It does apply to the voice communication software only, or excuse me, the players in the game only, the ruling. So unfortunately, they shouldn't have left. It's unfortunate, but there isn't much we can do about it. The players did know the rulebook. They did know the rules beforehand, and they did agree to them. So it's unfortunate that it works this way, guys, and we don't like to rule either way in this, but in the end, if there is a disconnection issue, if there is stuff like that, we have to come to a agreement on it, and this is what we came to. So at this point, we are going to go back to a... It is what it is. So at this point, we're going to go back to a quick break here, and we're going to sort the stuff out with the teams, and then we will be back.
Okay, guys, sorry again for this shit show, for the lack of better words. So, we have a new evidence right over here. If you look at the minute 53, basically what happened is the team's pick for the Team Daticus went down. Now, in the rulebook, we stated that if before 1 minute there comes a DC or some kind of notion like that, team has an opportunity to replay the match. So, with this said, this is actually, we have actual proof that what's going on is the Skype went down, and that was according to the rulebook. Now, I know you're gonna say, oh my god, he's changing his mind, he sounds like a hypocrite. No, what happened is legitimately, basically, they got deceived, everything fell into the rulebook, and at this point in time, we're rooting towards the Team Daticus. We're gonna replay that match.
Yep. And what happened, you know, guys, it's indisputable video evidence was presented to us by Team Daticus. And at this point, you know, if they can present the video evidence, if they can prove to us that it was before that certain time period, then it will be replayed. They did present that to us. They did prove that to us. So the call will be reversed. They did challenge it, and that'll be their challenge for the game. And each team will get that. So we're going to, in the end, we have decided to replay the match. And we're going to go back to a...
Yeah. Now, in terms of justifying, not justifying, keep in mind, this is this is one of the anticipated matches of the night, and two teams are very, very on a high stress. Like, they want both of us vote into their favor, and they're both, like, saying basically, here's the proof, going back and forth. So, as much as I want it to be like a very quick transmission, hey, who gives a shit? Sorry, let's just queue another match. It cannot happen this way because we need to make sure that the both teams are well aware, and they actually want to keep on queuing. And I think Ed, now pause it again and let's see what they're gonna see.
Yep, so we're gonna go back to a break real quick, guys. We apologize for the breaks, but we want to do some giveaways for you guys, so if you can check that out right now, there are giveaways. Type giveaway in lowercase and you'll be able to win some prizes. But we apologize for the delay here, guys. We're gonna get right back into the games very quickly. We do want to keep things fair.
Give me a second, I'm getting a phone call. Alright guys, welcome back into this nightmarish of a decision. Man, is this what it feels like being a judge? I don't want that job. It's not fun. So, with that said, this is basically, we took to both teams, we took the evidence, there was one versus the other at the same time. Both decided to actually just keep going with the series. It's 1-1 so far. Let's keep watching. The rule from going forward, if there's any disease at all whatsoever, we're just not gonna count it. Like, this is by far the last back and forth bickering going on. If anything gonna happen, we might just queue into make a bonus round ABN versus winner of the series. So we apologize again for this. Try to understand, we work really hard to make it possible, to make this teams possible, to make it as legitimate as possible with the limited resources that we have. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We apologize for the delay there, guys. We're going to try and speed things up a lot more faster from now on. And we're waiting to get into both the games here. And right now,
do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind real quick, AJ?
Sure.
I just want to break that down for those of you who didn't quite catch it. So there was the first game with no challenge. There was a second game. There was a challenge after the ruling. The ruling was overturned. Both teams came together, mitigated a difference, and they're taking it 1-1, and they're moving on to the best of series, which is really great from both team leaders to come to that mitigation together. We really appreciate it. There's, obviously some some things given up on both sides, and now if you guys are unclear about the rules, here's how they break down. Within a minute or a minute and a half, if there are any DCs, there is allowed an automatic replay. You can challenge any of the rulings. The evidence will be reviewed within a time limit of 5 minutes. If the ruling is overturned, the ruling can be overturned. At that point, whatever the ruling stands as is what's going to have to happen. So the ruling after the challenge was to replay the second game. Neither team honestly wanted that for time constraints, and because neither team really thinks that game was going to affect the overall series. So it's 1-1. We're going on to the third game of a best-of-5 series with both teams now out of challenges. So there's no more challenges allowed. So any DC at this point is on the teams.
Yeah.
You're in charge of your own communication server. You're in charge of your own game. Anything that happens at this point. So good luck to both teams.
Yeah, we apologize for these issues once again, guys. We just want to make sure that the tournament is as fair as possible and that we work with both of the teams. We talked to Atticus first, then we talked to Bamos directly, and we basically came to an agreement with that. So right now we're just waiting to get right back into the games here, and just a few quick issues. We're waiting to get. It looks like Team Bamos is actually getting his team together real quick for Deepwind Gorge, but that's going to be the next map as picked by Daticus. As a result of the agreement that they came to, Bamos will take the win and Daticus will pick the next map. So Daticus has decided to choose Deepwind Gorge.
First of all, I want to thank Team Daticus for being professional and Team Bamos as professional as it can be, essentially, because it happens, right? Try to understand, guys, at the same time, because this is the list that we want to see in this tournament. What we want to see in the tournament is fighting. We want to see both teams just roll up the sleeve and just duke it out on each other as much as possible. I love that Battle of Gilneas because that's what I want to see in this tournament. Okay? And stuff like this happens. Everybody knew that this could potentially be the issue, and we're trying to address it as much as possible. Now, with that said, let's go into analyzing the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be on Deepwind here, and Bamos versus Daticus here. Now, this is going to be a really good matchup. I'm really excited to see it. Now, Bamos, of course, he is going to be probably running the car. He may actually bring out the Pharaoh Druid here. I'm excited to see that. What do you guys think?
I'm really excited.
Well, I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm really excited to see, maybe based off of how ABN played that match, where we might see some classes that aren't exactly FCs or anything like that carrying the flag, just because they have those movement speed increases, like Mage Blinks, Warrior Heroic Leaps, so stuff along those lines, because you can't move faster with the cart.
Yeah.
Giga.
Yeah, Deepwind Gorge. This is a great map. For both teams, depending on what comp they decide to bring. I think Bamos has a slight advantage on Deepwind Gorge, which makes it interesting that Data would choose that. But maybe Data with his new roster or an altered roster will somehow, he'll come up with a comp or like a new strategy that I would really like to see. What I'm looking for from Daticus's team is actually on Daticus. Like, how quickly is he going to move? So if we could, kind of keep it on him when ninjas are happening in nodes. And then what I'm expecting from Balamos's team is, who is he going to send to slow the flag? Who is he going to send to pull the flag? Those two things, slow the enemy flag, and then obviously pull. Slow his flag and pull the enemy flag. And those are what we're looking for, and those are what's going to turn games. I think you'll see the opening 1-1 bases both taken from both sides, and then either a spin third base or one team will cap the third base. Either way, it's not going to affect the overall outcome of the game. It's going to come down to how they change.
I agree. It's going to be a major team fight again in mid. If you underestimate Bamos' team fight, then we've seen it game one that Bamos actually wiped Daticus' team and took the caps. So I think that's going to be a big play. Is it's going to be a giant team fight. But I think what's really going to count in the game is who's going to cap what base first, either their mines or lighthouse.
Yep. And it looks like we are actually about to get into the game here. After a very long wait, guys, we are back once again. We apologize for that, but we are in game here for Deepwind Gorge. It's going to be map number 3. And guys, this is a very exciting matchup. I'm really looking forward to it. And both teams obviously loading in right now. So, exciting matchup. Here we go, guys. So,
I definitely want to keep this just unyielding resolve between the two teams. I really want to see that team fight keep going at it as much as possible and as serious as possible. So this is great. I'm really enjoying this. I want to see it, and I want to take it to the next step as well. I want to see the team fights. I want to see those ninja caps. I want to see those tactics going on.
exactly, yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see here what they're going to be doing. I know that Bamos, of course, he may choose to run on... Actually, where is Bamos on the team? It looks like Jenny is actually going to be leading the team. Bamos choosing to sit this one out. How about that? Check that out, guys. Now, what do you think about
that? That's interesting. And I wonder why the team Datacus is actually down to 2 players, I believe. Or 1 player.
Yeah, very interesting here. Not too sure what's going on with them. We're waiting for them to all get in the game here. There may be some issues with getting in. We'll look into that, though. Want to make sure. Yep, they are all in right now.
Perfect.
It looks like what they might be doing, Bamos may be in a call. He may be leading the RBG from the backhand, but he may have chosen to sit this one out and get Jenny in there leading. So very interesting. I was not expecting that at all.
Definitely. I definitely think this is going to be... I'm excited, man.
I am too. I want to see how this team is going to cooperate without Bamos actually leading it now. It's going to be very interesting to see. Now let's break down the rosters real quick. So we got Daticus, Nicholas, Mongo, Slothlord, the Godfather, Derivative, Vamps, Nesper, and 2 Druids on one team. And we've got Born Human, I'm Jeff, Jaja, and Jordan's on the other team. And Jenny's actually going to be leading this one. So be interesting to see. Now, here we go for Deepwind Gorge. Now, Jenny,
awesome.
They're going to be sending Jenny, the Druid, and the Mage top for Team Bamos. And it's going to be interesting to see who they send middle.
Definitely. Can we actually take a look at Nesper really quickly? I want to see where he's going and where is actually the whole team goes, because it looks like there's only 4 people in the middle, so they're going to be a minor team fight, but I want to see on the other 2 nodes and who is going to capture which ones.
Yeah, absolutely. They're contesting the mid-fight here. It looks like Nicholas is already going to pop a Pillar of Frost, and Slothor are going down to 80%. The Darkstone comes out here from Vassal, but they're not going to be landing the kill anytime soon. It's a very even fight so far, and Mongo is actually going to take a mine very quickly here, so they're already wrapping up a mine very early into the game.
But look at the Vex. Vex is actually going down. He's popped the Recklessness. The Team Balamas actually popped all of their offensive cooldowns, and Team Daticus is like, yeah, whatever, pop them as much as possible because they're not going down. Nesper's only to half HP, but so far I've seen actually, again, even team fight back and forth.
Yeah, Nesper is very dangerous as well here, but he's going to get picked up there. Now, the thing about it, they did pop a lot of the big cooldowns there, but Derivative, he had his wings up, and they were ready for it whenever. So, I mean, it wasn't a lot enough pressure, and as you saw there, Born Human, he's going to get a full life cocoon, and I Am Jeff, he's going to get an AMS as well. So, interesting stuff here. It's surprising, though, but it is what it is. So Vamps, of course, dropping it down 10% here. He's actually going to get bopped, and he's going to get picked up by a life cocoon as well. A little bit of an overlay there, but that's fine because that was probably going to get purged anyway. Full silence on to Daticus, and Nicholas popping Pillar of Frost as well, trying to put up some more offensive pressure onto I Am Jeff, who is dropping to 75%. So it looks like...
I agree.
Yep,
so
Mongo is actually going to take the Goblin Mines here as well. Go ahead.
Looks like actually the Team Balams again is playing their favorite thing. Train the healer down to the ground, because it looks like the most of the times when anybody gets low is because when they actually Team Daticus' healers get relatively low as well when they're getting trained. And right now they're actually running at the same time. Masa and Nesper going down. Nesper went down, and the Team Balam is actually doing a really great job at keeping themselves alive at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Derivative and the Godfather both have very low HP. Daticus as well. Balamas is just putting on major pressure. Nicholas also down to 25% along with Slothlord. The bubble's going to come out from Derivative, and he's going to try and pick up his team. Nesper is the only one who's dropped so far. They may be able to do what they can here. Bubble's coming out, and we'll have to see if they can pick this fight up. Right now, both teams have one mine. They're both fighting for the center mine, and it brings me back to a matchup just a few years ago. I'll mention it in a moment, though, but I want to see this here. The Daticus, the Life Cocoon does come out to him. Nicholas pops the Pillar of Frost. Godfather going to get silenced there along with Vamps. He's dropped to 50% there along with Nesper, and the pressure is feeling from Team Bamos is Born Human. He is dropping down as well. But like I'm saying here, it's a very even matchup so far, and it really brings me back to one of these matches. It was ABN versus Bylamos about 2 years
Daticus getting
ago.
killed.
Oh my god!
He goes down. Slaughter is actually down as well. Again, Bylamos trained the healer strategy actually is working in this fight. This is actually pretty exciting. But Born Human is actually also down low. There's a bob coming out of him, and it looks like they're actually picking up while Jenny is killing Spring as well.
Nicholas is going to drop here as well. He dropped at 29%. He's gone. Vamps, he's going to sit a full kidney here. He's dropped at 2%. He's down again. Malamoso, he's at 25%. Jimmy at 80%. And it looks like the Godfather is also dropping down as well. Full silence on Derivative. They're trying to land this kill on the Godfather, but they're swapping to Jimmy. Godfather, Jimmy, Godfather. Godfather's going to go down. And now they're swapping out the Sloth Lord. Sloth Lord and Jimmy. Now Derivative. Now Derivative drops and then the Sloth Lord. Back to Jimmy. Back to Malamoso. They're all going down. And they're going to get a full team wipe here. And his first mid-fight as Nesper pops his Cloak of Shadows and tries to hold on, but they're not going to have that for very long as the full team res comes up. They're going to have to stop them on the Rogue. Jenny, of course, peeling out, trying to stop all the DPS as they come in. Very smart move as Vamps drops down as well. The team is split, and they're going to have to put out pressure here if they want to get this base back. But it looks like Team Bailanos will possibly be able to get this center mine here from QGuy very early in the game. But they are coming back in pretty quickly, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I definitely like how they actually build right back up, and this is exciting. But Datakus right now is a huge disadvantage because, again, they only have one acting healer right now. Derivative is actually come back. He's trying to pick him up, but the Vamps is still out there. So if they can actually crowd control one of the healers, they definitely can kill the other one because we saw the offensive pressure made by Lamas out here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of pressure coming out from him in the mid-fight, and it looks like Imango, he's actually trying to get this mine here at top. We'll have to see what he can do there. But, of course, Daticus, he's going to be able to make it back into the mid-fight and possibly stall this out for a very long time. But, I mean, he's fighting a losing battle right now. The thing about it, Jordan's, I mean, he's at full mana. Born Human, he's at half mana. These guys, I mean, they are fresh in the fight, but they did lose the initial team fight. I think that what they really need to keep doing, just keep wearing them down, do what they can, and try and get this base back from them ASAP.
Definitely, I want to see actually the Mango versus Mage fight. I want to see what kind of who actually broke off, which healer broke off, and potentially see what's going to happen there, how that actually will affect the team fight. Mage is actually going down relatively low. And
Mango may drop. Mango, wow, he's going to drop there as well. So the full shot comes out on Daticus, and Vamps, of course, in the middle as well. So Daticus is just trying to hang on to this team fight for as long as they can. Vamps is going to sit a full kidney there, and he's got to get into a cocoon. And Nicholas is going to sit in AMS as well. So big pressure here coming out from Bailamos. Really not too many people on his team is dropping. They have the Rogue at 50%, along with Whiskey. He's at 50% as well, but we really haven't seen a lot of defensive cooldowns be brought from them. Jenny's actually going to get in a full shockwave there. Pain Suppression comes out along with the Cloak of Shadows, but Imango going to go down.
Absolutely, and you know what I see? I actually see here Bailamas kind of switched his comp around, base again against a Rotting comp because they have a Shadow Priest and they have a Lock here as well, and on top of it they have Vex, so they're kind of mirroring the strategy of Daticus here, and it's actually been working out well for them, where Daticus I see went actually more with a single target pressure, so we see a complete the opposite here in the team fights comp based from Bell for Gilneas.
Yeah, absolutely. Between these teams, it's all about the ping pong, and as you can see here, Pally, he's got to be forced to pop his bubble there along with the Monk. And a full kidney does come out onto Jordan's as well. So the thing about it here, the pressure is starting to swap out. But as I say that, Sloth Lord and Vamps, they drop down immediately along with Daticus as well. So it looks like Bailamos, they're actually able to turn that pressure around very quickly and put it right back onto Hey Q God Baby. So they're starting to wipe here in the mid-fight again. And, you know, the thing about it, they got to keep pushing on this base. If they don't keep pushing on this base, if they don't keep spinning, they're going to lose it very quickly. The Godfather and Nesper and Jimmy, I mean, they're all dropping down right here. What Bailamos needs to do if he wants to keep this, he's got to peel off. He's got to peel his Rogue off, peel Jenny off, possibly peel the Lock off, get some spins out, and get these guys CC'd as much as they can. And Jenny, it looks like he's actually running up to possibly run a car here, but, oh, nope, he's going to be CCing them as much as he can. So Vamps, he's going to drop down as well, and these guys are wiping in the mid-fight. And Jenny, very smart play out there, just trying to stop as best he can.
Absolutely. They're just trying to basically get their healers as late as possible so they can wipe the team and finally get the cap. After that, the Hyugaba ABM will be playing more defensively, and they will actually now this is kind of a turned around. Now they're gonna have to come up with something extraordinary in order to score the kill here and to score the winning strategy. What do you think is gonna happen?
You know, at this point, you know, I really think that they should go for a Ninja Cap. They keep contesting this mid-fight. They keep trying to do what they can. I mean, but every time they go back, it's a real suicide, right? So what they really need to do here, they need to try and put out some offensive pressure somewhere else. If I were them, I would probably start sending maybe Nesper or possibly their Warlock and just see what they can do at another base. Possibly you can get a Fear into a Sap or something like that, and maybe get a base. But I mean, that's what they're doing with Imango here. Even better, grab a Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Imango's capability of destruction. He was awesome. actually rarely see the hunter doing so much CC and so much damage at the same time. So I definitely like him as a hunter. I definitely enjoy watching his ninja caps here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of that, he's actually going to drop here full. And Vamps, of course, going to get bubbled by Jordan's. Excuse me, not Jordan's, but he's going to be able to pick himself up there very quickly. Jimmy, of course, at 50%. And they're in the mid-fight there. And if you see it's Team by Lamos, they're just putting out so much pressure on these guys. And look at that, their entire team just CC'd at once. It's just major pressure on HQ got Baby N. I'm very surprised that they're able to keep spinning this mid flag. They're going to honestly need to put out pressure somewhere else very quickly unless they can keep spinning this fight. At that point, you know, it's just a matter of it's going to come down to the cards.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, like if you look at the manas, actually the both healers are fully topped off. So right now, the single pressure from Team Datacus, they have to utilize that, because if they can burst somebody down, and believe me, they can, because they have a count for it. I really want to see those 1v1 gives. I really want to see some cross CC chains on the healers as well.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get the cross CC chains out there, they may be able to get somebody dropped. But right now, I think that the big thing that Team Datacus really needs to do is just turn around this pressure on the Bailamos. I mean, Bailamos right now, he hasn't even started running cards yet. Keep that in mind. And both these teams are both very much pressured right now. I mean, Bailamos, given, he's pretty relieved of it, but it's mainly Hey Q got Baby Ed that are really feeling it. If I was them, I mean, I would just start running the cards ASAP. It's going to be a very difficult road for them. I mean, they're trying to spin this mid flag as much as they can. They got to keep doing that, but they got to start running cards very soon.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely agree with that. I really want to see some card action. Again, it's just a team fight after team fight after team fight, but we want to see some tactical gameplay. Like, tactical gameplay on Battle of Gilneas, that's what actually won the Datacus a win, and I wholeheartedly agree with that one, because they were sending their hunter to Ninja Cap, and Balamos was losing a player every single time because of those Ninja Caps in the main team fight, and they fall behind, like, very, very slowly, but they did. So I definitely think Team Datacus should have some few tricks of their own as well.
Yeah, I believe they're going to pull them out very time soon. If you look at them, I mean, they're starting to wipe here in the mid-fight again, and it's just so much pressure out from Team Bailamos. They're trying to do everything they can to just force, basically, Datacus to his knees here. But the thing about it is that they're getting very good res timers. They're able to come back into the mid-fight and always kind of stall it out. Jenny, he's doing a very good job kind of sitting back and just sapping the guys, trying to stop them all they can, but obviously, it's a lot of pressure right now, and as long as Team Datacus keeps kind of like just going into this mid-fight and trying to spin the flag as much as they can, they may be able to keep mid, but, I mean, it's really going to come down to all or nothing, and I think it's really just going to come down to the cards. Datacus drops there as well, Derivative, too, and as you can see here, Nicholas is actually coming back into the mid-fight. Oh, but Joshua John, he is going to actually take the center mine now, so now this just got interesting.
Now Datacus team needs to peel off, because if they're going to lose a few people right before the rest, Balamos, wait for that. Wait, don't kill him. Ah, perfect timing. Alright, so Slaughter is actually getting another full rest at this point in time, while the entire team of Team Datacus actually got rest. Keep in mind, guys, it's on PTR, so everybody rests every 40 seconds versus what is happening now, where everybody gets individual rest timers. So this was actually very well played by Team Balamos.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, you know, as Team Datacus, this is exactly what they're going to try and do. Bailamos, he's going to try and secure his bases right now. He wants to put his people at top. He wants to put them at center. You know, he wants to get it as close as possible. And now what he's going to do as well is, it looks, as I called it, Datacus is going to try and get the flag, and he's going to try and get that across. Now, what Bailamos is probably going to do, he's probably going to try and get the flag as well and contest this. He's going to secure his bases, though, the first priority, and he'll probably run it right through mid.
Definitely want to see some card action. Finally, we're actually getting somewhere. This is actually going to be a lot of fun. So, what do you still think? Do you still think that Team Datacus will provide some pressure in the mid-fight, or are they going to try to go for the other node?
Yeah, I think at this point here, they really got to get out of the mid-fight. It's really a stall between these two teams, and it can really go either way. It comes down to very little things, very little mistakes, very little plays that are being made that are really determining these mid-fights. So what Team Datacus really needs to do, if I was him, I probably would not contest the mid-fight again. I would try and go for a different base, try and get a Ninja Cap, and like he's doing, try and run the card. I mean, that's his first priority, and he's doing a very good job with it. Send your team off, try and kill Bailamos as well. Try and kill their cart carrier, and see what you can do. He has time to come back. He definitely does. But at this point, he's really just got to focus on getting those cards across the field and getting those caps ASAP.
Definitely. So, Balam is also running the cards, so this puts Hekyuga by BM is definitely more behind as well. So, I believe they can pull it up. I just want to see some crazy action going on. Let's take a look at their both actually like mines, both sides. I want to see if there's any possible ninjas going on at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like, okay, taking up the Major in here. Nothing here at top right now. And we're going to take it down the bottom here. I'm Mongo hovering a little bit near there, but doesn't look like there's going to be too much action going on so far. I think it's just really about the cart game right now.
Here Mango comes. Just give it like 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, there he is. I tell you, it's all about the cart game right now. They're going to try and converge on him mid and see what they can really do here in this fight. They're going to try and get the cart carry down. And Jaja, you see, he's dropping. He's going to get fully bombed here. Monk is going to come in. He's going to get a cocoon off. So he's not going to drop down too fast. And Marvel, he's just getting the fly across the field as well. But I mean, the pressure, Jaja's really feeling the pressure right now. He already got life cocooned. He's already popped a lot of cooldowns. And right now he's going to get charged and he's going to get slowed. What they need to do, peel the DKs off, get the grips back. Do what you can to stop these carts ASAP. And what it's really going to come down to is who can cap the carts first. If Bamos can get it first, then he's basically going to win the game. If Daticus can get it first, and if he can consistently keep running with it, then he's going to win the game. This is the comeback map, and he's got to have a player there ready to secure the next cart whenever he caps it.
I definitely think so, but I think now their focus they got decentralized so much that I think at this point I want to see some mid action as well, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see that as well. You know, at this point, you know, Imongo is pushing top. Jenny capturing. Wow, is he actually going to get that? Very close. He tries for the bomb capture. Doesn't look like he's going to get it, though. It was a very good attempt. Very close, very close. He's just trying to get the space as best as he can.
The Godfather is peeling. Wait, he's capturing. 2 seconds left.
He's actually going to peel out here. Yeah, close shadows. Back to thoughts. No, not this time.
Good try, definitely
good try.
Like I like how Balamas is having extra node, but they're not relaxing even one moment. They keep running the cards, they keep trying to ninja cap, they're trying to stall as much as possible. They try to throw Daticus's game off right now. They know they're winning, they know that the enemy team has to play their card, but they're still relentlessly trying to get those caps, man.
Yeah, exactly. And Jenny here, he's going for the 3 cap. I mean, Balamas, he wants
He got it.
He gets it. He gets it just like that. They're going to take the 3 cap here at Deepwind Gorge. And wow, I mean, at this point, you know, all Daticus can really do is grab the cart. But at this point in the 3 cap, going to be really tough to come back. I don't know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, I think Balamas actually got it pretty secured here as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Very good game in the series here.
Very, very well played. That last cap was actually pretty phenomenal, I would say too. So I really don't want to see Daticus team get despaired here. Right now it's 2-1 in the favor of Balamas, and they're picking another map. I definitely think they can pull off the win here as well for next
Exactly, map. Yeah. You know, the thing about it, this series is just so highly contested, and I really think it's going to come down to tiebreakers. It's a very, very close match either way. So good effort on both the teams, but you know, it really comes down to the mid fight, and it really comes down to who is going to shape up better when you come into this.
Definitely.
It was Bylamos. So very interesting. Bylamos himself not being in the match, but either way, pretty cool stuff.
All right, let's get those analyzers here, guys. Let's get some discussion here. Let's actually, because this is actually fun.
Jenny with the ninja cap just to secure it. Jeez.
Well,
I really
liked
that game so much. That was a good game. I liked the the back and forth in middle. The ping pong battle, if you will.
Ping pong.
No, I really enjoyed how Team Bylamos really had Daticus' team pretty much at their mercy the entire game. They were just constantly running back, so they never had their full team, and they were killing off res timers. And I mean, that's how you're going to win team battles. And it was a little too late when Daticus' team realized, hey, yeah, we can't fight these guys in mid. And unfortunately, that made them lose.
Yeah, well, to be honest, also, in addition to that, what I want to say is I like how the Jenny played it out, to be honest. Like, it was just fun to watch. He failed the first cap. So, I guess Daticus' team got like, okay, we're going to just chill out a little bit, got relaxed here. He might not coming back. Jenny might go for the killing the flag to somewhere else. And Jenny's like, no, hell no, man. I'm going to cap it again. And Daticus, I don't think he even saw, like, he couldn't even foresee him capping it again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, think about it. They got that pressure in mid. They got the team fight going. And after that, Bylamos just dominated there from the beginning. And Daticus was really put on the defensive. And because of that, when they were able to do that, it really threw him off his game, I think. They did a really good job with getting the carts halfway through the game there. As soon as they lost that mid fight, they were like, okay, we got to focus on the carts. Let's go and let's do that. And that was a really good call by him, I think. But the thing about it is that they have to secure that call. They have to get those guys across the field, and they have to make sure that they don't lose their own cap as well. And unfortunately, they did.
Well, now hold on a second there, AJ. I'm
Okay.
not 100% with you on that. I
Okay.
appreciate your perspective, but the early game was actually all Daticus. Both Jaja, Jimmy, and Derive. Jaja and Jimmy were top on the damage, and Derive was top on the hots.
Well, yeah.
Or in the healing. So they definitely have the team momentum with them. And we saw that stall game until 300 points. We actually saw it way later than that. We saw it till 600, 800 points to some extent. And so what we saw again was the toe-to-toe. And eventually, yes, Bale's team got the middle cap, which was great. Daticus' team was properly rezzing and keeping the spin alive. Where Daticus actually fell behind, on that game was he didn't pull the cart early enough. After 200 points, after 600 points, 400 points, every 200 points, you're free to pull the cart, and you almost have to pull the cart. So Daticus was kind of afraid of Bamos in that team fight. It was a sustained team fight, and Daticus was winning, but the fear was there because he wasn't falling behind, but he thought he was falling behind, which I think showed more by the fact that he didn't pull the flag. He didn't put any counter pressure on Bamos, and Bamos eventually took advantage of that, and that's how they got the second base. That's how they started pulling flags, and then it was a flag to flag match, and then eventually the amazing Jenny came through and capped the third round. So that was really cool.
Honestly,
it was a great series.
Yeah, it was good.
I loved Jenny's gameplay that entire game. I mean, for everything from stopping the healers running back to the team fight to the even though it didn't matter too much, that cap at the end was pretty cool too.
All right. First of all, I want to talk to the. Yeah, I want to ask the Borgen to say. Looks like audience actually won the Borgen analyzer. So, what do you think? How did the match went so far?
I think it was great. The team fight, like I said, I think a lot of people underestimated Bamos' team fight, and Bamos. I don't think you should underestimate his team fight, as we just seen there. He won mid, and you kind of get discouraged after you lose a team fight. I mean, anyone after you get wiped in a team fight, you kind of feel like you're trying to regroup and just trying to find out what to do next, either ninja or try to regroup or buff up and re-team fight. And,
that's the important part. You can't let the team fight discourage you because even though Bailamos has been dominating the team fights this series, Bailamos has won so many games without even team fighting. So there's plenty of other ways to win RBG without team fighting. So getting discouraged really can.
Honestly, I think Daticus's ace up his sleeve is I'm Mongo. That Hunter is definitely not Mongo. It's kind of the opposite, because every time he went for the ninja cap, every time he wanted to do something, he went doing something funny. Essentially, Bailamos was forced to peel a player off. Every time Bailamos peeled a player off, he was falling behind in team fight. So I definitely want to see some really cool strats and really cool plays from that Hunter as well. I think that's a great ace up the Daticus' sleeve, and I want to see him utilize it more.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yeah, it was just a really great fight for Bailamos the entire game. He was pressuring them consistently. I mean, at the beginning of the team fight, I want to go back to what you were saying there. Daticus did have the early pressure. I'm not disagreeing with you there. He definitely had that, but the thing about it is that Bailamos was able to stall it out. He was able to keep going with that mid fight, and he was able to basically just come back. And the thing about
it's almost like 300 points into the game, like early into the game, Daticus was in the lead. But then the later we got into the game, as the game became later, Bailamos' late game almost came out of nowhere. We saw WizK, Vossel, and Jaga turn those damage meters on their head on top of Jaja and Jimmy, right around the 500, 600 points. So it's almost like the late game kind of played a little bit of an effect there.
Yeah,
definitely.
Bailamos is big on the comebacks. He truly is. So we'll have to see coming in the next game here. We're actually going to go to a quick break. Very quick break. We're going to make sure it's very quick, guys. We're just waiting for the guys to get into the queue. And we'll be back ASAP.
And we need some water restocking as well.
So we'll be right back, guys.
Alright, and we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Did you miss my cute freaking accent? It's nice. Anyway, so the teams are now picking the map, so we are getting everything set up. Keep in mind, the spectator add-on does have a minute things we do sometimes need to relog, make sure it's working. So yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties. It's the first RBG tournament with a specifically modified spectator. So other than that, let's keep getting into the analyzing. And at this point in time, Team Daticus and Team Balamus, I think they're both like very adamant against each other.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to talk a little bit about the bonus round because we kind of kept it a bit on the secret, and I think right now would be a perfect time for us to actually talk about it.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. So the bonus round is going to be coming up later tonight, and that's going to be whoever wins this series versus ABN. And that's going to be kind of like the first map that you're going to see, and it's going to be on a map that has never seen competitive play before. So I'm very excited for it. Guys, what do you think about that?
Yeah,
I really think that it's going to depend on the map. I mean, if we pick if there is a bonus round on something like Strand of the Ancients, I think that could play out really well because there are so many different aspects of Strand of the Ancients that, Strand of the Ancients, when RBGs first came out, was a competitive map, but then Blizzard kind of got rid of the whole 15 versus 15, bracket. So I'm really excited to see how that would play with these teams. Like, there's so many different aspects to Strand of the Ancients between bombs, team fights, some of the nodes that they have to cap, and the demolishers.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to a
guys,
40-man bonus round.
I'm
You want
looking
the
for
40-man bonus round?
I don't think we should do
IOC.
40-man bonus round.
Let's get Swifty and Bajir in here.
Oh.
40-man.
God.
No, not 40-man technically, but like
Possible.
a
Hey.
Isle of Conquest or
And hey, it looks like
AP.
we are actually ready to just about jump into this game here. And it looks like, so the map is going to be Eye of the Storm. Now, this is the one that Daticus is going to be picking here. And for Bylamos to win this, he will take the series. If Daticus wins this, he stays in. So, we'll have to see here, guys. Very big game here, though. Now, it was an interesting choice to picking Eye of the Storm coming out here in the last map. I think that Daticus really wants to play the Grip Nox on this map, you know?
Definitely, I think so. I also want to kind of give it a quick call out again. If you think that Team Daticus should win this map, if you're rooting for this team, type hashtag Team Daticus and do the same thing for Bylamos if you think that Bylamos is going to win and take this series and going to play a bonus round.
Absolutely. The rivalry is so intense between these two teams. I'm really excited to see how it's going to go. Honestly, on this map here, you've got a lot of options, really. I mean, you can go for the mid-fight, you can rush another base, you can try and get the flag, try and control that. The thing about it, though, coming into 6.1, coming into Warlords in general, the bases aren't really that important anymore. It's all about the flag. The flag is worth a lot more points now, and if you can contest that flag, if you can get the flag, that's going to be really big for you.
Definitely. Contesting flag, definitely. Also, keep in mind, the Ninja Caps are very, very strong here, and we see Jenny, and we see Baramosa. They're running 2 rogues. They're going to be probably tons of Ninja Cap attempts as well.
Yeah, exactly here. And I'm looking at the roster here. Yeah, they have a rogue, they have the hunter. Double rogue, actually, coming out for Bylamos. Very interesting stuff here. I think that he's really going to go for the Ninja Caps is the big thing. And quick thing here, I think that the team names are reversed, but we are fixing that right now as we get into the game. That is going to be in 30 seconds, though. So I want to get your predictions here for this. I want to start with Indy. Indy, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win this one here?
I mean, it really depends because it depends on where they decide to fight. If they decide to fight on nodes or if they decide to fight in the middle, we got to watch for, one of the team, Team Bylamos has the hunter, and I really want to see how that's going to play, if he's going to, make use of those explosive traps, or maybe they'll stick the hunter on a base. Some of those knockoffs, if they can get them, those are going to be game-breaking.
Absolutely. All right. We'll get you guys in just a moment here, but here we go. It is the game to stay in it. If Team Bylamos takes this game, they win the series. If Daticus takes this game, they're in and we go to tiebreaker. So here we go. Looks like Balamoster, he is going to be taking the ET, and we're going to be looking over to the mid-fight here as Morosamo assaults Mage Tower, Jenny gets Fel Revar, and Nesper gets Draenei Ruin. So, there we go, get the caps, and we're going to go over to the mid-fight here real quick. Right. So both teams coming back and forth here. Not too much pressure coming out here very early, though.
Okay, remember we talked about the texture healing and that it's not possible to do so? Let's hope that the Team Bylamos is actually not going to be texture healing on this map.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to run back.
We'll have to see what happens here. Derivative, actually, he's going to drop down very quickly here, and already very early in this game here, HeyQ got Baby in. They're feeling the pressure. But Reeds, of course, he took a little bit of pressure there as well, but not going to drop down yet. But also going to pop Dark Soul, and the turret does come out from the Hunter. Wings are going to be popped here by Born Human, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually pretty awesome. Like, but again, the team Datacus is a little bit on the defensive state, but Mago is trying to ninja cap here.
Wow,
And
he's actually getting pressured pretty hard.
Yeah, and so is Whiskas. Mongo, please survive, man. Do tons of damage. You got Nesper on your team.
Yeah, look at that. The disperse does come out from Whis and the deter from Mongo as well. But Lamas, he's actually going to get a full kidney here. So, but they are trying to pressure BET right now, which is the big part.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, AJ, swap for me for a second. Do it honestly, because I need to look up on something.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at here real quick. So we got Jimmy here, dropping down to 50% here, and Vamps as well. On Mongo, still at the base. They're still trying to contest this mid fight here. And as you can see, they're actually going for BET. That's a major pressure point for them.
Yeah, what I like about this right now is the fact that they're not only putting the team fight in middle, they're also doing pressure on BET at the same time. So that's something you won't see on live very often. It's really cool to see these top tier teams actually put effort into this and do some new strats, something like this. The split strat is really important out of them. I like that Lucero came into the fight and Godfather obviously sitting at MT on Datacus' side, Nesper at the DR. I think it's going to be really hard for them to put pressure on Alliance from Bamos' perspective. Bamos is still, of course, going to try to do it. I don't know if he's going to be ballsy enough to even ghost the base to attempt it. If he does that, man, big props to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, FR. Yep.
And
meanwhile,
the big pressure's coming out from both of these guys. Here's the main point. Like, the thing about it, they're still trying to contest this base here. They're still trying to contest BET. And the big pressure is coming out from both the teams right now. It's really just, I mean, they're staying up in this fight, and neither of them wants to give in.
Yeah, so again, Jenny on FR and Bamos on BET, it's a really safe double ghost opportunity. Will Bamos actually pull it off?
Now, I don't know
or will
about that.
I mean, it's a completely tied game right now. I've never seen a perfectly tied EoTS, so it can't even come down to the tie. It's just going to be a replay. If it does, it's going to have to come down to a ninja or the mid-team fight. And if there it is, right there. There it is.
Wow,
they pulled it.
That? So
Jimmy pulling the flag, rank 1 flag puller this season. I've seen it time and time again on the live bracket. Jimmy is one of the few players that will always pull it before anybody else. And there he is in the tournament, finally pulling his weight on Team Datacus, making sure he actually goes into bear form and goes all the way back to the NT graveyard. I really like that. He's holding the flag. He's trying to play the long kite game, making Bamos, really question his decision and what he's going to do next. Meanwhile, Datacus thinking what Bamos is thinking. How can I counter-strat him, and how can I make sure that this already win can be secured? Because the only way he can lose right now is if he gives up the game.
Exactly, and they're going to capture the flag right off the bat here.
They're crazy.
So that's what they,
wow.
So he goes more pressure on Bamos. Pressure's on you, Bamos. Make a strat call right now.
Exactly.
I'm not even gonna give you time to think. I'm gonna auto cap, go back to middle. You're gonna try to re-ninja. It's not gonna do any good because I know exactly what you're thinking, and it's gonna be the whole start all over again. This time we're 100 points ahead. Very well played by Datacus.
Exactly. Very good call there. Now, they're going to try and get back in the mid here. They're going to try and contest this flag. And right now, Bailamos, he's feeling the pressure. So he's either going to have to go and peel off to another base, he's going to have to try and get another flag, or see what he can do here. Right now, it looks like they're going to recontest mid here and try and get the flag back. But as you can see, may not be able to do that.
Mongo over here. Hunter almost ghosting his base out of MT. Really well played. Meanwhile, Bamos not knowing if he should ghost or replace himself, which I think is what you're going to see out of Bamos here. I think you're going to have himself replaced or Jenny replaced, and they're going to have to start running ninjas or commit a rogue to the middle team fight. Meanwhile, the Hunter puts pressure on BET on the ghost with no counter pressure.
How about that? So Bailamos.
Well played. Guys, I want to bring it back a little bit. Do you think that Datacus did the right decision in terms of capping the flag right away without even letting it milk for just a little bit? To me, personally, I think it was a cap a little bit too short. It was a good decision nevertheless because they had Nesper in the center, but might have been a little bit too short.
Yeah, it was definitely an early cap there. But the thing about it, they were being pressured at MT, so they wanted to get that flag capture and they wanted to get it secured. Datacus, probably they felt that since they were at MT, they could push back in the mid and try and get that flag again. But, I mean, as you can see now, it's just a stall coming out. So what Datacus really needs to do here, he needs to focus on the team fight, and he needs to focus on contesting this flag and securing his bases. And the big part here, if he can just contest this flag, secure the bases, and keep in the game, not let Bailamos get that flag or regain control of any kind in this game, they have a pretty good chance of winning this.
Datakos is a little bit far ahead here, but keep in mind, guys, this is gonna be it could be a huge turnover because they're on the just now squaddling at 500 points. There's still a lot out of this game. It's just like Gilneas. There's a lot of team fights going on. There's a lot of coordination going on. There's a different comps again going, and they're playing objectively. This is RBG nerds heaven, at least mine.
Exactly, you know. And we're seeing these guys, I believe we saw Mongo, he peeled off the MT to try and get the base. Bamos, he peeled off to try and get it on Jimmy. Both these guys are trying to put out as much pressure as they can. And that's what Bamos really needs to do now. Split the bases, get them out of the mid fight, try and get your team to win that flag, and push a base, and hey, maybe you might get one, you know? Mongo here, looking at that, he's actually possibly going to get this flag here. He gets the full sap off, and he's at about a half cap, but it's going to get interrupted by Jenny at the very last moment.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see some of the team fights because looks like actually Bamos' Datakos team is a little bit on defense, but Reed's actually just went down. So I want to see what kind of a team fight is going on right now. Among is dropping dangerously low as well. So let's get in the center. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at this here. So it looks like their Hunter, Reed's he's actually going to drop down, and the Pillar Frost does come out from Lasaro. Mongo, he's dropped at 23%. He's going to drop as well. And so it's a pretty even team fight so far. AMS out from Lasaro. And Slothlord X starting to feel a little bit of pressure, but not too much, just a little bit of a poke.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think it's a kind of a stalemate. Every single top team that I talked about, they're like, okay, Eye of the Storm is basically this map where, unless you get a really good coordinated grip knocks, it's very easy to create a stalemate because it's such a short distance from the graveyard to run it all the way to the center with a full mana again. So at this point in time, I really want to see some coordinated grip knocks because this is what this map is infamous for. This is why they actually built the freaking rocks at the both edges because there were so many knocks going on.
Nicholas gets it again. Nicholas gets the flag here. Wow! So now, hey, QGOB ABN, they're looking to wrap this up. Nicholas gets the flag again. He's going to take that over to MT. And honestly, these guys are ready to possibly take this game again against Team Bamos and get back in this series. Wow!
Absolutely! I'm actually right now thinking what kind of a voice communicator software, voice communicator going through Bamos' mind right now. AoE! AoE! What the heck are you doing? Because I just ninja'd it right in front of their faces. It was awesome.
Exactly, yeah. And, you know, these are mistakes that can be made, obviously, when you get to this kind of MMR. It's very rare that happens, but right now, they've done it twice. And Jimmy, he's trying to get a base here as well, trying to contest FR. So we'll have to see what happens. And as you saw there, I believe Lasiro, he did go down in the mid-fight.
Yeah, I think those constant ninja caps effects, remember I talked to you about? This is the ace in the hole for Team Datakos, and I think that kind of actually throws Bamos' game a little bit off the center, and they kind of don't even see the ninja caps because they're constantly communicating in terms of, hey, get this node, no, get this node. There's multiple nodes under heavy pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just, they're trying to contest the nodes, they're trying to do what they can right now. But Team Bamos, he's not focusing on the mid-fight so much. He's got his team there. I mean, he's trying to stop it, but right now his real objective is to try and get a base. If he can take a base underneath Hey Q got ABN, then they may be able to stall this game out a little bit. But as the points still tick up, and as they continue to get this flag and they continue to put pressure on the mid-fight, honestly, Bamos, he may have to rework his strat a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Also, keep in mind, guys, that the points on this map wage hugely. Like a 200-point advantage that the Datakos have, or roughly 200-point advantage, that's actually a lot. Like, it's unlike Bella for Gilneas, where the points rack up really, really fast when you have 2 nodes captured. On this map, they go relatively slowly. So a 200-point advantage, it's literally you can get up to 1,100 points, and then you can easily, effectively win with just a 1 node. Just the way that map actually made.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's really about the flag caps this season. And it's really just going to come down to that. As we see here, KQ got ABN still contesting mid. Both teams on a full res here. They're both up.
Do we see a knock here? It was close.
Yeah, possibility. But Wix, he's going to drop to 20%. He may possibly go down. He's got to pop gold. He's not going to be enough, though. Wix is going to drop very quickly. And as we see, the Cloak of Shadows is going to come out from Bamos as they continue to put pressure on this mid fight. Now, you see, it's burn me once, burn me twice, and if they can get a third flag here, Bamos is going to feel the pressure.
Oh, definitely. I think he's feeling the pressure even right now. He is behind. Oh, yeah, grip knock. Derivative got to...
yeah,
he escaped. Oh, there you go. There's knock to a rock. So, definitely those two caps in front of their faces actually forced Team Balamis to play defensive right now. And at this point in time, I think Datakus is very well comfortable with his strategy. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna keep throwing people to ninja cap your mines. I'm gonna keep throwing people in the middle, and cards in your head, Balamis. It's your next move. Tell me what you're gonna do.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see here, it's going to be Derivative. He's actually completely right now, and he's taking some pressure. He's going to peel back to BET, but Nicholas as well taking a lot of pressure in mid. Board guy, I mean, right now, HeyQ got Baby, and they're trying to get test this flag, but the healers are starting to run They're starting to feel a little bit of pressure here from Team by Lamos, and they're going to try and do what they can.
Yeah. Oh, nice view. Lots of ends.
Beautiful.
Beautiful view. Okay, so at this point in time...
Oh, Derivative gets knocked! Derivative just got knocked there. Wow, what a very good play. And oh my god, they're going to knock Datakus off here as well. That is two very big grip knocks there in mid. How about that? So Team Bailamos, he actually has two players down on Team Datakus. And now they're actually starting to feel a lot of the pressure here. Van's the only healer help for them, and he almost got knocked off there as well. Team Bailamos is just trying their best right now to try and get this flag back and contest this. And HeyQ got ABN, they're going in the mid, they're trying to spin it the best that they can and get the pressure rolling.
Gotcha.
On their side right now.
We are at the 1100 point mark at the moment, and essentially Team Bailamos needs to get 2 caps in order to win the match. And right now it's looking very, very well for Team Datakus, but they're peeling. Like, look at it. They're not letting any of the healers come in. Derivative is actually forced to trinket this up, and he has Jenny all over him.
He's going to pop at the speed of light very quickly, and he's going to sit a full kidney, though. Reed's trying to pick him off there very easily, but Slouthlord X, he's going to drop along with Nicholas here. And the Alliance very close to victory at this point, and the flag is still in contesting. Bailamos trying to capture that right now.
Hashtag Vams for president of World of Warcraft. He was able to single-handedly heal and keep his team up for about 30 to 40 seconds. This is unbelievable. This is a great play. Wow.
Unreal. That was absolutely insane. You know, you talk about solo healing a team, and this guy can do it. At the same time, though, I mean, he's going to pop his last life cocoon on the rogue there. He's going to get the famine knife spam, and they're going to try and do what they can in mid, but they're going to lose the flag here. Now,
absolutely. I think they need to just regroup and get for the next team fight going, because this is very, very close.
Exactly, yeah. They've got the flag now, and they're going to try and bring it to a base, and they're going to drop it, possibly pass it off. Interesting choice there, but I mean, maybe they just want to get it back more quickly. Think about it, though. They got to cap this flag, and they got to recontest. They either need to do that or get a base. It's very close right now. 13. I can barely read the score there. I believe it's 1,300 to 1,200 right now. And the thing about it is, if they want to get back in this game, they got to cap immediately, and they got to get back to the flag.
Absolutely. I definitely think so as well. So overall, it's... Wow, Slaughter just got...
Yeah, he's going to get knocked too.
Okay, so...
Well,
Team Datakus needs to stand more in the center because they get knocked quite often.
Yeah,
at
look
this
at
point in
that.
time...
Oh, yeah. Wow. This could actually be big for Team Bailamos here. If they're actually able to get this mid-wipe here, this could be huge if they're able to get the flag. I mean, they're running out of time here, but very well. They may be able to recontest if they can slow these guys from coming into mid. Derivative, Nicholas, they're trying to do their best for what they can, and it looks like possibly a DC coming out. But
yeah, absolutely.
Nasumaso, he's also going to be dead. And right now, these guys got to just secure the flag. They got to spin the flag. They got to keep up for what it is. Points are almost at 1,400. Nicholas is going to get pushed down. He's got to be up there. He's got to be spinning that flag. If they can spin this flag for 100 more points, then they're going to be able to wrap this up. All Bailamos needs to do right now, wipe them up, put out the pressure, get the flag, cap it, and you're going to see this game going in his favor very quickly. It's 1,411 to 1,300, and it's really coming down to the wire here. Healers are trying to do what they can. Joshua Jen, he's actually almost got the cap here, but they're going to get interrupted. Last time, Vassal actually gets it. Okay, so Vassal's bringing the flag back here. They have a very limited amount of time. And it looks like he gets knocked up. Oh, wow, look at that grip from Jordan. That was such a huge grip.
That was
a great play. So now what HeyQ got ABN needs to do here, they need to stop Vassal at all costs. They got to get him stopped. They got to get him stopped. If he gets this cap here, it could very well go in favor of Team Bailamos, and they could be right back in this game very, very quickly. Bailamos, he's going to take it. He's burst the speeding to the base, and he's going to have to cap that immediately. They're going to get it, and Bailamos is back in this game here. This game's going to come down to the wire. It's coming down to very few points. 14-22. I cannot believe this very, very close game. What a recovery from Team Bamos here.
Absolutely, I think this was a great match. I want to give props to Vams for killing, and looks like he's the one who got deceived. So we need to look into this more again. So
That
overall,
is a tie.
overall, it's a tie. Holy moly!
Wow.
Wow.
Talk about a game. So this game, as a tie, means in the rulebook, we're going to go to the rulebook real quick here. And the teams will have an opportunity to redo their comp. Now, but in the event of a tie, what happens is the map will be played and it will not count for either team. So, we're going to have to see what they're going to be able to do here coming up on the next round. But both teams are going to have to do what they can to reorganize their comps.
Yep.
Guys, I want to take it over to the analyst desk here. What did you guys think of that match?
That grip, best grip I ever seen. Is they got a robot?
Oh my god, the sunglasses to Morgan.
I know.
No, they're chill, dude. No, I loved that grip. I really loved that grip. That grip was insane, and that saved them. Like they were gonna lose if he got knocked off or
GG.
pushed away. Even if he didn't fall off the map, if he just landed and got like smoke bombed on or something, just that grip saved the game. I'm giving MVP to Jordan's there.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, like we said before, the map is getting replayed. I'm just communicating with the teams right now, making sure that they are all ready to go here. But I want to hear more. Now, we had a lot of really impressive grip knocks there.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot more that happened
Hunters.
that game.
Run me through
Let me
it.
just jump right in for a second. Let's back up on this whole map. Sorry, I was muted at the beginning of that. I was writing some numbers down and everything. I had to step in for Reinhardt for a moment. We were having connection issues, and when I stepped in, I called it then. I'm going to say it again. MVP of the game was actually Jimmy Pop to get that first flag. You can say it's on the enemy team for not spinning the node. Absolutely not. It's on Jimmy Pop for knowing how to place himself, knowing how to pull the flag. If the enemy team can't spin it, at this top tier level, you can't say it's on them. So MVP of the game, definitely Jimmy Pop for getting that initial push. Right there, that was the win. It absolutely was. And I said it then, and I'll say it again. The only way Datakis' team could have lost that game is if they gave up the win. That's exactly what they did. They gave up the win halfway through the game. They gave up the second pull, which then tied it and neutralized the game. And so it's going to have to be a replay. They already had the win in the bag, and then they release it from their fingers, which is pretty unacceptable. Datakis had the really aggressive call to auto cap the flag, which I agreed with when he did it. Don't know if it was the best decision at the end of the game because he could have held it, maybe another 50, maybe another 100 points, and then capped it, which would not have given Bamos enough time to recap against him. But everything is 2020 in hindsight. So
let me just interject really quick. I'm seeing the chat. I messed up a little bit. I called Jordan's on that grip. That was WizK's grip. I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, that was WizK's grip. WizK was that was an amazing grip, dude. Amazing. But what I want to go back to is Datakis' team with the knockoffs in the center. They started to get really sloppy with their positioning, I feel, because that Hunter was getting quite a few knockoffs, and that was making them lose some fights in mid.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said before the event, watch them Hunters, guys. Them Hunters on Io Storm are going to be huge, and we just seen it,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Hunters were very big in that game. And, I want to bring it back here to the mid fight real quick, and let's break that down for a moment. Now, Team Bamos and Team Datakis, excuse me for a moment, they were both clashing there for a very long time. It was like a game of ping pong back and forth. The first two caps went over to Datakis. They were stealth caps. The second two caps went over to Bamos. They were caps because they wiped the team. And it was very, very, there's a distinction you got to make there. You had the stealth caps, and then you have the team wipe caps. And what, I want to go back to it, it's about Bamos' late game. And, it's a term that you don't really hear too common in WoW, but what we mean by that when we say it is that he basically has the ability to really come back the later it gets through the game. And you saw that there. He was able to contest that flag. He was able to basically do what he could to stop it, And when he came back, when it reached the late game, he was going to go, Gigas now, pass it off to you.
Well, I'm just kind of agreeing with you. Datakis made a really early good call, and that was I'm going to put the pressure on Bamos. Any other team would have been the win easily. But the problem is, if you put the pressure on Bamos in the later half of the game, Bamos is going to pull out the win every single time. That's what makes him well, there's lots of things that make him a great leader, but that's what makes him an amazing clutch player, an amazing clutch leader. Is that, it doesn't matter if it comes down to the last 30 seconds of the game. Bamos will find a way to make sure that it's either a neutralizer or a win, and that's his late game. And his late game is one of the best in the NA, if not the best in the world. So
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. I mean, Bamos, he adapts amazingly. Him and ABN, both of them, they just are amazing at adapting and feeling out their opponent, and that's exactly what he did. He was able to pull out, even though it wasn't a win, it was a tie. Now we get another replay.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm getting word right now we're about ready to cue into the game here. And it's going to be a replay.
Right.
Now, I think really what needs to happen here is Team Bamos really needs to focus on the mid-fight. He needs to focus on wiping the team. They were able to do that last game, which was the very big thing. You didn't do it until later in the game, but they were able to do that. Bamos needs to focus on the mid-fight this time around. He needs to contest that flag as much as he can. If he can do that, then this is going to be really big for both of them.
I think both strat leaders need to yell at their healers right now, because there are weak healers on both sides of the team, and those weak links in the teams need to pull their stuff together in order to make that team fight viable for either one of their teams.
And both teams need to watch that explosive trap.
Yeah, speaking of the healers, though, I want to go back to that real quick. We saw the Monk able to solo heal the team fight there on Team Daticus for a very long time. That was very, very impressive.
That was awesome. That was really cool. Monk cooldowns OP, IMH. Oh, it was actually really amazing healing by Bams. He ended up second in the healing meters overall, only variably behind Daticus, and their team was behind on the damage overall for some time. So it was really good.
We're streaming, right? There's no breaks?
No.
Yeah, we're streaming, man. We're trying to push the next game.
Review pin, man.
Alright, guys, I just finished talking to Team Daticus. Is basically what happened is, well, my sound goes down during the tournament. That's been prepping and putting so much work, and then Vam's actually patch note got somehow broken, and he just quickly re-downloading that little patch, and it might take him like 5 to 10 minutes. And during that time, I think we should just basically, and Daticus said he needs Vams, so I think at this point we need to give it a couple more minutes, and then have those two teams going at each other again. This is awesome.
Exactly, yeah. It was a really great match. I'll tell you, going back and forth between the two teams, you had the mid-fight, but I want to go back to Bamos real quick, because here's the thing about it. Bamos was strongly contesting those bases. He was peeling his hunter off, he was peeling himself off to try and contest those bases at every opportunity that he could have. I saw Imongo in there. He was going to the bases, trying to do what they can. They wanted to put out that pressure once they lost the team fight. Do you guys think that going into the next Eye of the Storm, that they're actually going to do that again?
No, absolutely not. I think Bale tried it at the beginning, and I think he was trying to just psych out Daticus. As somebody you've played with regularly, you know your typical strat, so you do something like double rogue base guard and put it against Daticus. Daticus is either expecting the double ghost, a single ghost, or no ghost at all, and he has no idea what to expect, so he's just running those strats in the back of his mind while he's also worrying about his rotation, his overall team. It definitely starts to tax, your strat leader at some point. I think Bamos was just doing it as a scare tactic, and I don't think that same scare tactic will work again. So absolutely not. I don't think we'll see that.
Yeah, my
Absolutely.
opinion. My opinion on that's not that long. It's really simple. I don't really think that either of the teams are. I don't really think either of those teams are going to do the same thing. I mean, if both of those teams do the same thing, it could result in either another tie or in Daticus winning, because Daticus was in the lead the entire match, and Bamos is definitely going to have to change something up to fix that.
Honestly, I think.
Yeah.
Where's the Borgen? The Borgen.
Morgan, let's hear from you.
The audience wants the
I'm the guy
Borgen, the man in the
in
sunglasses.
the background, just. But yeah, I think they definitely cannot let them grab the flag like they were in that last game. I mean, that's huge. That's what tied the game. If they didn't let them do that, they would have won right there. So they definitely need to be AOE in that flag and watch it for them ninja caps on them flags.
The ninja caps.
The ninja caps.
I think at this MMR, it's not so much a ninja as it is just you yelling at your spinners and your team and being like, "Hey, we expect you to spin with no comm at this MMR. If you can't handle that, let us know."
Outside a little bit, just a one side tracking. The Borgen, can you please say, "Come with me if you want to live"?
Come with me if you want to live.
That's awesome. So at this point in time, I think that two teams are completely exhausted their tricks up the sleeve. Like right now, while the Vams, I believe like Vams is getting his patch fixed, because we saw what he was capable of doing in the center. While he's fixing it, to be honest, I think they are working on the new strats as we speak. Or no, not a new strat, but polishing, because oh my god, there's been so much going on in that Eye of the Storm that is absolutely was insane, to be honest. So what I really want to see right now is I'm Mongo. Crazy caps, crazy CCs, crazy pressure. Same thing from an Esper. If they can utilize that again in the upcoming match, I think Bamos is gonna be falling short as well. Bamos is team at the end. Well, I don't know how, for the lack of better words, the saying is AoE in the middle, man. Like, come on, like 2 caps were like in the full when everybody was top happened.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
They gotta watch out for that as well.
Yeah, it was definitely secured, and they put the pressure on Bale, and Bale just stepped up to the plate, which is what Bale does best. Like I said, Bale's the best late game. I think both teams are gonna offer different things in this next game, or at least different placement. And if they don't, they definitely will spin more at the very least. But I think we'll see more ninjas if they decide to hold their same strats on both sides. We'll see more earlier. We'll see more ninjas, and we'll see ninjas earlier, as well as some sustained spinning middle. Like I know Jordans and the Holy Paladin for Bamos, or the second healer for Team Bamos was healing down below early, and so from things like that, it just kind of appears to me that neither team really is maximizing their CC game. They're not really maximizing their interrupt game. They're not going for that full-on 10-man coordination. What they're going for is the strat game. The comp game is opened on, but now both teams know the comps. Now they're going to the strat game, and that obviously didn't work either. So I'd like to see more actual toe-to-toe game. I want to see the team fight. I want to see it win. And
there might be a switch
I'd like to see an
too next map.
Yeah, that's possible.
Are they allowing comp switch?
Yeah, there is a comp switch. Yes, it is allowed on a replay.
Okay.
That's the big thing. There are
Sorry, I don't have the rule book in front of me.
Yeah.
I know. Seen all that things earlier. I was like, man, I can't read a 20-page booklet real quick. Back and forth. And
oh, it's not that long.
Not bad, but no, that's what I was getting at before. Whereas, by Lamos, I definitely think he'll change some things up because if he like I said, if he does the same thing, he could be put in a really bad spot.
Yep. And I'm gonna talk to the teams here right now. I'm gonna tell them that we got to hurry this up along real quick because obviously we do want to get into the game and we do want to get queuing here very quickly. And both teams, of course, there were some issues there with the PTR, but we want to make sure that he does get on in the game. At the same time, the show must go on. So I'm going to try and speed things up for everyone, guys, here, and get us into our next game. But let's talk about the next game here. I want to bring it into that subject right now. What do you think that Daticus really needs to do here to stay in the series?
Well, I think that Daticus will... He's definitely going to be going into the mid again because, he got that first cap. So he's going to, even if it's only for a little bit, just to see if he can get it again, maybe, if he can grab the flag again. If it doesn't work out, then I don't see him staying in mid too long. He may end up going for one of the third bases or, maybe some other weird play. Giga, what do you think about that?
I'm just concerned about what DeBorgon thinks of those sunglasses, honestly. That's
Hey, I took them off. I took them off. You want them back on?
I want him back on like I want the game back on. I want to see Daticus go against Balemus.
I hear ya. I want the
games.
game.
No comp games. I want to see them all kind of pull it together. I want to see Lucero spin more, do more knock grips. We saw, enough, but I want to see like some clutch knock grips. I want to see some game-changing knock grips. Something on a priest maybe. I'd like to see also like a double or a triple player attack on a base would be amazing. Like if any team could commit to a triple player attack on a base or a double player attack.
I want to see an MC.
It would be almost impossible in this map. What was
MC explosive trap? That would be kind of
You know,
cool.
Jordan's actually was running MC that game, which is, by the way, super ballsy of Jordan's. Another shout out to him, man. He's one of my favorite healers. There aren't very many healers better than Gigasnail in the game, but he's seeing him run that MC and you know, accepting the DC bug that goes along with the MC talent is really, really awesome of him to do that. You know, he's going for the win. He's rolling the dice and accepting it. Didn't see a lot of plays out of it, but maybe next game he'll have more opportunities with player placement to MC players off. So
absolutely. All right, guys. So while we're waiting here, I actually do want to go to a break real quick, but we do want to get back in because I mean we pretty much exhausted the Eye of the Storm every which way that we can here. When we get back, we actually do want to do a giveaway during the break though to obviously compensate you guys for the time that you've been waiting. So if you guys could type giveaway in all lowercase letters in the stream, and we'll be giving you guys away some Heroes of Storm beta keys, some video games as well from Green Man Gaming and some proxies. So guys, go ahead and check it out. We're gonna go to break real quick here, but when we come back, it is Bamos versus Daticus on Eye of the Storm. We'll be back very shortly.
Alright guys, we're back at the moment. Right now we're trying to get this sorted out, but for now we're gonna be doing giveaway Dying Light game, a brand new game that has actually been highly anticipated as well. If you are interested in getting that game, please type Dying in the chat below. And at the moment in time, trust me, we're doing our best to get this fixed up as well. So give us a moment, please.
Yep, just got a message back from Daticus. He is ready here, so we'll be getting back into the game very shortly here. We do apologize for the delays, guys. Obviously, this is live, so we do run into some issues occasionally. But we do want to get back into the games ASAP and prevent any kind of stalling that we have. It looks like they are about to join the queue here, so yeah, let's just give us one moment. We'll do the giveaway and then hop right into the game.
It's so brutal seeing all the dyings in chat.
Yeah, it's
I'm
crazy.
now. How do I
You
win
couldn't
the
have thought a
giveaway?
better word.
Wait, what was the word for the giveaway? I missed it.
The
Dying.
giveaway.
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 Hashtag giveaway in chat.
Giveaway Giga's
I'm a volunteer, man. I'm trying to I'm trying to pay the overhead. What's going on here? Giveaway dying? Oh, I don't want to die.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
that sounds sad.
It's such a sad word.
Brutal. That's brutal. It looks like the teams are actually in Eye of the Storm. We'll cut over that in just a moment here after we finish up here. Just waiting for them to get in. So once again, we do apologize for the delay, guys. It is live, so unfortunately there isn't much that we can do about it, but we're going to try and speed things up here as fast as we can, cut back on the analysis, cut back on the breaks, and get you guys into the games ASAP.
Absolutely. Let's get the ball going.
Mm-hmm. All right. So while we're waiting here, sometimes actually if you want to cut right into the game here, we'll get some vision on them as it is about to start. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so let's take a look here. So we've got Nicholas, Jimmy, Daticus, Slothlord X, the Godfather, Cadrix. He's going to choose to run that double DK this time. Very interesting comp swap up. But still sticking with the double rogue. Now,
Okay, we're gonna see either I Mango in the center team fight because double grip knocks. Oh god, this is gonna be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And
Look at-
Bamos is actually gonna be focusing more on ninja caps as well because he has reads and 2 rogues as well.
He looks like he was actually able to get Vamps back in the game there. So very good stuff. Vamps obviously had some connection issues there, but he was able to get back in last second. PTR didn't work for him, so it's good that he's able to get back in and that we're able to get this back on the road very timely here. For this game, we're probably going to be skipping analysis and heading straight into the next game just to keep you guys on schedule. We know you guys want to see games over our pretty faces, so want to make sure to give that to you. All right, so let's take a look at the lineups here. Both teams choosing to run with a Mistweaver Monk and a Holy Paladin.
Yeah. I think it's actually pretty standard. I think that Aura Mastery and Bobs are a must here, and a Freedoms when you get Flag. And on top of it, Monk's Fort, meaning that there's a one healer that's literally going to be immune to grip knocks. They're not going to grip the knock because he can just Transcendence back. So at this point in time, I think it's a great choices. I could have potentially saw actually a 2 Monk healers in the center. That would have been actually very interesting.
Yeah, exactly here. And as you see there, first assault's coming out here. Bailam's going to sit MT. Kadrik's going to sit BET. Sunny at DR. And I did not catch the other one there. But Lysiro, he's actually going to get knocked off very quickly. The Pillar of Frost was not up in time. Wow, what a play. So the first script knockoffs are coming out. And Hey Q God ABN, they are playing to the map right now. And I see a full solar beam out on Nicholas. Slothor X, he's actually going to drop there. So even though they're able to get a few knockoffs here, still the pressure is really on Team Bylamos right now. They're really just starting to drop these guys very quickly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Also I see that Team Bylamos is utilizing and placing their actual healers on the bottom. So right now Reed's actually coming in for the CCs here as well. And possibly Knock here too. A very, very interesting play here.
Yeah, and I want to bring it back to what we were saying before, is that what HeyQ God ABN is really doing here, they're playing to the map. They brought the double DK, they brought the Boomkin, Daticus is on healer, I believe, for this game, so they have the grip knockoffs. What they want to do, they really want to play to that. And I think that they're doing a great job of that so far, but as you can see here, Jimmy, I mean, he's going to hit the flag immediately. What more can you say, you know?
Well, the Lord Jimmy just got a cap again. Oh my god, I don't know how we missed it.
I don't even know how we missed that. Like, that was absolutely insane. That just came out so quickly. I don't think we were expecting that. Once again, I mean, the early pressure is here for KQ at ABN. We saw this in the first matchup between the two teams. And what happened was HeyQ God ABN, they were able to get those two first initial caps, and then what happened was Team Bylamos, they kind of peeled it out, and they went to all the bases to try and cap them again, and they came back late for a tie. Now, what HeyQ God ABN needs to do here, they got to keep playing to the map, and they got to keep getting those flags. If they can do that and hold on to those bases, they're going to be good. What do you think about this flag?
Dude, I honestly, right now, I'm actually mesmerized. Like, look at the actual Daticus's damage going on right now. At this point in time, Daticus is dropping very low. Derivative is actually kind of half HP. He's almost out of mana, and Vamps is dead. So right now, Bylamos actually has to take the huge offensive pressure out here, and I believe they can actually potentially wipe the Team Daticus here as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Derivative, he's at 25%. He's going to pop wings, saving the bubble still. Nicholas going to come out with an AMS. And they're trying to do what they can here just to get the flag in mid. I mean, it's still being contested. Jimmy's dropping down 25%. Slothor also 25%. Healers are feeling the pressure. Derivative pops his wings, but it's not going to be enough. He's completely oom at this point. And Vamp still has some mana. Life Cocoon comes out, and he comes back into the mid fight to save these guys. And you know, what more can you say?
Daticus got knocked again, so I think at this point in time we should name it Bylamos Airlines, because they're flying those guys. There's no tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah. They're having a very unlucky Friday the 13th on Bylamos Airlines.
But nevertheless, Daticus, good recovery. Vamps is a champion of keeping people up again. So Team is meeting since Daticus, and he just came into the fight, and he keeps his team up. So at this point in time, stalling for time from Team Daticus is definitely a good way to go. What also I want to see personally here as well is some ninja caps, man.
Yeah, exactly. Jaja dropping very low along with BlizzX. He doesn't have a pain suppression, so he's actually going to be feeling some pain here very quickly. The Sire are going to pop the AMS, and Reed's going down. Bylamos are going to drop the smoke bomb. He's trying to capture this base at FR. If they could get this could be big for him, but the blind comes out last moment. Slothor dropping down along with Derivative, and it's going to be between Jimmy and Nicholas. They're all starting to drop down here. The Light Cocoon goes out into Jimmy. Nicholas is going to pop an AMS. Slothor doesn't really have much for himself, though, and the silence goes out in the Godfathers, and Slothor is going to drop. And all of a sudden, the pressure is shifting over to Bylamos here as they start to win this mid-fight.
Absolutely, but look at the Bylamos' team fight here. Actually, Reeds got down, so they got rid of their strongest knock at the moment as well. So this is the time for Daticus to get their healers in the center and actually get their team top again. Because most of the time, the knocks were happening from Reeds and one of their bombkins, but Hunter's knocks are so strong. So they need to capitalize Reeds being died and coming back into the fight right now.
Yeah, exactly. If they can really capitalize on that, that'll be really big for for them. Now I want to turn over to Derivative here. He's really dropping low. He's just consistently staying at that very low rate. He's able to pick himself up there, but his wings are going to be down now, so he's going to be in trouble. And Vamp's very low mana. Daticus, he's going to drop, and Nicholas as well at 50%. Now they're two healing this fight.
Absolutely. Bylamos' Airlines, guys, is selling tickets. Whoever wants to buy that, by all means, go for it. So, Derivative popped the bubble, but that's actually, wow, there was an instant almost mass dispel, and he died as well.
So, Bylamos Airlines saying you're going with a flight for me. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's actually the initial point advantage. I'm looking at it, and this is a little bit blurry, but looks like it's a 350 to 220. So looks like even if Bylamos gets the cap here, he needs to get the second one again to actually win the series, because he's just by sliver points actually losing over Team Q ABN, even if they would have had a same matching amount of caps.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very close game so far here. I mean, Hey Q ABN 465 to Team by Bamos at what I believe to say 380. Very difficult to read though. Or actually,
yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, actually,
they are.
Yeah, I'm changing my mind. I'm sorry. If Balamas gets the cap right now, KQ Gababian has to get the second cap again at the same time, because they're losing those 20 points, and those 20 points count and they matter a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're getting the feed from a very pixelated video, so we're trying our best here, but sometimes we have some issues seeing some stuff. But either way, that's not important. We'll take care of it on our side. The big deal here is that Team Bylamos, if they're able to get one cap, they're not only back in this game, but they're winning. And that's what HeyQ.ABN is afraid of. Perhaps what it was a stalled out base at the very beginning. They weren't able to cap the base quick enough, and as a result, now they're down in the point disadvantage. And that was a huge mistake for Q.ABN. Now, I want to take it back to the mid-fight here. Derivative dropping to 30%, along with Jimmy. He's going to get picked back up here, and they're also going to pick themselves back up. The pressure is really on Team Bylamos in this mid-fight. Double stun coming out on Nicholas and Jimmy, and Derivative still at 93k. He's going to get picked up here by his other healers, but still major pressure in the feign death from Mongo.
Absolutely. I want to see some knocks from the Team Data, because I think they can pull it off, and I think they can actually sway this into their favor as well at the same time. Also, I want to see some ninja caps as well. Stalling for a team fight is great, but I want to see some tactical gameplay here as well.
Exactly, and you saw Jordan's there. The pain suppression went out on him, so they're already down another cooldown. I mean, they're rotating the cooldowns right now, but really, it's not a lot of pressure going out from both of the teams. They're just kind of like staying up, and I think this is really smart on QGuy, and they're trying to stall out the game. I mean, they got to get another cap. If they can get another cap, they're in a really good position. Right now, it's kind of like getting that first cap on Warsong Gulch, you know? If you come back from that, you're going to win. And that's really what Team Bylamos is looking to do right now. So I think they're going to keep pressuring this mid-fight here, because this is going to be one of the big ways that they can really turn this game around.
Okay. Honestly, you know what I've noticed is Darikus just keep getting knocked here as well. Bylamos team is doing a great job at knocking him off, and he's actually going, I believe, for the body rest. But at the same time, look at Vamps. Look how he can actually keep his team up. Great healing, amazing healing on his part. So to be honest, what I think if I was a Bylamos team right now, I would actually knock Darikus, CC Derivative, because Palace only have one trinket or bubble, and kill Vamps, like they're doing right now. Actually.
Yeah, there you go.
Vamps down. Yes, they're gonna get tons of pressure, but he is refusing to die, man. He is still living there. He's still kicking.
I'm telling you, they're trying to sell him a ticket to Bylamos Airlines, but saying, no, I'm going with Team Daticus. Flying with Daticus. So, you know, I'll tell you, it's a lot of pressure coming out for both these teams here, but they're really just not able to do much here in the fight. It's just a really big stall.
And Vamps actually just went down, so this is the perfect opportunity for Team Bylamos to take advantage of this and actually take it to a ballpark and actually kill a few people.
Slothor drops as well, and Daticus, he's feeling the pressure. WizK, he's going to drop in the team as well, so Bylamos, he's also too healing this. And now you see this Daticus, he's at 25%. He's going to get picked up by a few shields. But Derivative, they're swapping out of the Holy Pal here. If Derivative goes down, this could be really bad for HeyQ.ABN. And yeah, he's going to drop down. AMS comes out from Nicholas here. And we see Jimmy here also at 50%. So we remount to Daticus. He's not able to heal for a moment. He's going to blink out of that. And he's going to come back into the fight. Now, Jimmy feeling the pressure along with Nicholas. And now Daticus, this full stun comes out. They may look to land a kill here. He's going to drop to 20%, and he's going to go down. And now Jimmy as well. Now that split reses are coming out. They're both trying to get into this team fight. They're both trying to still contest, but the question is Bylamos going to be able to get this flag? They've got a few DPS down. What do you think, Vlad? Is he going to be able to do it?
Absolutely. I believe so. I actually believe in the Team Daticus, because Vamps is coming back and we know how his sustained healing is going on right now. And meanwhile, Nicholas does a great job actually saving some of his defensive cooldowns, actually getting tapped off, popping his healing, and spinning that flag, that precious flag in the middle that a lot of people fighting over with.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at it here, the Rogue and Derivative, they're also dropping big time here. But I want to go back to the mid-fight here where we were talking about before. They're trying to spin this flag as much as they can. HeyQ.ABN, they know they have a lead right now, and they want to keep that best they can. I think that what you're going to see, really, is Bylamos, he's going to try and peel out. He may even ghost the base to get the numbers advantage in the mid-fight. Because in the end, if you have more people, statistically, you're going to win that fight. And I think that's really what Bylamos may end up doing right now. I mean, he's all about those all-or-nothing strats. We saw on Game 10 of the World Series of RBGs, where against Collective, he's just all about these all-or-nothing strats, and I think that we're about to see one come out right now.
Oh, Absolutely, I completely 100% agree with you. On top of it, to be honest, I think that like Balam is utilizing those knocks very, very well. He's trying to peel the enemy teams, and if you look at it, what the team Datakus does is they CC Balamos, not letting him actually sub the enemy healers, so they can actually have more presence in the team fight as well. At this point in time, honestly, what I want to see some CC on the DKs. DKs are the ones who make the grip happen. They are the ones who make knockoffs happen as well. So honestly, if I was on the team Datakus, they only have one DK, Lacero. If they notice that he's going outside and tries to grip people, they need to have their rogue to actually be on the silo road 24/7 and not allow him to get those grips. And if actually Datakus' healers can actually outrange that grip, basically if Lasir goes for the grip knockoff combo and their rogue actually sees him and Datakus sees that and basically moves away from the range of the grip, I think Datakus can actually hold it out long enough for their team to actually win on the points.
Yeah, I agree with you. I want to take it back to your point on the CC and the DKs. You know, we really haven't seen a lot out from Team Bailamos, and I think that that's where they really need to begin. The DKs are really the ones that are lining up the plays here. As you see, hey, QGAB, ABN, they're taking a lot of damage in this fight here, but they're not able to put a lot back, and Lacero, he's going to go down there. I believe that was a grip knock. I mean, now they're boarding hey, QGAB, ABN Airlines. But the thing about it is that Bailamos has the pressure here. He has the pressure. He's able to wipe them. He's able to get that off in the mid-fight. And what these guys got to do to turn around, they're using the grip knocks. And that's really bad for Bailamos. If he can just get his rogue in there, if he can CC these DKs and stop that from coming, Derivative drops down as well there, then he may be able to possibly turn this game around. But as you can see here, maybe he can just do that from a straight team fight. The dam's dropping down to 1%. He's going to go down as well. Slowthorn also at 20%, along with Nicholas, and they're trying to get this flag and possibly wrap this game up. Nicholas going to pop an AMS. They're swapped on to Jimmy. They're getting wiped very quickly here, and they're going to have to peel out their rogues to stop these guys from peeling back in.
Absolutely. I think to be honest, Team Balamos this one got it. Nicholas is coming in. Those Howling Bloods are coming out, and they actually spinning to winning, guys. This is crazy. Datakus, Vams is still dead, Derivative is coming back in the team fight, he's getting CC'd, he's getting chip shot, and Datakus is dropping dangerously low as well. So if Datakus can survive here, Bob is coming out, perfect, great timing, and Vams is resurrecting.
Yeah, exactly. And Nicholas, he's going to pop the Pillar of Frost, he's going in deep there. He's going to try and get that burst up, but it's really not going to do much. Red Hair, he's going to actually get knocked here, and Datakus is going to get a bop at the last second. What a clutch bop as Derivative actually comes back into this mid-fight, and he's able to pop the wings and keep his team up. Wow. But the Full Fear does come out onto them, and he has no elbow right now, so this could be a lot of pressure for him.
Datakus, grip the gripper and knock him off. That's all I can say. Oh, God. Talking about the airlines, Datakus flew again.
Oh, jeez. It is the Datakus airline. I'm telling you, Datakus, he is just boarding that plane.
Yeah, absolutely. But at this point in time, Derivative is going down. There's a
wow, what a clutch cocoon. But it's not
the bubble didn't do anything. He didn't even get 100% healing. That's such a great burst coming out of Team Balams and a great change to see.
Now it's on the Vams and Imongo and Nicholas and oh my god. These guys are all dropping down now. This is the melt that we were talking about. And it looks like there's some action going on at Mage Tower as well. Look at this. Nicholas is almost dropping it. They may get the flag. Wow, but I want to say that, yeah, they're going to actually be taking Mage Tower here. Vassal, he's going to get the flag, and they're going to try and turn this around. But wow, it looks like Hey QGAB, ABN, they're actually going to be able to take Mage Tower and get a 3-cap here and turn this around as soon as they lose that mid-fight. This is big for Hey QGAB, ABN. Team Bailamos has the flag. They got to keep running it. They got to get this base back, though, which is really important. All of a sudden, Team Bailamos no longer has this big point advantage. And now this is really big,
This is absolutely big, yes. That would be enough completely for actually Team Datakus to get caught up on those points, and if they just overshot, that's 13 points, such a minuscule difference, but it will make all the difference in this game. If they will catch up on those points, and look at it.
Look at that, they defend Mage Tower just at the very last second there, but it's not enough. Team Bailamos is still behind the QGAB ABN in points. All they need to do right now, all Hey QGAB ABN needs to do, go mid, spin the flag, don't lose it. If you don't lose the flag, you're good to go. Because
absolutely.
Even though they were able to get that base and stop some pressure, I mean, they were able to get that point advantage back into their favor, and all of a sudden the tides are really turning here for Hey QGAB ABN.
Absolutely. What is the actual time? What is the point saying here at the moment? What is the actual score?
It's a little difficult to read on our end, guys, but
the concurrent score is Alliance 1286 to Horde 1320.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, so that triple cap there, that was really big for Hey Q Gab ABN. They were actually able to stall that out and get some points above them. And even though they lost the flag there, what a good play. Trying to peel off and trying to say, hey, you know what? We're going to get that base. And they do it. What?
Absolutely. And they're actually well connected in the team fight. We know Bamos have a potential to wipe Daticus' team, but he needs time. Does he have enough time to actually do it? I personally don't think so. I think this is a great comeback by Team Daticus over here.
Yeah, exactly. It is a very good comeback. And I want to take over Jimmy right now. He's going to get full mind control, and he's going to get major pressure. He's actually at 1% here, barely able to stay up there, Ben. He's going to drop. Along with Daticus here, you see he's at 20%. He's really dropping down very quickly. And the Godfather as well, he's going to pop his Dark Soul. And they're actually starting to get wiped up in mid here. So here's the deal. Hey, QGOB ABN, they're at 1,400 points. Bylamos doesn't have enough time here. Unless they're able to get some kind of really clutch ninja cap here, I really see this match going over to Hey, QGOB ABN. And this going to a tiebreaker round.
Absolutely. I would actually say that. This is awesome. This is really exciting. This is just a sliver of point difference between two teams. This is as close as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. This is very exciting for us to watch. And actually, the team Bylamos is under some minor pressure, but there is a few healers dead on the team Daticus. They're always dying out there, so I want to see if they will be able to keep it up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Team Daticus, they are wiping now, but they still have their 2 DKs up. They have Kadrix, they have Nicholas, they have Slothler, but these guys are dropping very quickly. I mean, if I were them, I think it's time to ghost to base at this point. You know, get somebody in that mid-fight, stall it out as much as you can. Unless you can catch that split res there and get back in very quickly, you're going to have to save this flag here. But even though, at this point, it's pretty much over for Team Bylamos. They don't really have enough time. Even if they were at the flag, they wouldn't really have enough time to get it back. So, either way, very great game here, and what an incredible play. So, hey,
oh my God.
They're going to take
Beautiful game, and we're going into two wins for Bylamos, 2 wins for QGOB. We have the final map that actually finalizes the second semifinals winner on the Team US. What an exciting match to watch.
And just take a look at that damage there. Vassal, very top in the meters, 20 million damage. Wow. Jaja as well, along with Whiskey. Now, Bylamos, they had the advantage. They had the team fight advantage early, the whole game there, really. But the thing about it is that when they got that third base, they were able to turn the pressure around, and all of a sudden now, Hey QGOB ABN is back in the series, and we're going to tiebreakers. I mean, I don't know what a better way to end this.
Fossils and Jaja's damage was just crazy that last game. Incredible.
All right. So that means now that the last map is going over to Team Bylamos. Now, while that was really cool that Daticus was able to win the series here, this could be really good for Bylamos. And hear me out here. Here's why. Bylamos is now going to get the next map pick. The next map pick is going to be the tiebreaker round, and that's really going to determine the game. What that means is that I see Bylamos going for a Silver Shard Mines. I really do. Because I mean, if you listen to his stream, if you listen to him talk, I remember one person actually said to him directly, hey Bylamos, what's your strategy for Silver Shard Mines? His response, don't face my team. That's his core map. And I think, honestly, I think we're going to see Silver Shard. What do you guys think?
I gotta disagree and pick Temple. I think he's gonna roll with Temple.
Well, no, you cannot roll Temple.
All right.
You cannot duplicate the maps. So, Silver Shard Mines.
That's honestly, that's what I see. I doubt that we're going to see like an Arathi Basin or anything like that. I don't think he's going to try and contest a node map going into this, or a flag carrying map for that matter. At this point, you know, Bylamos, I think he's going to play it safe. He's going to play it on his core map, and I'd be surprised if we saw anything else. Eye the Storm, that was really the comeback map for Daticus, but now they're going to have to face Bylamos on his home turf, and that's Silver Shard Mines.
As you've seen from these past few games, I mean, Team Bylamos is pretty much owning the team fights between Daticus and Bylamos, and that's what Silver Shard Mines is. It's just a big team fight map, so I'm really excited to see how that plays out.
Actually, I kind of disagree. It's a big team fight map, because there's multiple times you have a stronger team fight, but if you peel for the cards back, if you switch the bottom card to go upwards, to go north, which taking the basically lava card to go north to take a longer route, the team fights is out of the question there at all. It's gonna becomes all this mini micro team fights, 3-on-3 on 5v5, because there's so many objectives at the last moment that you need to take. So I would say Silver Shard Mines is actually going to be very, very interesting map to watch, and I don't think whoever has the better team fight actually wins on that map necessarily.
I agree.
Well, the thing about it, though, it really comes down to the strategy, and that's what Bylamos is all about. I'm telling you, I've seen his strategy on Silver Shard Mines. And I think I have a good clue of what he's going to run. And I won't say too much because I know that Daticus is maybe watching the streams. I don't want to give that away yet. But the thing about it is that he has a very strong strategy. He really invented what is much of the meta on Silver Shard Mines today. I think we're going to see that come out. I don't know. He may be playing a flag carry map. It's either going to be Silver Shard or a flag carry map. And the reason why I say flag carry map is because he's also very strong on there. So I could see it going either way. Personally, I think that it's going to be Silver Shard Mines, but it could very well be a flag carrying map.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's possible to even determine what map they're going to choose because both teams have had a winning team fight and they've also had a winning strat and comp game. So, to say one map over the other is assuming you can understand how either one of these top tier RBG leaders queues on live, and I don't think that's a possibility for anybody other than themselves. That being said, if we do see Silver Shard Mines, I don't think it is a full team fight. I think what you're going to see, at least from Bamos' team, is a lot of counter strats and Daticus trying to match the movement, and that's what Silver Shard really is the movement map. You know, how quickly can you lock the team into the team fight if you're winning it, or how quickly can you get out of the team fight if you're losing it. You know, at what point do you abandon a base? At what point as a leader do you say, hey, you know, I'm all in on this node, I'm gonna win this node, this is the node where we turn the game, or no, this isn't my node, we've lost this, let's regroup, resecure, and try again and go for a different
If you guys have a better team fight, you're gonna be controlling lava the whole game most of the time. Yeah,
I love that.
I'm just excited to see what both teams are going to do because this is a sudden death match. You know, whoever loses.
and don't forget the double rogue.
All right, I'm getting word on the map right now, guys. And it was
Whoa, laid on me.
Silver Shard Mines, guys. I'm telling you, that's his home turf. It's Silver Shard, guys. I'm telling you, that's the home turf. What a better way to end a series than on a Silver Shard Mines. This is Bamos' map. Daticus has a tough road ahead of him if he wants to beat Bamos on his home turf.
You think this is Bale's map?
I completely think it's Bale's map. You do not want to face him on Silver Shard. I'm telling you, he has the strategy. He has the team fight. He knows this map inside and out. You're going to see cart swaps. You're going to see crazy caps.
Dude, I don't want to face him at all. I don't want to see him on live. I'm not queuing with Bamos. I hide. I just AFK. I'm like, oh, we're done,
honestly,
guys.
At this point in time, talking about the strategies, what I've seen is actually HeyQ Gab IBM has actually out-strategized Team Balamas. To be honest, Balamas had a stronger team fights and that got him a few wins in this tournament. But in all honesty, I think HeyQ Gab ABN was coming with a solid gameplay and solid tactics. So for this one, I wouldn't necessarily say, hey, Team Balamas got the best strategy for Silver Shard Mines. Now that may be necessarily be the truth, but honestly, in terms of strategies, I think Daticus knows what he's doing and he definitely has a few tricks up his sleeve.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you there. I think that Daticus does have a very strong team, and I think that he definitely can contest this map, but this is his map. This is Bamos' map. It is Silver Shard. It's the map
Either
that
way,
he
we're
loves.
going into the last game.
And this is the last
epic series.
While
And I have to
Daticus
take my hat
does
off.
have a very strong team fight, and while he does have a very strong potential for this map, I really think that it's going to go to Bamos in this series. We'll have to see, though. I'm just excited to see these guys playing this map.
I'm
because
loving
I am
this split
definitely
opinions
crazy.
here.
We
I'm
got
loving this
AJ
split.
the Analyzer over here dropping off the commentary desk, just flopping with us rat leaguers over here. He's like, hey guys, let's show you guys what's going on.
Let me throw it out to you. You guys are the analysts. You know, I'm just your humble showcast. I want to throw it out to you guys right now. Give me your thoughts on this.
And I'm your favorite Russian.
Yeah. So I want to hear from you, Gigas, now first. Tell me about this map. Who do you think is really going to have the advantage here?
Okay, well, I really love this map because you're right. Bamos does have a really great possibility. Both teams do. But what we've seen so far, at least tonight, at least in this series, is we've seen team fights go both ways. And so Silver Shard it's a team fight map, but it's also a movement map. And so if team fights are going both ways, and if movement is kind of going both ways, we saw it on Deepwind Gorge and to some extent on EoTS, I think what we're going to see is which team can move better before they lose the team fight, or which team can win the team fight before the other team moves. So, yeah, again, like I called this whole series, Data versus Bamos could decide a lot of the rest of the tournament just based on this long, arduous task of them pulling teeth and ripping hair and finally deciding like who is who amongst themselves. I got to give it to Daticus, though. I think Daticus will pull out on Silver Shards. I think Bale could counter or meta, with turns like DeBorgon was saying. But hey, actually, DeBorgon, tell me more about these turns. I know Earth was bugged early in the season. It's now released, so Earth can turn north, aka top, for those of you who don't run Giga Snail but play, the more meta calls. And then Fire can obviously always be turned top. So you'll see like really quick team fights turn Lava north really quickly. Do you think there's going to be a lot of turning in this game, or do you think they're going to try to play it straight?
I think extremely a lot of turning, especially with the double rogues. If Bao runs double rogues here, we're going to be, I think, turning up top and Lava side. And then especially if Bao loses Lava, the team fight, he's especially going to have a rogue camp in that switcher to make it go north.
What about the opening team fight Ninja too? Because I know a lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll, if you're on Alliance side, if you're on a Horde side, you'll send one to water or middle, and you'll send the team fight to lava, and then the reverse, you'll send one to earth or top, and then the rest to lava, and you'll have covers and everything. But do you think one of those 1v1s is going to make the difference in the game, or do you think somebody's going to, maybe Batman down, hey Rachel, from Earth? I think there's going to be somebody dropping out of the team fight early, something like that.
I think
definitely it's going to make a difference, especially if they send someone to go help them. It's going to leave the team fight weaker. So
the team fight will be weaker, but they will most likely get that 1v1. They'll win that 1v1, so they will get that cart. A lot of it also depends on it's not huge, but early on in the game, it depends on what layout of the carts that you get. That can depend a lot on where the team fights are, and
looks like we're in actually.
Oh, we
are actually getting into the game here for Silver Shard Mines, and we are ready to go here. We just had a quick dispute between teams, wanted to make sure that the rosters were all set, but we are ready to go here on the tiebreaker round. Team Bamos versus HeyQ the ABN, and we're fixing the scoreboard real quick for you guys here as we get into the final game. So,
absolutely 2-on-2. Spectacular series. There were some mishaps early on, guys, and we apologize about that. Apologize for the breaks and having us sorting out, and we appreciate your patience, but this is as good as it gets. 2-on-2 for the second semifinalist team for the Battle of the Atlantic Championship, and I think this is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I want to take a look at their comps real quick here. So, Lamos, he's going to be in this game, definitely. And we've got I Am Jeff, Jordan's Josh Lujan, Jaja, Born Human. He's bringing his Holy Pally in there again. And we've got Reed's X to Hunter. And taking a look at Team Daticus' lineup, we've got Daticus Nicholas, Maldiva he's going to choose to bring in here. He's running the double lock, and it looks like the double demo. So, he's very much adjusting to this new meta. Wow, okay. And Derivative and Vamps, of course, his two core healers he's going to bring in this game as well. So.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's a great idea to run down double Demo. Demo Luck's mobility is actually extremely good with his lip. It's only 15-second cooldown, and they can lip into the cards every time they get knocked back or CC'd or gripped out of it. So this is actually going to ensure the constant contesting on the cards. So we could actually potentially see some really great knockoffs, really great grips, CC of the cards, and what you can see just huge card contesting festival instead of actually team fights.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's going to be... Now, I want to go back to what I was saying before about the strategy for Team Balance. I didn't want to reveal this too early in the stream, but I think that what he's really going to do here is he's going to take his team, and he has the rogue, right? So he's going to do the mass stealth, and I think he's going to juke them at lava. I think he's going to take his team, go in the middle with it, and try and basically juke them out. We'll have to see, though, or he may just choose to contest lava. We never know. And it looks like, yeah, they're actually going to choose to do that. So he's actually not running his usual strat. He usually likes to turn lava, but that's not going to happen. And both teams are going to try and contest this cart. And it's going to be going over the HeyQ ABN at the beginning here. And we'll have to see what can happen as the cart swaps back over to Bailamos. Very close game here. But look at this. Malmarza, he's actually going to try and swap this back top, but he's not able to get it. So it looks like lava is going to be going down. Now, both teams trying to contest this here. Go ahead.
So, yeah, at this point, I was actually want to look at the middle really quickly and look at the top and see which players are contesting it and exactly. All right, so Amago getting the top. Who is getting the middle at the moment?
Now, right, yeah, if we could cut the middle real quick. I'm not too sure that
we have
the
other counter. Reeds have it.
Yeah, I believe it is Rids. Imongo is securing top right now, and that's going to be for HeyQ ABN. And right now, Bailamos, I believe that, yeah, that's going to be in the Horde's favor here. So we'll take a look at that right now. And it looks like that's going to be both Reeds and the other guy. So let's cut it back over to Lava here real quick. I want to look at this team fight. So it's still in the Horde's favor. Team Bailamos still has this cart in their favor, but they're going to be able to take top, and they're going to get mid here. So they already have two carts from the beginning. Unless this swaps back somehow. Very interesting. Either way, they're up for the first card. Now, Joshua John, they're dropping down very much. Vlad, talk me through this. What do you think that Daticus needs to do here to hold, or Bamos for that matter? His team is melting real quick. What do you think he needs to do?
Absolutely. Okay, those Demon Soul Chaos Waves actually by Demolax, they are devastating. They crit up to 60 to 70k damage, and if you and each lock can throw 2 of those. 2 locks combined can actually do devastating of like 280k damage if their stars lines up, and we see their pressure. But overall, looks like Bamos' strategy, train the healer till he dies, actually works here, because 2 of their healers that Daticus won't be able to solo heal that, because even though residues are extremely strong, when it comes to their healing, a lot of their healing is the healing over time effects, and they need some straight healing from the monk and paladin. So I'm pretty sure Daticus is going to be wiping here at this point.
And what an absolute turnaround. You saw that the pressure was really on Team Bylamos. They were all at half health, but they popped that burst trinket, they popped those defensives. We saw massive amounts of trinkets come out and the AMS. And they were just able to turn that team fight around and put it right, stick it to AQ got ABN. And now all the pressure is on them. AQ got ABN, they're going to be able to get a cart, but they're still down 1 for the game. Now, these residual points, we didn't talk about them too much. The residual points from just holding the carts are huge. They're going to give a massive amount of points. They're worth the cart cap itself. Holding onto that cart is just as important as capping it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even though a lot of people underestimate the top card, but it does give a lot of residue points in general over its actual duration. So we could see some potential points racking there as well. But not everybody is contesting over the middle, and I think Team Daticus got it. But they need to turn the lava card back. They need to make sure that they avoid the team fights and they're just capitalizing on those mini battles, because I think that's their strength at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And just look at this here. Imaga, he's actually going to drop there very quickly. Wow. And look at that, and Maldiva just trying to do what he can. He's going to get a full sap there, and they're actually going to be taking this mid cart here. Wow, very big stuff. And they're just trying to slow them here as they come into mid. Bylamos actually doing a great job of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Bylamos' micromanaging on this team is absolutely amazing. So from here, actually, KQ got IBM got the middle, but they are still gonna be behind by at least 1 cap. And at this point in time, I want to see some lava action here. I want to see what they're gonna do to that card. They need to turn it out. They need to turn it around.
Exactly. I think that what you're going to see here is possibly a card swap. I mean, Bylamos may look to delay these residual points, or he may just actually look to ghost lava altogether here. That's surprising, actually. He may have just given up that card. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see. But they're actually going to keep control of that and possibly contest mid here. I think that really what you got to do, you got to contest mid, you got to contest top, and especially lava, though. You got to keep your lava card at this point. Keep making
absolutely.
Lava.
And team is and Bowser's team is actually coming for the rescue, so they're actually getting lava card again. And at this point in time, what a Team Daticus has to do is rack up those points from the mid and from the top. I honestly don't think that they should actually fight this mid. I think they should just sit the rogue next to the switch, and at this point in time, lure Bylamos towards the center and towards the top.
Yeah, exactly here. And I'm getting reports, there are some connection issues in Silver Shard, it looks like, but Bylamos and both teams actually experiencing some issues right now. We're going to continue with the match here, but can we get an official time, Gigasnail, on the match right now? You got a shot out there.
Yeah. The overall time is already over the marker.
It's way over the marker. Yeah,
it's over the marker for sure. Yeah.
Okay. The marker.
It's technically 7 minutes into the match. It's exactly 7 minutes in.
All right,
far over the marker.
Yeah, the time is way over the marker right now. So unfortunately, the game must go on. It was the player's responsibility to do what they can. No replay.
I do still think that Bylamos got it, even though they're 1 person behind on this, and the connection issues do happen. Doesn't have to be really bad person sitting behind them. People just disconnect sometimes from a buggy PTR, and it happens.
Yeah, exactly. It can happen.
But overall, I think still Bylamos is posing a huge threat to Hugap ABN, and I really, I think he's got it still, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. He may have this tournament. We'll have to see what happens here. I think that wow, they're actually going to leave this right now, and we're actually getting reports in that Maldiva is streaming without a delay, so this actually may be a whole replay altogether because there's penalties on both the teams coming out here.
Okay.
So what we're going to do, why don't we just... It looks like Team Bylamos is actually going to leave here, and we're going to come to a ruling on this. If there are penalties on both the teams, the match will be replayed, but we'll have to see what happens here if Maldiva is streaming without a delay, and if he is not, then take a look. But we're going to head over to his stream right now.
Alright, so give us a second, guys.
Yep.
We'll be right back. There's a... Alright guys, so basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually replay this map. This map was absolutely close, both teams going in and out. There was some problems with other people streaming with no delay, which was against the rules, but both teams actually decided to be very, very sportsmanlike and then say, hey, let's just replay it, let's have it winner takes it all in the semifinals, and let's move it to the semifinals right away.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do a replay on the map. Of course, it was tied, so the thing about it, obviously disconnection issues do happen, but at the same time, there was a penalty on Maldiva. He was streaming without a delay, which is against the tournament rules. And under the rulebook, we basically agreed to a replay between the two teams, but unfortunately, that could possibly be a DQ for the time being. It won't be, but since the teams agree to a replay, that will happen. So at this point, we're just waiting to get back in the queue here, but I mean, very interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's really important anytime you guys are trying to do esports on any game that you really know and understand the rules, especially on massive multi-online player games like these. You need, as a team leader, you have to be responsible for your teams. So, if you invite a sub in, the sub has to always follow the rule book, and if they don't, it's a flag on the play. And we had 2 refs put a flag on the play. Luckily, it wasn't a DQ; it was simply a flag. But
yeah,
it could have easily been a DQ with one more flag. So.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt now if he wasn't streamed, but unfortunately, that's gonna possibly cost them. It's the problem. And the thing about it is that they're not gonna get, since teams did agree to a replay, we're gonna keep it at that for now. But Maldiva, I mean, he's playing the card they didn't know, so we'll see what happens. But at the same time, the map will be replayed. So it will be a flag.
Alright, so I want to address something really quickly. People say we want one team to win, we want the other team to win. Honestly, we just want to have a great tournament. We do come up with the rules because stuff like this happens. I definitely don't want to see this happening on ongoing tournaments, and we talk to the winners really quickly and say, hey, be more sportsman, less bickering and more playing. And we're completely with you here, guys, at the same time. So with that going on, we'll figure out what's going on between those two teams. If we're going to replay, then we should be perfectly fine, and we should enjoy this.
I love and have played with both teams, and I want both teams to win. I wish both could win. I want more NA against EU.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want these NA teams disqualified. Makes me sad.
Alrighty, so let's talk about.
There's no challenges left. So
yeah,
Mogo,
at this
sorry,
point, that's a fair ruling on it. So we're just waiting for both the teams to get queued up here once again on Silver Shard Mines and test it one more time.
All right, cool.
Okay, definitely. Really want to keep going. This is a good matches. Yes, sorry about the technical difficulty, but bottom line is when the games happen, they're extremely entertaining to watch. There's so much strategy going on, like Nicholas Ninja Cap at the last moment to stop for points. Yeah. That was amazing play.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it, we
More
saw
or less, that game was pretty even too. Like I didn't see any particular advantage. There was the 100 point one way or the other.
Either team
that doesn't mean a lot on Silver
point.
Shard Mines. Yeah, I think both teams were pretty open to replaying that, and I don't accept any stalls at this point. So replay or there we go. And the queue goes live.
Right.
Here we go.
Giga says it.
Final game.
Okay, guys, this is it. No more disqualifications, no more DCs, nothing else. Take it or leave it. Let's get a shout out for Team Bamos, and let's get a shout out for KQ Gab ABN. They worked really hard in this tournament, and let's see their A game that they're bringing into this tournament.
Hey, real quick before this game starts, can I just mention how amazing Jordan's heals were? I feel like I'm that cheerleader that's like looking at the quarterback right now. As one of the few healers on any bracket that's behind Jordan's. I keep looking at him, so I keep like micro inspecting him every game. But literally before that game finished, I mean that is a priest, guys. Think about that. The priest should be second or third on the healing meters.
Transfer aborted. We're actually gonna have to replay again. Okay. Transfer board. So if we could have the two teams leave.
And he was on top of all healers,
and
by the way.
Technical difficulties are happening again.
He was on top of all healers. Still on top, so really good on
it. Happens sometimes, guys.
Yeah, exactly. So we're waiting on the transfer boarded right now. So everyone, we're going to do a replay of the map right now as well. So Luckily,
Yeah,
those
it's-
issues do happen right in the beginning, but instant transfer aborted, that does happen on the PTR, and not much we can do about it.
Yeah, it's just basically just a MTQ. Anyway, so back to actually what Giga said about Jordan and his being able to keep the healers up. To be honest, that's a very good point, and I think Jordan is actually filling in role of his priest like perfectly well. He is a perfect pick-me-up healer, to be honest. One of the healers on the Balamas team gets dangerously low. Here comes the savior Jordan, and he actually was able to keep those healers up. That's, I think, one of the actually major deciding factors why Team Balamas was so strong in the team fights was actually Jordan's managing his healer's HP really, really well.
Yeah, exactly. So right now I want to actually go back and let's go ahead and get queued up again here.
Well, I'm sorry. Can I just fanboy over Jordan's again? I'm
Yeah,
gonna
sure.
get so much flack for
Yeah, you
doing
guys
this,
have
but again, I'm micro inspecting certain specs and everything, and you know, so I'm looking at the locks, I'm looking at the druids, I'm looking at the priests because those are the classes I play. Monks to some extent, rogues every now and then. You know, make sure everybody's in line. But when I come across Jordan's, I'm seeing things I don't normally expect. You know, like that opening Gilneas map, the whole opening of the series. He was running. He wasn't running Feather. He was actually running the speed on Shell. Later, he was running Cascade and Power Infusion over, you know, Twist of Fate. Twist of Fate could have kept his team alive multiple times. You know, that increase on healing when somebody's sub 35% is actually really huge to a healer. Meanwhile, while I'm looking at him going, I don't know about that, Jordan's like, he is topping meters game after game after game, and I'm seeing the opposite on Daticus's team. I'm looking at Derivative and other healers. I was giving Derivative a lot of early problems in early games because he wasn't keeping up with the healing meters. Later, he started picking it up and he started topping the meters. Actually, surpassed Daticus at one point on one of the games, which was really good. I'd like to see the healers really kind of come into this team fight and like really pay attention. Like you're not just standing in the back and hoping your team wins. You actually can decide the outcome of these games if you play your healing comp right, make decisions like Jordan is making. He's like, hey, I don't need that instant cast Cascade talent. I'm going full commitment. I'm sorry, Divine Star. I'm going full commitment to Cascade. It's a hard cast. I'm going to juke it, make sure I'm not interrupted. And then I'm going to take those extra healings onto my team. And if other healers make those decisions, you know, secure the jukes, make sure all the CSs are cleared across the board before they start hard casting multiple AoE heals. I think you'll see some of these team fights turning really quickly. And I think you might see it more out of EU teams as well. Not so much about NA teams, but it's good to see Jordan making those decisions and playing his class and deciding to play it at the top tier, not just playing safety talents or safety specs, but really pushing what he can do as a skill and a player. I really like that, man.
Are you done with Jordan?
I'm getting actually a word from the teams right now. It looks like they are having a character not found issue right now, so it's going to be a few minutes here for them to recover both their rogue and their paladin. But you just wait for now. Probably do a few giveaways or something.
Yep. Back to the actually Giga's point, to be honest. You know, honestly, what I've seen, Jordan, I've seen actually multiple players, they always change their spec based on the comp they're facing. Sometimes there's a lot of cleave damage going on. I see Jordan actually specking different talents that actually utilize more of a cleave healing as well at the same time. So, in that kind of plasticity, I think Balamas' healers are a little bit more flexible than Daticus' healer because I see them constantly changing their specs based on what they're facing. And Daticus was throwing on Balamas in teamfights multiple different comps. He was throwing them Rat Cleaves, he was throwing some single target, high pressure, high CC damage dealers, and his healers were solid almost every single step of the way. So that actually speaks a lot about his healers.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. I expect those micro changes. You know, like if we're going from an AB or you know, an EoTS to Silver Shard Mines, I expect the healer to go, or at least the priest to go from Fear to Roots. Those minor talent changes I totally expect, but like a bold 6.1 change from Divine Star to Cascade, for example, like that's literally him as a priest healer going, no, I am not going to get juked. Like this hard cast is going to be something I'm committing to, and I'm going to make sure it goes out, and I'm going to do it for the best of my team. I really like that. The other thing you'll see out of healers like Jordan's, not necessarily him himself, but all healers who play at that top tier is going to be min-maxing, you know? So they're not just doing what they can do for the current team fight and hoping for a win. They're looking at the overall game. They're crunching their numbers almost like they're a PvE player, you know, like they wish they had logs for PvP, because it just frankly doesn't exist. You know, there's no perfect enemy team that you could find in RBGs. But what they'll do is they'll do some crunching of the numbers, and they'll figure out in and of themselves, what is my rotation and how can I maximize it? And they will make sure that rotation is maximized for the HPS and for the overall healing done. And I think that's something that Jordan's has completely cornered the market on, which is a big shout out to Bamos for finding such a talent and for keeping him on his team for such a long time. It's really great on both of them.
All right. Yeah. So, definitely valid points, to be honest. I want to kind of switch a little bit. Guys, we're going to do giveaway, and this time we're going to be giving heroes. You like those Arthurs? You like those bugs? We're going to be doing heroes giveaway keys right now. If you want to try WoW's new MOBA, Heroes of the Storm, and I've been playing it relentlessly, actually pushing a diamond rank right now, and it's pretty freaking awesome. So if you're interested in playing it, hey, type heroes in the chat below right now.
What am I typing right now? Heroes?
Heroes.
I gotta win.
Heroes.
Heroes.
Gotta win another game,
Get
dude.
on this.
Oh goodness.
Hey man, when you're volunteering, you gotta do anything you can.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gotta get them heroes codes out. Yo, I'm seeing heroes tournaments pop up a lot more.
Yeah, and I definitely think that as a community, we actually get into that as well. And I think it's going to be a little bit easier to organize because it's going to be 10 people. There's already, there should be spectator add-ons. Like, this should be much, much easier for us to do. So, but overall, this being wonderful. Like I said, sorry about the mishaps. It does happen. But
We're trying
overall,
Yeah. Going off that, we do apologize for the unfortunate disconnects and stuff. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff plaguing this series between Daticus and Bamos. A lot of it is external. A lot of it, people sometimes just trying to troll. A lot of it is like internal disconnects and stuff like that. Our goal here, we want to keep it as fair as possible. It's not a one-person decision on any of the rulings. It's everybody. We have at least 10 people that are making these calls and trying to do what's best for everyone. So we want to keep it fair.
Yeah, absolutely. So, overall, guys, keep in mind, this is the first RBG tournament ever created by WoW. Like, arena tournaments is easy.
Yeah.
There's 3 people and 3 people. Hey, you ready? You ready? Awesome. There's no comps, there's no swapping out, there's maybe potential talent swapping, but overall, arena tournaments, and we will be doing, by the way, them, and we have some cool things in mind, so keep tuned. But those are much easier to organize from the standpoint. RBGs is the hardest tournament that, to organize so far from what I've seen, because not only there is actually the technicality issue of having EU play facing US at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Give me one moment here, guys. Yeah, Reinhard, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So, we're just looking at the two teams right now. We're trying to work this out between them both. For the time being, while we get this going, we're going to go to a quick break here. We apologize for the breaks tonight, guys. Obviously not what we want to do. We want to get the tournament going as fast as we can. We know that you guys want to see games. We want to see them too. Unfortunately, some issues tonight. But we will have them resolved for tomorrow. I promise you that. All right, so we're going to go to break real quick, guys. And when we get back, we will join the very last game of the Bamos vs. Daticus series. Hello, everyone. And we are back once again after some delays there. We apologize for that, but we are down to the tiebreaker match. It's HeyQGab ABN versus Bamos. We want to get through this match very quickly there and then go into the bonus round right after this extremely fast. We apologize for all the downtime and delays, but it's our first time at it, and we want to make sure that everything is as fair as possible to both teams.
Yeah,
So we took some time, we reviewed the last game, and the replay will stand, and I think at this point, it's just time to let players play. You know what I mean?
Hey, let their virtual swords and wands do the fighting.
Why are they leaving? I've got no communication from them yet. We'll take a look into it, guys. Oh, Reeds is DC. So some more disconnection issues from them there. Another replay coming out here. Unfortunately, it looks like Reeds does DC coming into the map. So we're going to try and get this rebooted as quickly as possible, guys. Once again, we do apologize for the delay, but we want to get this wrapped up ASAP.
That's kind of understandable, though. You know when you queue live and you're like, oh man, I DC, and you're like, man, guys, I'm sorry, I DC, I clicked the wrong button. Like whatever happens, like you feel really stupid for a second, you know?
Yeah.
And you hope it doesn't affect the entire game. Luckily, we're in a tournament setting, so we can correct that really quickly.
Yep.
Did I win the last giveaway? I was really excited.
Get that Heroes game.
The giveaways are real. Trying to check that. I'll have to cross that with some of the awesome moderators. We're busy cross-checking with the refs.
Whew, this is stressful.
It is what it is.
Happens.
But we'll get.
I
these
knew
guys back.
this series was going to be the longest series of the game, and I knew it was going to be just an arduous task all night long.
I
to
think it
get
would be
these
this
two
long,
teams.
though.
I mean, can we just put them like in a circle pit with no objectives, no flags, just duel it out right now, 40 minutes, nonstop.
At this point, you know
Bamos is gonna win.
we're done with this here. I'm giving both teams. They got a minute. Both teams have a minute to be in a game.
1 minute.
If not, then we're gonna have to DQ somebody.
Double DQ?
We'll see.
Can we have it? Is that a possibility?
Team De Morgan.
All right.
Yeah, that's good.
Q is
Right,
up.
well, let's take a look. Queue's up. Awesome. Finally, we can see some matches. So, I want to see European matches too. I want to see how they're gonna play it. Oh, by the way, are we live?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the European matches tomorrow. We're gonna have E-Heroes coming out in the first spot.
Honestly, I foresee a lot less drama when it comes to European teams, to be honest.
Yeah, there really is. Unfortunately, with the U.S. teams, there is a lot of drama that does go on, and we want to make sure that, obviously, we're fair and unbiased through it all. So that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I play NA and EU, and one big difference I've noted between the two is EU is definitely more mature than NA, just hands down. No question.
I definitely think so as well. But to be honest, we cannot understand the teams. To be honest, both teams, like, they're dead even in this RBG. None of the team wants to lose. They both want to go to semifinals, and we have 99 different ways that it can actually anything can go wrong.
There
From
it
the
is.
add-ons to the
There
actual
we go.
AJ throws the minute call down.
All right.
Finally.
I'm telling you, that's
Well
how it's
played.
just gonna happen. You know, I'm done waiting for the teams. I'm done. We've waited half an hour. It's time to provide it back to you guys. We're done waiting, and it's time for a game that we all want to see here. It is Team Bamos versus Hey Q Gab ABN. Fingers
Hey.
crossed, it'll be a clean game. Let's just hope for that
Absolutely.
here. And think about it, it's all about keeping it fair. You know, we want to make sure that both teams have an opportunity. Both teams are reaching a mutual agreement that they can both agree on. And, you know, the replay, it was just pretty much the best option that we could have. There were flags on both sides of the team, and we reviewed it both pretty in depth, and we came to a decision. Like we say, it's never one person's decision. It's a team-wide effort. So we came to a decision.
You got to remember too, it's hard on the teams. You know, these things get thrown at you. If they get thrown at you on live, you know, you can just say, "Hey guys, things are being thrown at us. We need to stop queuing. There's something out of our control." But it's a tournament. There's no stop queuing here. You stop queuing, you're out. You know, so all the teams want to keep going. All of a sudden, they quickly become ready to queue as soon as an ultimatum is thrown down, and I think we'll see some of these things disappear pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, guys, for the Rocky tournament, our first one. So we'll definitely work on it, and we'll definitely provide you guys with a lot smoother tournaments as well, in general, down the road. Starting in from tomorrow's tournament as well. So appreciate your patience. I appreciate you sticking out with us as well. So this is our first tournament, but there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, exactly. So we want to make sure that things get kept even here as we go into the very last match here, and we're going to speed things along very quickly and make sure that the best team does come out on top. It's obviously our concern. So, get into it, and let's look at the lineup here real quick. So it's Wiz K, Joshua John, I am Jeff, Bylamoster, and Vaso is going to be on Team Bylamos. And we got Slothlord, Derivative, The Godfather, Maldiva, Daticus, and Nicholas for Hey Q God ABN. So, some pretty big players there. We're going to have to see who is going to take this very last game on Silver Shard Mines.
Okay, absolutely. I think this is gonna be pretty interesting to watch. The last match, the last fight, no more GCs, no more setbacks. Let's watch two teams duke it at each other really, really high. So, at this point in time, I think that Slothlord is actually getting relatively low. Daticus is getting low, and Redbeard. Daticus is down to 10% HP, and Slothlord is down to 10% HP as well. Will they be able to pick it up? Looks like they actually did. Red Heals is healing up as well. And at this point in time, we do have, I'm pretty sure Heikyu Gaba BN actually controlling the middle fire, and the Team Balam is going the top. It's usually like that, where Alliance goes top, and Cord goes in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to be fighting here at Lava first. And that's a very interesting choice. I mean, that was what they wanted to do first. And Bylamos is really just sticking to that strategy. Derivative at 50% here, along with Daticus and Redless. I mean, these guys are all just dropping down very quickly here. And Hey Q got Baby, and I mean, they're going to try and reverse this pressure here, as we saw. And possibly they may be able to set something up here against Bylamos. Derivative going to get a full bubble onto him. Daticus at 50% here, along with Vamps as well. And the Treffer is also shifting over onto the Monk, Joshua Bond. So we'll have to see what happens. But very big pressure early from both teams.
Oh, definitely, I understand. But look at the Daticus team. Daticus is going down. Vamps is going down as well. This is a tons of damage, tons of spread pressure coming out of Team Bylamos. And they're actually viping Team Daticus right over here.
Yeah, exactly. And as you check this out here, you know, Jimmy, he's at 25% HP. You see he's dropping down very quickly. The Death Knight gonna pop the Pillar of Frost, but he's gonna drop down as well. I mean, these guys, they are just getting torn apart in this mid fight here, and the pressure is really shifting over to Bylamos. And the thing about it, you know, it's very big pressure early on, and they're gonna actually be able to take that lava cart, but it's still very even as we go into.
Absolutely. At this point, they're even points by Maldiva. Maldiva, Nicholas, and Vamps do have a slower rest timer, so they will be missing those three people in the team fight, and that will be enough for Bylamos to secure a next card. So at this point in time, I think they need to go back to lava, they need to switch that router, and they need to go at it again.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it, you know, they're both trying to force these cards, they're both trying to force the caps. They're going to be heading here, what looks like to middle, and they're going to try and just contest this as much as they can, and just try and get this card. Now, I want to take it over here. I see Derivative. He's actually at 50% HP, but he's going to get picked up very quickly here. And along with that, we see the Godfather. He's dropping down a little bit as well. Derivative actually going to drop down very quickly there. Dark Soul comes out from Maldiva. Slothlord X dropping to 25% as well, along with the Godfather. These guys feeling the pressure right now, but they are still managing to stay ahead in this tournament through all the odds. 410 to 244. Very close game. Really determined.
Bylamos is actually doing a lot of team kills, but at this point in time, right now, I'm looking at it, KQ Gaba BM is just outmaneuvering Team Bylamos over here, and that's actually very interesting to watch over here.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see this here now, Heikyu Baby, they're keeping this point advantage, and it looks like they're actually going to get lava as well, so they're going to continue to pour on the points here. Even through all the odds, Heikyu got Baby and pushing through it and trying to get these cards and maybe possibly pull ahead. It looks like they're probably going to be going for top here. They're going to swap it off to Alliance and get those residue points, which very smart move. And Nicholas, he's going to drop down as well.
Oh, absolutely. So the team fights are going to the team Bylamos, but the actual points are going to Heikyu Gaba BN. I don't know how the Ghosts can actually capture those cards, but they're certainly pulling it off, and that is pretty amazing to actually watch. But right now we're looking at a huge team fight in the middle because there's a couple cards right now just spammed, and there is going to be a complete, pardon of my French, shit show.
Exactly. They're all trying to contest lava right now, and you see both teams at very high health. They're both trying to. Shockwave does come out, and the entangling roots as well. Both teams, they're just trying to contest this lava card here. I mean, it's really, lava is a big part of the game. If they're able to get this card, very quickest capping card, then they can really turn this around. Now, Team Bylamos, he's on the down low right now, but both teams still a very even score. Heikyu got ABN a little ahead, but not by much.
Yeah, absolutely. So at this point in time, I don't know. I want to see HQGAP ABN doing the same thing that they've been doing over and over again, which is specializing on the mini team fights and actually winning the micro in this map. Not the macro, not the big team fights, but winning the micro overall. Yes, it sucks when you see your team in the graveyard all the time, but hey, who cares if they get the points? Team Bamos, on the other hand, they are winning those team fights. So they are like a train, they're just teaming through Team Datacus right now in the team fights. So they can capitalize that as well. And if they can stick with like maybe 8 people at the same time and just keep getting into those cards at the very, very last moment and keep getting them back from the Team Datacus, we could see some potential comebacks here as well. What do you think, AJ?
Well, look at, I want to take it over before we touch on that. Look at Derivative. He actually just dropped down very quickly. And Vamps, he's at 23%. I mean, the pressure is really coming out here from Bylamos. It's a pretty even game so far. Both teams just trying to fight for this. Your Maldiva, he's going to drop as well. Now, they still have middle here, HQGAB, ABN, and Team Bylamos, they're trying to contest what they can. But it's still just a very even game. This whole series in general, very, very even so far. And
yeah,
I actually want to take this over here. Now, you see, Team Bylamos, he's actually got control of Lava here and top right now. So he's got those 2 cards, he's getting the residue points, and he's trying to put out as much pressure as he can over the map. He's going to say, hey, HQGAB, ABN, you guys can take middle on me, but I want the big money. And that's where Lava's at. And look at this, they're actually going to swap it to go top. So now Lava is actually going to be swapped back top.
Absolutely. This is what I'm talking about. This is where actually HQGAB ABN can capitalize that advantage over here as well. While they're losing the team fights, well, when you win in the team fights on this map, what happens is you keep constantly running Lava, and because Lava has such a short pathing, especially they can rack up those points very, very quickly. But on this time, there's going to be a lot less about the actual team fights here because the Lava goes up. It's going to be more about just map control.
Yeah, exactly. And look at that, Derivative drops down very quickly as well. I mean, talking about map control, both teams have it. They're both trying to contest what they can. Score was a little blurry. Could we get an in-game view of that, Gigasnow? What's going on? All right, Gigasnow not seeming to be there right now, but that's...
No,
what...
I'm sorry,
okay,
It's a Lion 730 Horde 1000. You caught me with my pants down.
Oh, that's all right, that's all right. Okay, so, wow. So look at that, HQGAB ABN really taking the advantage here. But I mean, Team Bylamos, they can turn that around with 1 card cap. That's really all it takes.
Absolutely. Team ABN spend more time in the graveyard than actually mortuary employees at this point. So I definitely think they can actually utilize that momentum and actually win those team fights. Absolutely.
What's so surprising here is that HQGAB ABN, I mean, they're getting wiped a lot, but they're putting the pressure right back on the Bylamos. They're able to get these card caps still, and it's really just keeping them ahead in this game. I mean, 752, they're still up by that massive amount of points, and they're going to try and contest top here. It looks like we got a big fight coming out. And as you can see, it looks like their Rogue is actually down at 50% HP on Team Bylamos. And along with that, you know, Godfather, he's going to drop as well. And HQGAB ABN, they have control of this cart. And it's going over the water, so they may be able to possibly get some knockouts.
Oh my god,
there.
to be honest, this is not looking good for Bylamos.
No,
they are overcommitting to the top. That means that if Datacus is now going to be running mini strats at the in the center and the Lava,
but that may not have been a bad idea though, because they actually just got top is the thing. And now
absolutely, but peeling from the top is a nightmare.
Well, exactly. Well, true, yeah. But the thing about it, I mean, they're going to take control of another minecart here as well, and that's going to be the one for Lava. So Datacus right now, he's got to try and set up what he can. And
absolutely. So this comes a good, yeah. This is going to be again a very, very close match. Hey Giga, what's the update on the points at this point?
Yeah, it's 1,000 Alliance, 1227 Horde.
Okay, so there's roughly 2 cards ahead.
Exactly. So the next cart is probably going to very much determine the game.
It's cart and residuals, yeah. It's not even 2 cards. It's cart and residual.
Yeah, I would say cart and residual as well.
Yeah,
so Datacus needs to just stall residuals at this point in time. They need to make sure that the team survives. But will his team actually be able to survive? Because there's so much damage going on to the Datacus' healers. They are dropping. They're flopping all the time. Vams is a god of monks healing for RBGs, but even he goes down as well in those team fights.
Exactly, and you see Vamps there, he's dropping to 20%, the Life Cocoon comes out. Hey, HQGAB ABN, they're just trying to stall this lava car here. If they can get this, this could be very big for them. 1288. This cart could well determine the game. They're trying to get all their team there right now. I think that's a very smart strategy, but as they do that, Team Bylamos, they're taking control of as many minecarts as they possibly can. The bubble comes out onto the Paladin there, and have to see what kind of pressure they can put out here. But it's really just going to come down to this car here and possibly the whole series by this just one play.
Absolutely.
And look at Team by Llamas takes it, though. They take the lava. And
what's the points? What are points right now?
It is 1177 to 1251. All 3 carts will win. The next cart will win after this cap. So water or earth will be the next win.
Wow.
Absolutely. This is going to be a great team fight, but this is not looking for Team Daticus because they are actually low. They're dropping low, extremely low on their hit points as well. So this is actually going to be extremely difficult for them to take a comeback and they get those points. Maybe they can get something from residuals, but they need to get the quickest card as well. And it's going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, exactly. And next card wins. Next card wins. It looks like they're going to be pushing the top here. So it probably may not be mid. I'm not too sure where.
No. They have to double residual, so it looks like the residual capping water, right? Yeah, and then they're gonna push earth. That's why Data is going earth.
Yeah, exactly. But the Horde, they're actually gonna get another minecart here, though. It's the big deal. So that's actually really big for HeyQGab ABN. It's 14-42 now. The score just climbing up very quickly. We're gonna see an end of this game very close here. I mean, next cart and residuals are really just gonna determine this game. Very, very impressive.
No, it's next cart. Yeah, it's next.
It is next cart.
Sorry. I had my scoreboard reversed. That's why I was.
Yeah, look at the lava. Lava's creeping in. What's the residual points right now?
It is 1367 to 1462. It's either way. It's 2
close.
cards. It's earth and water.
Think about this. Lava, this could very well determine the game here, Lava. But top, I mean, very close as well. I mean, I honestly think it looks
Lava's
like top
game.
may
Lava's
well
game.
Lava's game.
Lava's 100% game.
Lava's game. All right, Lava's game. Then it looks like
Gig is pre-calling it. Giveaway.
It's a giveaway. All right.
I think residuals. I think residuals might actually.
They're making the same bets I am, but I'm saying it's Lava.
And
Lava's
they will
game.
be-
Oh, they turned Earth!
They turned it. Oh my God!
Whoa!
They turned it last minute. Oh my God! Is this series going over to By Lamos?
Bamos, not even.
Oh my God!
Not even.
Wow!
Bailamos.
Bailamos!
7 points.
To the
7 points.
After one of the most clutch card caps we have ever seen in RBGs. Congratulations.
People can talk shit about Giga all day long, but that was the latest of the latest games I've ever freaking seen. I mean, you couldn't possibly win with less time on the scoreboard.
Exactly. So congratulations to Team By Lamos on taking the series there.
By Lamos' late game, dude.
GG, great series.
From Daticus there.
By Lamos'
Late game.
And I'm sure that we're going to see more from both of these teams in the future. So very well done, guys. Congrats.
Definitely.
So at this point, By Lamos will advance to the semifinals along with Team HeyQGab. Or not HeyQGab, excuse me, Team USA Proxy PKB6 ABN. And I'm going to message ABN and make sure that he is online here, and we will hop right into the bonus round right after this. But for the moment, we actually want to cut to a quick break while we make sure to check in with all the teams. Actually, you know what? Let's not cut to a break. I want to get some analysis on this, guys. Guys, tell me about this game. What did you guys think he did right? What do you think he did wrong? Talk to me about the series.
The ninja at the end was amazing. Saved the game.
I'm the
obviously.
one out of all of us.
Or
I'm-
crank that microphone and put your, specs
it up
on,
a
man.
little bit,
I can't even hear all the awesome DeBorganness that's coming in my headset. Right
Dude, I mean, I was the one who said it. I was rooting for By Lamos. All you guys were rooting for, E-Heroes, Data, and I'm really happy I saw By Lamos pull through at that last minute. Oh, it's such good games, dude.
Mm-hmm. It was very close. I'll tell you, it really just came down to that very last card cap. They were able to turn that just last second there, and absolutely incredible plays by By Lamos.
Surprise for everyone,
Yeah, I got caught with my
coming.
pants down. It doesn't happen very often on Silver Shard. Usually you have the distinct knowledge, like, oh, next cart wins or a cart plus residuals win. I mean, you guys were coming to me. I was like, what's going on? I have to start doing some paper napkin math here. I'm like, well, if he gets this card and he countercaps that card and the residuals carry over. Yeah, it definitely was really good. And Bamos obviously was slightly more aware of it than Gigasnail was. So that's obviously why Bamos is the rank 1 RBG leader.
He learns and adapts.
Well, not yet. He still has to push through ABN, though, if he wants to prove that.
Of course, of course.
If he really wants to be truly international rank 1, he really wants to secure that title. He's gonna have to get through ABN next, right? The next series, and he's gonna have to push on to the best of VU. But in terms of that game. That was a really impressive game. We didn't see a whole lot of switches on the cards. We didn't see a whole lot of switches in the team fight. They kind of went for the team fight. They reset the team fight, and then they moved cart to cart, but they didn't reset the carts, which was really nice. I like that from both sides of the team.
Oh, absolutely. It was probably the most exciting match as of today.
Not even match, series.
Exactly.
The series was crazy.
Absolutely.
Longest
insane.
team fights I think we'll see for
It
all
was
the
very well
series.
fought by both of the teams.
Hey, it was a rough ride, but I mean,
It
that
was
almost
very
pulled through.
rough. It was very rough, unfortunately, but we did get through it. And we want to check in with ABN. We want to make sure that he's ready for the bonus round. And ABN, if you are listening to the stream, please hop online and make sure that your team is ready so that we can get into that. And let's make sure that we are.
I felt like I spent a whole decade in EoTS alone.
Yeah.
Cat Goo just flew past my eyes. That was
Forgot
like
we had a
my
Cat Goo
teen
map.
years. I was like, oh, high school. Oh, everything's gone. Oh, I'm an adult now. What happened to Cat Goo? Everything's gone. Now I'm stuck in EoTS forever. Like, this takes forever. Then we do a double silver shard mines, and I think the best team actually won out of that comp. I really truthfully do. Like, player to player, comp to comp, strat to strat. I think the best team did win that. So I'm excited to see Bamos and his team move on.
Yeah.
I just have the biggest soft spot in my heart for Jordan. Like, I can't EFAP that guy enough, man.
Okay, you're fanboying really hard.
Right, dude. Come on, man.
Does he have a stream? Can I follow it? Like, well,
Oh my
you guys
God,
have to remember,
I'll
like,
donate to him, guys.
the 6.1 meta
disc
doesn't actually lend itself to disc. Like, you're literally looking at the worst healer comp spec in the game. The worst. And it's topping the meters every time. So what does that tell you about the player? Like, don't even look at the spec. Look at the actual player and their skill ability. You know, like we were talking about Casca coming in these games as an R shaman, how it's going to be hard for him or things like that. But you don't actually give credit where credit is due. You're looking at a disc priest who is topping the meters consistently and saving games. You know, the double grip, for example, with him and WizK on that one game. Like, things like that, those aren't things you're going to see unless the player is skilled on such a level like that. And I think it's really important to highlight those things.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break here, guys. We got some reports coming in that we just want to address real quick. But when we come back, we will have the bonus round, hopefully. So,
Absolutely.
talk to you guys in a bit. And we will go to a commercial.
Right.
All right, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry about the delay there, but we are about ready to get into the bonus round of tonight. Now, the bonus round is a map which has never seen competitive play in the history of Rated Battlegrounds. But this map, a little different. It did see competitive play back in Cataclysm, but it was quickly taken out of the Rated Battleground bracket. But teams are going to be competing on this map for fun. Our two semifinalists, Team by Bamos and Team USA Proxy PKB SX6 ABN, will play today on Strand of the Ancients. Now, the maximum team size that they may have for this map is 15. However, both teams must be even. Minimum team size is 10. And it's going to be really interesting to see both of these teams queue into this bonus round. So, guys, what do you think about it? Strand of the Ancients. Very cool map.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna say this map is not gonna have probably any DCs because we're playing it for fun. Nevertheless, ABN hates Balamus and Balamus hates ABN, and they're gonna be super competitive mode even for the bonus round RBG. So I'm very excited to actually see how they're gonna play it out.
I mean, it's Strand. There aren't that many meta strategies. There aren't like any strategies for it, you know, because who would spend their time investing time in creating a strategy for like Strand when I just don't see the point in spending your time in that. So I really am interested to see how these teams are going to play it out, what strategies they're going to use, stuff like that.
Yeah. And also, we want to mention just a quick thing beforehand here. We want to address this. We will be reviewing the entire tournament for any kind of errors, any kind of things that we get in sent to us. We want to make sure that the tournament is as fair as possible. So after the stream, we will re-review everything to make sure that the game was fair and that it was a fair contest.
We'll
But I want
watch
to
the VODs, yeah. We'll analyze like what's going on. We'll look at the DCs. We'll look at it, our ruling, like was it fair, what is it not. Like I said, guys, it's our first tournament, and we want to try to make it as fair as possible to the both teams. So we're gonna take a look at it, and then we're gonna let you guys know what exactly gonna be going on.
Yep, exactly.
Yep, we're legit here.
Absolutely. So, hey, I want to talk about Strand of the Ancients real quick. Now, you've got a lot of gates that you got to push through. And the thing about it, I want to know, what are they going to really focus here? Are they going to focus on the bombs, or are they going to focus on the demolishers? What strategy do you think they're probably going to run?
Definitely bombs. Bombs are so much stronger than they were when Strand of the Ancients was RBG and Cataclysm. So I think they'll definitely be playing the bomb game.
Definitely, and on top of it, demolishers are very easy to control. You just get the decay with the chill blades and chain of ice, and you're GG.
We might not even see, like, people might not even go for the demos, you know? Like, I think they're just going to be ignored completely. They're too weak. They're too... The bombs are just too strong. As opposed
No, at this point, I do think the demo's still gonna be present. I mean,
Really?
even from the range damage that they can make, it still counts. And especially when you get the first gates down perfectly fine, demos are gonna croak like no tomorrow. That's no problem. But the second and third gates, well, they're gonna be, instead of 2 demos, 4 demos coming in. There's gonna be a lot more demos coming in, and they both stacked together actually will be stronger than mines, in my opinion, especially on the last gate, because there's only 1 gate. It's really easy to see the mines there. It's really easy to disarm them, but if you have 4 demos just rushing in on the 1 gate, now that would be a problem.
Graveyards are going to be a huge factor in this too. You got the south or the north graveyard
pick
or
the
the south
strategic
graveyard.
graveyards, yeah.
Yeah, which is going to cap both. So they're going to have to defend the graveyards. This is going to be huge. It's going to affect the gameplay. Huge.
Yeah, it really will. And I'm listening into the teams right now. Elamos is actually going to have to drop 2 players. It's going to be a 12v12 match. It's looking to be shape up to. So
That's interesting.
13 actually back up to. So tell by Elamos, add 1 player back up to 13.
I'm wondering if they're going to rush 2 demos, 1 gate, and then all bombs the other gate. How that would work out.
I don't know how much they're gonna... They might not split gates. They may focus on 1 gate. I mean, 13's also an odd number, so...
Yeah,
gotta see
I
how
mean,
they're
you
split
want to
up.
rush through the gates as fast as possible. I think that will be a very smart strat. They run the bombs, they get through the gates as fast as possible, because that's going to give the other team a lot less time to defend. All right, Bylamos will give me the ready check, and I'm just waiting on ABN. I'll send it out to him. Are you ready? And we'll get into this bonus round here. So I want to hear your guys' prediction here. Who do you think is going to win the bonus round, ABN or Team Bylamos? I mean, this is a rivalry that goes back ages. I mean, obviously the bonus round does not count for anything, but it's a really fun way to see these teams react on a map that they've never played on.
ABN's the king of unconventionality. I mean, it's Strand. That's where my guess is. What about
I
you?
would
Vic?
go for this one. Actually, I don't know. Cannot answer. Both teams actually bring in the great game. I think actually depends on the comps. Whoever has the stronger comps in terms of like whoever can hold the demolishers way better, I think that the team is actually gonna win.
Exactly.
I like ABN
Whoever
style
gets
more.
boats first wins. Like the whole reason this map is not included is because it's whoever gets the boats first. If neither one of these teams recognizes that and matches that, I'm gonna lay into them as an.
And it looks like we are actually in for Strand of the Ancients.
I'm gonna give no mercy to either team if they. Like the boats first is on ABN's team. If ABN's team doesn't win this game, I'm just gonna rip them a new one. They're the worst team, and
exactly.
I expect them to lose against E-Heroes. if they don't win with the boats, they've lost all my support for the rest of this.
So we're
They
just
have no idea what's going on. You're gonna see a lot of backpedaling out of ABN. You're gonna see PK running in circles. That's what you're gonna see this whole map right now.
Right, so we have people flying, we have people sailing, global transportation.
And it looks like we're having a few issues here.
Oh, spectator might have bugged out.
Yeah,
Looks
it
like some
looks like
people do
Spectator
have
may have-
flying. Yeah.
I'm getting a report here from Bylamos saying that Jordan is lagged out. I mean, obviously we want
Yeah.
to put the bonus round very
Same.
quick,
Gig is
so.
gone. Yeah.
So it does not look like they're actually in game right now. So we'll tell ABN please leave. Yeah, they're
And
not.
just Rick you again.
Yeah, we're in game, but there's some sort of issue. The instant server is not liking this.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely a bit of a buggy map, but looks like everyone is leaving the game right now, and we'll get right back into it.
Guys, by the way, just so you know, there is a few bugs, but we tested it. probably 3 to 4 times before. So even without testing, there's still a few mishaps and a few things just slip through the cracks, and that's expectable. Honestly, to be honest, I'm more excited in watching Alterac Valley.
I'm excited for that. I don't know if that's going to be in the finals or tomorrow. I'm actually really excited to see that.
Same here.
Yeah.
I want to keep it for finals. It's a beautiful map.
It really is.
Yeah, it should be.
And then a lot of people I know, they hate Isle of Conquest. They keep hating on the map, but in all honesty, that is a beautiful map. The amount of creativity Blizzard put in that map is actually amazing. You have a glaive throwers from one, you have demolishes from the center, and then you have a hangar from the third. You have to defend your base, you have to get on a turret. There's so much going on, and there's so many different strats and approaches at the same time that I think in terms of complexity, if played correctly, Isle of Conquest is actually probably the most complex map out of all the battlegrounds at this point, because there's just so many ways your team can actually get into that gates, get into the enemy keep, and actually kill their lord.
I actually fully agree with you, Reinhardt. I have a soft spot in my heart for Isle of Conquest. Whenever I'm carrying out a new tune, I definitely look at it. And IOC.
It looks like, yeah, I would just go ahead and kick him. Sorry, guys, just some internal communication.
It's just the lag from the last game. That's the only reason I'm DC'd. I'm logging back in now. If Nimi could relay that to Reinhardt, that'd be great. Or I'm sorry to Synapse. But yeah, Reinhardt, with what you're saying, I really do like IOC. It actually is good. The only problem with IOC is it's an unbalanced map. Whoever actually designed the layout gave an advantage to one side. So
which side do you think they have advantage?
Alliance guaranteed has a huge advantage on IOC, 100%.
Because they get to the hangar earlier?
Because we get to docks earlier. It's docks. IOC is one of the docks. That's how it's won.
Gotcha.
That's
honestly, on that map, to be honest, what I always wanted to say, and I always kept saying it, and a lot of was like, oh, wow. Well, Alterac Valley and Isle of Conquest, you guys, I'm not sure if you can agree or not, but I think it's one of the most creative battlegrounds that actually Blizzard put out. Like, they're big, they're huge, there's a creativity, there's a multiple objectives, there's a multiple things you can actually do. And unlike the most of the linear objectives, like we take Warsong Gulch, carry the flag, it has a lot to offer. But at the same time, I don't think they should be in the battleground format. If World of Warcraft can literally take those maps and make them world PvP, where actually you get like you playing that as a world PvP itself, not just this quick 15-10 minutes instance battlegrounds, but make it like a 2 or 3 day event. Oh my god, I would really want to see that happening.
I'm excited for that, and it looks like we are going back into the game. Now, keep in mind, guys, the spectator mode, it is very experimental, and it does not always work, but it looks like we should be back in the game here and just about ready to queue up.
Very possible range can play an effect in the other.
Yep, and we're just.
Yeah, do you mind if I interject and just give a huge shout out to the developer of this add-on? I mean, he's basically given us like an alpha of this add-on. Really great to him. I think it was Valdak. I'm sorry, my German is rusty.
Vadrak.
Yeah, he was the creator of the Arena Live 3 add-on, and he did a fantastic job with this for the tournament. We really thank him.
He's the same one you guys see when you see all the arena tournaments and everything. Really great developer, really great guy, and he worked with us a lot. It was really good of him to do that.
He put a lot of times, and then thank you for the call out, Giga. To add on that, to be honest, like he didn't have to do it at all, and this look, we like the layout because it's very easy to see a lot of team fights going on and a lot of switchers here as well when we can actually see what's going on, and props to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting to this game here. It looks like both are going to be coming in very soon, and USA Prox, PKB, SX6, ABN, they're going to be first up here. So Bamos is going to be defending, and they got to try and stall this out for as long as they can. Now, I'm really interested to see what their strategy is going to be here. I think that they may focus one of the gates and just try and pummel through that as best they can. And
well, obviously pummeling through the gates is the best strategy on this map, but what do you guys think?
I mean by that,
Mines versus Demos.
What I mean by that, to clarify, I mean I think they're going to focus one gate, go for the long run, focus all of their efforts on getting in there. And it looks like we got the frames loading in right now as we get into the bonus round on Strand of the Ancients. So it's going to be Exaru, it looks like he's taken, along with Arcane Allen, that is ABN. Asper is on there, along with Vo. So very powerful lineup, and for Bamos, he's bringing in himself, Jenny, I am Jeff, and Jordan. So Bamos immediately looking to start the pressure out of the gate. They're going to try and take out the Demolishers, and it looks like they're going to pick them up as well, and just try and get to the gate ASAP.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of team fights or bickering going on, but at this point in time, everybody's so focused on shutting down those Demolishers, and I don't see anybody watching for the mines. Actually, they're still watching right now, but there's going to be a lot of mines gameplay, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you get the bombs up there, if you can just enter... You see that already, Smexon and Exaru, they're trying to run the bombs as fast as they can, get them placed down and get it going. And, you know, it's really interesting. The Ring of Frost does come out as well. They really haven't been able to get any Demolishers up. I believe one of the Demolishers actually got stuck in one of the walls back there, coming out of the water. Still, though, they're not able to get a lot out. And Bamos, he's actually choosing not even to use any of the cannons. He wants his team fully out there, trying to disarm these bombs and trying to take them out ASAP.
Oh, absolutely. So at this point in time, I really want to see them focusing offensively on the other. Actually, can we go to the other gate? Let's take a look. What kind of action is there going on?
Yeah, I want to stop.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's stop over to the other gate real quick here. I think that they're going to try and focus one gate the best that they can, run the bombs. I mean, this is really what we called for the strategy here. I mean, they're going to try and run the bombs. They're going to try and focus one gate, get it down the best that they can, and then once they have that down, just push through as much as they will.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point in time, there's not a lot of team fights going on. There's actually a lot of bombs going on. But do you think, like, there's 13 people right now in these battlegrounds? If 10 DPS or 9 DPS will focus one target, it will drop almost instantaneously. And I want to see that focus fire happening.
Yeah, and also, if you look over at the green gate, it's actually taking a lot of damage here, already very well damaged. And that's going to go down, looks like. No, taking a little more damage. Not down yet, though. Just a missed call there. But the Ring of Frost does come out, and it looks like Bamos is trying his best to defend the green gate, and Avian just trying to pressure him there. Still, no gates down, though, and not that far in, though.
Oh, absolutely. So, no Demolishers gameplay at all. Just the bombs. So there's a lot of time stalling going on this one first, but once actually ABN will be able to break through those doors, it will be much easier for them to attack, because then they're going to have access to 4 Demolishers instead of 2.
Yeah, and look at this. They're just trying to stop the Demolishers, put out the pressure ASAP. I am Jeff. You see there, Green Gate, it's going to go down immediately. And I am Jeff. He's trying to slow the Demolishers best they can. And all of a sudden, now ABN has opened up a new slot for him to possibly get some more Demolishers and push through here. The problem with it, though, is that they're going to CC the hell out of these Demolishers. They're not going to be able to get through the gates. I mean, you see the Ring of Frost there coming out. They're not going to be able to get that far. And I'm sure that he's running...
Team Bamos, dude.
Yeah, go for it.
They're actually dropping relatively low. Well, Team IBN is sitting almost at 100% HP.
That's really surprising. And the thing about this is a 13v13 match, I believe. And so you're talking about 3 additional players. That could be 3 additional healers, 3 additional DPS. We can't really see from the frames right now, but it opens the opportunity for a lot of very good comps. And Bamos, he's still trying to defend the purple gate here. I think that what ABN really needs to do here, try and push through the gate that you already have. Get those Demolishers rolling, get your team on it, try and clear away, and try and just CC the hell out of the other team as you push through.
Absolutely. And I still think they need to stack those Demolishers at this point. And Team Balamas needs to make sure that those Demolishers are not sprinting away towards the lovely gates to actually knock it down.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And they're going to try and have to get graveyard control here. You can see them. It's in the Balamas' favor right now for the graveyard, but ABN, he may look to secure that. And if he's actually able to get that, that's huge for them. And that's something that you really don't think about on this map, but it's a massive part of it. It's the graveyard control. ABN trying to contest it, but he's going to get sapped and blinded. And right now, they're pushing towards the next gate. And after that, it's Gate of the Golden Sun. So
yeah. Good.
And if they, just to finish my point here, if they can get this graveyard, it's going to make it their road to basically the Gate of the Golden Sun a lot easier.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So at this point in time, they actually not contesting the other gate. So if actually ABN can peel out 2 people and run a lot of mines towards the other gate, I think they're gonna have a much better success here as well. And they need to cap those graveyards, like you said as well.
Yeah, they're choosing not to cap the other side's graveyard. I think that's a very smart decision, even though they can. I mean, the gate isn't down. They don't really have a lot to gain over there. Just take it here, focus the gate of the purple Amethyst, and try and push through it the best you can. But even though it still looks like they may possibly contest that graveyard, but they're sitting reads over there, and they're saying no, absolutely not. But as you can see, there are more gates falling, and they're actually not ready for these Demolishers. Cobra Shot going to come out. They're going to try and slow them as much as they can, but they're pushing up to the next gates, and they're starting to push onto, honestly, the Relic as well. These gates, I mean, they've got 5 minutes left, and I'll tell you, it's Trick 2G, guys. They're trying to open the gates here.
Absolutely. Oh, looks like we just reached our 4-hour limit.
Yeah, again, the comment, that's all right. We still have audio, so we're not able to see it real quick. So what we're going to do, we're actually going to drop the call real quick and call it right back, and we'll get right back into the casting with the game. But go ahead, guys, give this a look for the time being, because we just lost our video stream. We'll be right back. Okay. I think we are back once again. Sorry about that, guys, for the temporary delay there. And if we could just get a screen share real quick, and we will be right back into the game. For what it's looking here, though, as we were talking about before, you know, it's all about that real consistent pressure. They're trying to push on the gates right now. They're trying to do what they can.
Yeah. So Malama's actually team doing really, really well. Really good job defending it. So at this point in time, I don't think this is actually going to get into the late game in terms of sieging in the last gate. I think it's just whoever gets the furthest.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to try and push in these gates. They're trying to get them down the best that they can. And, you know, we're just still waiting on the stream to come back up. So give us a moment, guys. We're casting this blind. But, I mean, at this point, you know, drop the bombs, do what you can, get right back into it.
Oh, yeah, it is. Awesome.
Okay. And here we go. All right, so we're back. Once again, we have stream footage. And it looks like they are pushing onto the gate of the Yellow Sun. They're actually able to get that done. They got 3 minutes left here to go. And now what they really need to do, push on the bombs, try and get the Relic. Push it through.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
So do you think they will be able to get to the Relic? Because there's a two, like the first initial gate is really, really hard to stop. But then getting to the Relic across the battlefield, it's very, very tough.
Exactly. And, you know, ABN, he's pushed through this very well so far, but they got to still get this Relic, and they got to take some time off for Team Bailamos here if they really want to have a shot at winning. Because right now, Team Bailamos, as it is, he's going to have a full opportunity to defend when it's coming up. But they're pushing on the gate of the Yellow Sun, and once they get through that, they still got to get to the Relic, and that's a long walk to freedom. I'll tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. So at this point in time, honestly, I just want to kind of relax and see what's going to happen, because it's going too much back and forth, but I do still want to see those Demolishers. I want to see the stacking Demolishers coming in and just dropping those 4 comets onto the gate.
Yeah, exactly. Get the Demolishers rolling, get the bombs rolling, see what you can do and try and get this gate down. Last Jeff, he's actually dropping very low there. He may get picked up, though. But right now, I think that if I was ABN, what I would be doing, getting the Demolishers together from all sides of the map. You know, you have Demolishers from everywhere, and get that one big push together. If you can get that one big push together, get it on the gate of the Yellow Sun, even if you can get some ranged on it, right? Get the bombs there, get it down. But at this point, not too sure if ABN is actually going to be able to get to the Relic in time before the round does expire.
Yeah, absolutely. So at this point in time, I think ABN is working on the contingency plan and see how he can stop Bailamos, even getting to the first, to the last gate.
Now, Bailamos is playing this really smart here. He's trying to stop all the Demolishers the best that he can. He's trying to slow them down. And honestly, this is the way to do it. You slow the Demolishers, you root them, you do what you can, and that's really going to prevent and put out a lot of pressure on this team. To basically
but it also takes a lot of people from teamfight. They basically need 2 to 3 people to actually get the Demolishers down before any comets or before any 4 missiles. So that means that there's going to be a more team presence in actual gate, meaning more mines and more potentially not being able to disarm them.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the Demolishers, they are coming up here. USA Prax PKB6 ABN, they have 40 seconds here to try and turn it around. Gate of Yellow Moon gonna go down, but they're gonna get the Demolisher down as well. And right now it's just all about running the bombs, trying to get that Titan Relic and see what they can do. Because right now, it's gonna be Team Bailamos, and it's gonna be their turn to put out some offensive pressure in this map.
Absolutely. So Alright, I really want to see what kind of strat will actually ABN employ.
I'm excited for it, really. It's going to be really interesting to see what they're going to do when they get their opportunity here.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ура! Alright, so basically at this point in time, ABN is going to be on defensive side and Bamos is going to be on offensive. In my honest opinion, very well coordinated Strand of the Ancients, it's actually much easier to defend than Assault. So at this point in time, I think Bamos is going to be playing an underdog Assailant, and ABN is going to be trying to defend. So
yeah, exactly. ABN does have a big advantage here coming into this map. They were able to stall that out for the full duration, so Bamos are going to have the time that they need in order to bring this map to his favor. But what he really needs to do here, ABN, they need to stall this for the best that they can. They've got 30 seconds here to get a plan together and try and push through. And what they really got to do better is they got to get the gates down.
Yeah. So I want to see those mines. I want to see those demolishes. And they still didn't stack those demolishes. So could we potentially see the Bamos actually bringing one team to peel people off the demolishers?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Could we potentially see Bamos actually basically having a few of his teammates peel for the demolishers themselves? Because problem with the demolishers, A, they don't get dispelled, and when they get dispelled, they actually can get and connect on the gates, and there's tons of damages coming in. Second, the problem is, well, wow, what a tricky Bamos! Look at him!
Wow, look at this!
He shadow stepped to it, and he is capping.
Wow. How about that? Very smart move there. That's actually very impressive. He's gonna try and put the bombs down right outside of them, actually. This is really impressive. Is he going all the way back to the Titan Relic? That's a smart move. I like that from Bamos. Very good shadow step. And they're pushing on the gate right now. They're trying to get him down. And guys, it is the gates game. I'm telling you right now, they got to focus the gates. They got to get him down. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to open the gates. If you guys watch Trick 2G, you know what I'm talking about here. It's all about the gates, the pressure. And that's what they wanted to do. And I see you guys on stream. I see you calling it out at this time, at this time, at this time. I'm telling you right now, we got the gates flowing. We got it running. And you know what? I just don't care. We see Bamos here. He's got the orb at this time. He's got the bomb at this time. And he's going to push on the gates at this time. He's trying to get this down. Can I get an at this time, boys? In the chat. That's what it's all about. We gotta end it on a laugh here.
Hey, AJ.
Johnny's right there, so Bamos needs to play very careful. He cannot be seen. Because if he sees... And I think he just got seen here as well, so...
Look at that, he's trying to bring the bomb all the way back to the gate. I love that strategy, though.
Wow.
What is this strategy? I love it.
I'm just wondering, nobody on the BN's team is like, hey, well, where's their leader? Where's Bamos? Like, where's Jenny? What is going on there? They're rogues. They got it up to something here.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to... This is a very smart strategy by Bamos, I'm not going to lie. Shadow stepping through the turrets and then going back there. That is a completely legal play. I mean, he's using the in-game mechanics. It's a clever use.
I hope players are recording this. I hope people are paying attention because Bale's actually giving away a lot of secrets right now. You guys should take notes if you're not taking notes because he's doing things in a joke game that he knows there's nothing on the line, but at the same time he's actually doing some things that would break most games. So again, a big shout out to Bamos for knowing things like this and pulling it out when it should be done. That being said, don't do it on a live game, boys, because some of these could be terms of service violations, depending on who you ask. So be careful.
For myself, I say it's a clever use of in-game mechanics. I think that the shadow step with the bombs, that's very smart by their part. And if ABN wants to prevent that, he's got to peel some guys back, and he's doing that right now. He's got Walk of Shame back. He's got 3 players actually back to try and prevent this. But as you can see, they're already got some pressure on the Relic Gate, and what they're doing now, they're peeling them off.
Yeah, hold on. I'm talking more about the death from above double glyph. I'm talking about the guy that's playing you know, the N64 Super Smash Brothers game. All of a sudden, he's doing the double back Firefox in above the gate kind of mechanics. That would not be tolerated in any live game.
Here comes
and I would be really careful about using that live. So please be hesitant about what you see here, boys.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I think it's a debate: clever use of in-game mechanics or something else. You know?
Oh, I agree with you. I think it's clever.
Yeah. Even if they're gonna fail at this,
Blizzard has been banning it, and they've actually banned one of Bamos' accounts for doing this. So
really,
yeah, he has a live account that's currently banned for doing these mechanics. So it's definitely a bannable offense. I agree with you though. I don't think it should be a bannable offense. They're only banning it because Blizzard has no option to stop it at the moment.
Wow,
so.
and it's it.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, that's why it's a bonus game. You see things you won't see them in a real live game.
Exactly.
So well played.
And Team Bamos takes this bonus round in a tournament in the championship of Atlantic. Well played, though.
He's doing some Mario stuff. He's going.
That's smart strategy. All right. Either way, guys, we don't want to keep you too much longer here, but we want to give our best congratulations to Team Bailamos and Team ABN for making it to the semifinals. And we want to give you guys the time for tomorrow. It's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central European Time. So, guys, please be more than welcome to join us for tomorrow. And I want to extend my personal apologies for the disconnects, for the very long queue times tonight, and for the constant breaks. We don't want to do that, and we're going to make sure that for tomorrow we have that issue fixed. So we apologize for that today, guys, and we will have that fixed tomorrow. I promise you that.
Yeah,
all right.
Definitely. To build up on that, to be honest, also, guys, follow us on stream, follow us on Facebook. Come and look at our website. We actually have a website, maybe a multi-rank 1 gladiators, actually providing the free content for you guys to enjoy. So this is just a beginning for us. And yes, the mishaps happen, but guess what? We're only gonna get better from that.
Yep. Thanks, guys, and we appreciate it. Daticus had an amazing game there. You know, I want to just go back real quick, touch on a few things before we go. Daticus versus Bailamos, what an amazing series there. I mean, even though there were some bugs. In the end, Daticus played such a great game, and Bailamos as well, and it just came down to one card there. And, you know, these are two teams. No matter what anyone says, I got to make a moment to say this right now. Daticus, you played a great game. Bailamos, you played a great game. Both teams, both deserve to be in this championship, and they undoubtedly proved it. So, at this point, guys, any more comments on the night?
Yeah, I want to go back to that game, that series real quick. I think Data versus Bale was the huge series in this early, and again, like you said, best of both. I'm really excited for what that means for the future. You know, Bale and ABN both moving on. That's going to be awesome. The Borgen, Indy, anything?
I mean, to be honest, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Today's games were amazing. I loved how the quick. It was a pretty quick series early on, but ABN's team played amazing, phenomenal. They 3-0'd, and then even though the matches were a little shaky, I loved that last game with Bailamos. That last game with Bailamos had me on the edge of my seat. Like it was pretty intense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
I am too. E-Heroes definitely the highlight of tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Either way, guys, we don't want to keep you too much longer here. It is 3:20 a.m. and we were supposed to wrap up probably 2 hours ago, so a little behind schedule here, but we're going to go ahead and sign off for the night. Make sure to follow the stream and tune in with us live tomorrow. Thank you all for watching Day 1 of the Gamers League Battle of the Atlantic.
And
GG's,
guys.